Chapter 985. Harvest, a huge harvest. Then it's settled. Chao Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect Wang Teng to agree so quickly. It wasn't as simple as having self-confidence. Without a bit of self-confidence, he wouldn't dare to face two Cosmo-stage martial warriors and a Heaven-stage martial warrior from the Chao family. She didn't believe that he didn't inquire about the Chao family situation after being in Great Qian City for such a long time. All right, they'll honor my word and be there. Don't worry, I won't run away. Wang Teng chuckled. So, are you all buying? If you're not, don't disrupt me from doing my business. The fox race boss was unhappy and urged them. You are buying this, or? Chao Jiaojiao glanced at the stall and asked. I'm just looking around. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he replied. They'll have this piece of, or. Chao Guan looked at the fox race boss and asked, how much is this? 30 million GQC. The fox race boss rolled his eyes and raised 3 fingers. 30 million? You might as well rob a bank. A piece of crimson constellation bronze, as large as this, is worth just over 30 million. You have the gall to sell a gambling stone for 30 million. Chao Guan glared. He only wanted to deny Wang Teng of his opportunity and get ripped off. You can't say that. These two took a fancy to this, or, which means that it is unique. It might not be pure crimson constellation bronze, but getting a gambling stone is betting on this possibility. The fox race wasn't bothered and smiled at Wang Teng. You agree? You're just raising the price, Chao Guan said angrily. I think what the boss said was right. Since young Master Chao is so rich, 30 million shouldn't be a problem for you. Wang Teng smiled. PL's read on MYB0's novel. Chao Guan was speechless. He felt like he had dug a hole for himself and had to jump inside. A retard like you should stop trying to scheme. Chao Jiaojiao smiled disdainfully and then said to Wang Teng, you don't seem to want this, or why are you giving up so easily? I'm a poor man after all. I can't afford to pay 30 million. Otherwise, I would have fought for it with young Master Chao. Unlan. Underscore this guy is so shameless. A man who had just earned 5 billion from him was poor? However, he didn't open his mouth and continued to observe how Wang Teng would deal with this. Although the crimson constellation bronze was one of the forging materials for the 1,000 armaments vessel, he wasn't worried as he believed in Wang Teng, the one with 3 Grandmaster titles. Do you think I will believe that? Chao Jiaojiao said. We don't want it. You can have it. Why are you so polite? Then Wang Teng chuckled and changed his tone. Old and pay for this. Okay. Unlan responded quickly and traded with the boss. Boss, what's your account number? We'll transfer the money to you. The fox race boss was not in a hurry at all. He glanced at Chao Guan and Chao Jiaojiao with a smile. You don't want this? This? Chao Guan was stumped. Chao Jiaojiao frowned and stared at Wang Teng. She was trying to see something from his face, but all she could see was that provocative smile. She was a little helpless. He was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. We don't, Chao Jiaojiao replied. No, I want this piece of, or, it's just 30 million. I can afford it. Chao Guan gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Teng. Unlan looked at Wang Teng, who shrugged his shoulders. Young Master Chao is really generous. You can have it. This time, Chao Guan didn't go back on his decision and bought it straight away. Chao Jiaojiao frowned at Chao Guan, but she didn't stop him. She wasn't sure about the or as well. Wang Teng was really unpredictable. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. They had stopped themselves previously for Chao Hongta's sake. Now, since Chao Guan insisted on buying it, she wouldn't intervene. The fox boss felt a little regretful. He initially thought that both sides would fight for it and increase the price. He didn't expect Wang Teng to give it up just like that. However, he still earned 30 million. A whole piece of crimson constellation bronze was worth 30 million. What he had was just a gambling stone. He had initially bought it for 5 million and was planning to sell it for 7 or 8 million. Earning a profit of 2 million was good enough. Now, he earned a profit of 25 million. He made a lot of money. After the transaction was done, Chao Guan got his subordinates to carry the ore and gave Wang Teng a provocative look. I'm going to open it up now. You can take a look if you have the guts. Sure, I'm also curious to see what is in that ore. Wang Tung smiled and nodded as if he didn't care that Chao Guan had snatched his piece of ore away. His look made Chao Guan feel as though he had punched a bag of cotton. He couldn't vent his frustration anywhere. That shop in front can open up ores. Let's go over. Chao Guan led the way. Wang Tung spoke to Enlan before following Chao Guan and the others towards the ore shop. Chao Guan paid a processing fee and got the other party to cut the ore. There were many types of ores in the universe, and they were all made up of different substances. Only common ores could be detected by machines. There were many restrictions, and the shape of the ores could not be detected. That was why there were gambling stones. The content and the shape of the ores were different. One could only depend on their experience and luck in opening up ores. The man who was opening up the ore seemed like a 50-year-old master. He looked at Chao Guan and asked, "How do you want to cut it?" "Directly in half," Chao Guan replied. The master nodded. Crimson constellation bronze was meant to be used for forging and would eventually be smelted. The shape and size of it didn't matter. They only needed to open it. The query just now was a business tradition. After all, if someone wanted to make an issue out of it, it would be the craftsman who would suffer. There were many people who came to watch. No matter where it was human nature to join the fun, especially if there was a bit of gambling involved. There were many curious people. Screech. The master started working, and a saw pressed downwards with the machine. When the blade touched the ore, an ear-piercing sound irritated the spectators. Crimson constellation bronze was not an ordinary ore. They were extremely hard, and the quality of the saw had to be at the third-rank grandmaster level. Ordinary people couldn't afford that. After a while, the ore was split into two halves. Everyone craned their necks to take a look. Is there anything? Who knows, it might be just junk. I don't see any green. Isn't the crimson constellation bronze green? The surface was covered with dust, and some couldn't see what was inside. Everyone started discussing it. The master splashed it with water and revealed what was underneath the dust. Oh, he lost the gamble. He lost everything. There's nothing in the middle. There's only a bit of it on the sides. 30 million has gone to waste. How did this happen? Chao Guan's face turned pale as he couldn't accept it. Chao Jiaojiao frowned and sighed. Sure enough, Chao Guan couldn't deal with Wang Tung. He was a sly little fox. Young Master Chao, you don't seem to have good luck. Wang Tung gloated. You played dirty. Chao Guan's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Wang Tung. 30 million had gone to waste just like that. There was only a bit of crimson constellation bronze at the side of the ore. He couldn't even sell it for 100,000 GQC. He made such a huge loss. You don't have to watch what you eat, but you have to watch what you say. I didn't force you to buy it. Wang Tung spread his hands. You're shameless. Chao Guan's eyes were bloodshot. He turned his head and shouted at the old master. Cut it one more time. I don't believe such a large piece of, or has only so much crimson constellation bronze. The result is clear. Young man, you just can't afford to lose. The old master shook his head and muttered. What did you say, old man? Chao Guan was furious. All right, stop making a fool out of yourself. Chao Jiaojiao stopped him. Chao Guan was drained of his strength. Have you finished cutting? It's our turn. At this moment, Enlan walked up from behind with a smile. He then tossed a piece of ore to the master and got his help to open it up. When did you buy this? Chao Jiaojiao frowned. She glanced at that piece of ore and recognized that it was underneath the one that Chao Guan had bought. It was much bigger. It was just that the piece of ore had not been opened up yet. It looked just like an ordinary, inconspicuous rock. Chao Guan also recognized the ore and finally understood something. This was the one that you wanted to buy. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I just bought one to play with it, Wang Tung said. Don't be excited, Wang Tung. This was a piece of junk. Even that stall owner didn't care about it. Stop dreaming, thinking that you can detect crimson constellation bronze. Chao Guan grunted. Who knows? Wang Tung said indifferently. Old master, please open up the ore. Enlan urged with a smile. This, or... The old master shook his head. It didn't look too good either. How do you want to cut this, or? Well, cut it in half as well, Enlan replied. The master nodded and cut it. Screeching sounds spread out once more. The moment the ore opened up, a ray of soft red-green light emanated subtly from underneath the dust. Everyone widened their eyes. "Old master, pour some water and take a look. I actually cut out something." The old master was surprised and quickly took a large basin of water. The entire cut surface was exposed, and around 80% of the area was red-green, which was extremely dazzling. Damn it, what a huge harvest! This piece of crimson constellation bronze is worth at least hundreds of millions. Damn, it must be hundreds of millions. What luck! There was an uproar, and everyone was jealous. How? How is this possible? Chao Guan's face turned green as he rushed up and stared at the ore before shouting in despair. One Chao Jiaojiao's face was full of astonishment as well. She couldn't believe it. "Ha ha ha, you're really good." And Lan patted Wang Tung's shoulder and laughed heartily. Chapter 986. Your family likes to praise me. When Wang Tung went with Chao Guan, he asked Lan through voice transmission to buy this or. Lan was a little hesitant. This or didn't look good, just like a normal stone. Ores like this were normally empty. But he trusted Wang Tung, so he went to bargain with the boss. Since it was cheap, he bought it. The boss was confused when Lan asked to buy this or. He wanted to ask for a high price. However, the other party was sly too. He turned and pretended to leave. The intention was clear. Fool me? No way. No discussions. His reaction dismissed the boss' concern, and he sold the ore to Lan for 50,000. This resulted in a windfall. Lan was elated. He spent 50,000 GQC to get the crimson constellation bronze that was worth a few million. It saved him a lot of money. He made the right choice to bring Wang Tung here. As a triple field grandmaster, this young man wasn't simple. And Lan's belief that Wang Tung was extraordinary grew stronger. He was more confident that he could make the 1,000 armaments vessel. This is normal, nothing to be excited about. Wang Tung smiled calmly. Everyone around them was stunned. The sudden arrogance caught them off guard. Finding the crimson constellation bronze worth a few million was normal? What were they doing normally then? This young man is so arrogant. PL's read on MYB0 Znov L. COM. That's understandable. If I found this, or it'll boast for half a month. Rock gambling needs luck. He might earn now, but he might lose at the next moment. It's better to remain humble. Many experienced rock gamblers shook their heads when they heard Wang Tung's words. Chao Jiaojiao glanced at Wang Tung. She seemed to have a new understanding of this man. He loved to boast. He was still a youngster. Chao Guan's expression turned ugly. He felt that Wang Tung was targeting him. The more he listened, the angrier he got. He didn't know where to vent his anger. The boss of the stall also came over due to curiosity. A huge rise in price. He was filled with regret. If he knew this was a good piece of, or he would have made a small cut. With its current content, a small cut was enough for him to know its real value. This piece of, or was only worth a few thousand, so it wouldn't be a waste. However, since he was sure that this piece was junk, he couldn't be bothered to cut it. After all, if there was nothing inside, he wouldn't be able to sell it for a few thousand. What a waste. This 50,000 or had a few million worths of crimson constellation bronze inside. This was nearly a 2,000 times increase in value. The other party got a cheap deal. What a huge loss. He glanced at Wang Tung and wondered if this young man came from the fox race. He was craftier than him. Thinking back about it, this boy wanted this or from the start, but he used the one above it to trick his enemy. He also got involved in his plan, thinking that the young man wanted the piece of or above it, but his real aim was the one below. Aren't you worried about slapping your own face? After all, you only cut 1 million GQC or... A sneer was heard among the crowd. Everyone turned and saw a bald young man wearing a long black gown. There were many people around him, surrounding him like the stars around the moon. There was a tiny fire symbol on his forehead. The Parker's family. Wang Tung exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect to meet them here. One could never avoid one's enemy. He met the Chow family and the Parker's family here. Was Great Xian City so small? Also, this bald young man was at the Cosmos stage. He wasn't an ordinary cocky and wealthy young master. Young Master Andres. Chao Guan smiled brightly when he saw the newcomer, welcoming the young man with open arms. Chow Jiaojiao frowned. She didn't like the way her brother fawned over other people. Andres nodded arrogantly. He looked past Chow Wan and saw Chow Jiaojiao. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Jiao Jiao is here too. Young Master Andres. Chow Jiaojiao smiled like a blooming flower. She was exceptionally mesmerizing. Wang Ting glanced at her involuntarily. This was a tough lady. She could smile at everyone. If one ignored the large blade behind her and her Cosmo stage ability, one might think that she was just a weak social butterfly. Wang Tung wanted to disregard the other party. He retracted his gaze and said to Enlon, "Keep the crimson constellation bronze. Let's walk around the other areas." The Parkers family? Enlon recognized the young man in the black robe. They were one of the 8 dukes and were quite famous. Along with the iconic bald head and the fire symbol, it was impossible not to recognize them. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he wasn't afraid of this Cosmos stage man. But he didn't plan to provoke the other party. He kept the cut crimson constellation bronze and prepared to leave with Wang Tung. Andre's face darkened when he saw them ignoring him. He sneered, "You sounded very confident just now. Why are you leaving suddenly? Are you afraid of eating your words?" Chow Wan smirked. Wang Tung had no chance in front of young Master Andres. Chow Jiaojiao's gaze moved back and forth between Wang Tung and Andreas. Amon stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Tung. He didn't want to offend the Parkers, but he wanted to see Wang Tung's reaction. He had signed a contract with him, so he would be implicated even if he didn't want to. "Your goading is clumsy." Wang Tung smiled. He stopped and looked calmly at him. "Who are you to talk about me?" Chow Wan gasped in shock. This brat had the balls to scold young Master Andres. He remembered how Wang Tung dared to talk back to the heaven stage martial warrior, Sinkleman. Well, it didn't seem weird now. He suddenly felt that Andres wouldn't be able to stop Wang Tung. Chow Jiaojiao was stunned too. She had heard of Wang Teng's daring personality. He was someone who had the guts to shout at Sinkleman in the noble family consultation chamber. But she was still surprised when she saw him in action. Enlon felt his head hurting. The cooperation with Wang Tung was more difficult than he had imagined. "How dare you speak like this to young Master Andres?" Before Andres opened his mouth, a person behind him stepped forward and pointed at Wang Tung. How dare the dog speak before its master? Wang Tung's gaze turned cold. Killing intent surged out his eyes like sharp knives, shooting toward the subordinate. His killing intent had reached the 9th level perfected stage after multiple battles. Once released, it was exceptionally frightening. He could control his killing intent, so he wouldn't harm other people. Others might not feel anything, but the subordinate took the hit. He saw piles of corpses in Wang Tung's eyes, and his face turned pale immediately. He trembled in fear. "You move. If you dare to speak again, they'll chop you into 2, Wang Tung shouted. The voice slammed into his eardrums and made him lose his sense of hearing. He took a few steps back, bumping into 2 people. He plunked onto the ground, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. The fear in his eyes was apparent. "Oomph." Andres scoffed. Anger flashed in his eyes as he strolled towards Wang Tung. With his tall stature, he looked down on Wang Tung and said, "You must be the Wang Tung Uncle Sinkleman mentioned. You're indeed a bold fellow. Thank you for your compliment. Your uncle said the same thing. It looks like your family likes to praise me." Wang Tung replied casually. He waved his hands as if he was chasing flies away. "If there's nothing, please excuse me. I don't have time to waste." Andres felt the corners of his eyes twitching. His face turned black as he said, "You're good at rock gambling, right? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "Oh," Amlan asked with interest. "How do you want to play?" Andres glanced at him and replied, "Simple. Both of us will find a piece of ore and cut it. The one with the higher price wins. The loser will have to pay the winner the value of his ore. Also, we won't be playing here. Let's go big or go home. We'll go to the rock gambling lane in front. The good stuff is all there. How is it? Do you dare to play with me?" He looked at Wang Tung provokingly after he finished. Gasp! The onlookers were shocked when they heard this. This is a big gamble, as expected of the Parkers. They're indeed wealthy. One piece of ore from the rock gambling lane in front costs a few million. When cut, the price is even higher. It may be worth a few billion. If that young man loses, tis tiske tiske. Vicious, the young master for the Parker's family, is vicious. One discussions sounded continuously. The onlookers chatted with one another as they watched the show with interest. After all, they were not the ones affected. Unlon hesitated. He didn't have this much money. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to pay Wang Tung. At the time, he would have to sell himself to repay his debt. That would be a joke. However, Wang Tung could play all he wanted. He was a triple field grandmaster. He could earn a few billion easily. He looked at Wang Tung and waited for him to make the decision. Sigh, he wasn't poor, but he wasn't this wealthy either. Wang Tung, you can choose not to play if you can't afford it. I heard that you're from a backward and faraway planet. It's normal to be poor. You might not be able to afford it if you lose, Chao Guan mocked. He was a little excited. Why don't you play with me? Wang Tung glanced at him. Don't worry, I'm not a ruthless person. He'll make sure you can afford it. Chao Guan hurriedly hid behind Andres and muttered, Play with young Master Andres if you dare. Why are you attacking me? Chapter 987. It's time to teach him a lesson. Wang Tung was speechless. Even Chao Jiao couldn't bear to look at him. This was embarrassing. Wang Tung said contemptuously, Look at how timid you are. If I were Chao Hong too, I would pin you to the wall. The onlookers burst out laughing. They couldn't bear it anymore. How ruthless. This young man's mouth was like a sharp sword. Unlon laughed and stared at Chao Guan strangely. You. Chao Guan finally reacted after some time. His face turned red, and he fumed in anger. A tinge of red appeared on Chao Jiao's face as her heart sank. She cursed Wang Tung silently for his shamelessness. How could he say this? The corners of Andreas' lips trembled. He found Chao Guan embarrassing, so he stood up and scoffed. Cut the bullshit. Are you betting or not? Of course. Since you want to lose money, I don't mind accompanying you. Wang Tung nodded calmly. You're thinking too much. Why would I lose money? Andres pointed to an elder beside him and sneered. This is an advanced stage mining engineer. Do you think he'll lose with him around? Advanced stage mining engineer. Unlon was stunned. His expression turned distorted. You have an advanced stage mining engineer. This is unfair. Unfair? Who doesn't have a mining engineer to help them when they want to rock gamble? You can find one if you can. I won't stop you, Andres replied. That's right. You can find a mining engineer too. Chao Guan was secretly gloating. He could almost imagine Wang Tung losing all his assets. His hatred towards Wang Tung had reached its peak. He was humiliated by him multiple times, but he couldn't take revenge. He had to rely on Andres. Chao Jiao shook her head and glanced at the ordinary-looking elder in surprise. She didn't expect him to be an advanced-stage mining engineer. With him around, Wang Tung had no chance of winning. Are you playing? If you are, please lead the way. If you're not, I'm leaving. Wang Tung said impatiently. He didn't even glance at the advanced-stage mining engineer. Young man, you're very confident. The advanced-stage mining engineer snorted. All right, follow me. Andres was afraid that Wang Tung would run away, so he immediately led the way. Wang Tung continued to disregard the advanced-stage mining engineer and followed Andres. Unlon caught up with him and asked using voice transmission, Wang Tung, that's an advanced-stage mining engineer. Are you confident? If you're not, we can leave. It's not shameful. Why? Are you afraid? Wang Tung smiled. Why would I be afraid? I'm just worried that you'll lose everything. Unlon was speechless. Don't worry. He's just an advanced-stage mining engineer. They'll let him know that there's always someone better out there, Wang Tung replied calmly. Unlon looked at him curiously. Did he have a trump card? Wang Tung, do you know some mining skills too? Round Ball's voice sounded in Wang Tung's mind. It had seen this expression on Wang Tung's face many times. Every time, he managed to do the impossible. Thus, Round Ball suspected that he knew some mining skills. Secret. All right, you don't have to tell me. Round Ball kept quiet. Whenever he said this, it meant that Wang Tung had enough confidence. It didn't need to worry. Soon, they arrived at the front. There were numerous rock gambling dens opened by powerful factions here. The profits of rock gambling were unimaginable. No one would dare to open a rock gambling den without enough influence. Otherwise, they might get thrown out by other factions. The factions owning the dens were powerful. So many formidable martial warriors came here to gamble. However, they would have to follow the rules here too. You can pick the den in case they say I bully a newcomer, Andres said as he pointed around the lane. Wang Tung observed his surroundings. He didn't recognize any stall. Let's choose Ju Kai Rock Gamble. This is a branch set up by a powerful faction with many connections in Great Qian City. They want Dare to cause trouble there, and Lon said using voice transmission as he signaled with his eyes. Ju Kai. Wang Tung rolled his eyes when he saw the old-fashioned name. He asked using voice transmission. This is the business of a powerful faction and not some small gambling den? Are you serious? Cough. They opened a rock gambling den to earn money. It's understandable why they gave it this name. It might be a little old-fashioned, but the meaning is straightforward. Nothing wrong with it, and Lon coughed awkwardly. 1. Ju Kai means to gather wealth. Why not call themselves Wang Kai? Wang Tung asked. 2. Wang Kai is a common name for a pet dog. And Lon didn't know what to say. Who are you calling a dog? Why don't we open one in the future and call it Wang Kai? Wang Tung touched his chin and asked. You're a real talent. And Lon complained his heart. He didn't say it out loud, though. Let's go to Ju Kai. Wang Tung replied to Andres. All right. Andres walked into the den first. From the outside, it looked like a normal shop, but there was a huge courtyard at the back. A large number of oars were kept here. Please wait for a moment. You need monetary proof to go to the backyard. An attendant smiled and stopped the group. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, these rock gambling dens had strict rules. They weren't looking down on the poor, but if one didn't have enough wealth, he wouldn't be able to buy anything even if he went in. It was a pure waste of time. Andres seemed familiar with the procedure. He showed his identity. The attendant let him in instantly when he saw that he was from the Parker's family. He didn't have to worry about his wealth. As for Wang Tung glanced at Enlon, only to notice that Enlon was looking at him. Why are you looking at me? Wang Tung asked. Me? Enlon pointed at himself in surprise. As a triple field grandmaster, Wang Tung must be rich. Why did he need him? I have no money, so you have to do it, Wang Tung said matter-of-factly. The attendant continued, smiling, and waited for them patiently. Andres and Chao Guan stared at him in disdain. Where did you get the guts to bet with me when you have no money? Don't worry, I won't lose. I don't need any money. Silence. Andres and the others were burning in anger. They got infuriated by Wang Tung's calm and casual tone. Let's wait and see how you'll beat me. However, you need to get in first. Andres scoffed. That's not your concern. We'll settle it ourselves, Wang Tung said. Enlon felt helpless. He had no choice but to give the 200 million deposit before they were let in. The monetary proof the attendant mentioned was the deposit. It would be returned after they came out. 100 million per person. Enlon helped Wang Tung to give his deposit too. Please come in. The attendant raised his hand and signaled them to go in. Chao Jiao and Chao Guan also paid the deposit before they entered the backyard. The place was enormous and was segregated into many different districts. The grade of each district was different. There were all kinds of oars placed in the backyard, piled up in various corners. Some were big, while others were small. The big ones were a few thousand kilograms, and the small ones were only the size of a fist. There's no need to look at other areas. Let's go to District A. The higher quality oars are there, Andres said. No problem. Wang Ting nodded. There were beautiful attendants guiding the guests and professionals explaining the oars. There were mining engineers, too. Their positions were high, and they were in charge of looking over the area. They rarely came out. Most of the guests had a powerful background or were wealthy and strong in terms of ability. Wang Tung scanned the area and noticed many Cosmo Stage and Heaven Stage martial warriors. There were even some who hid their auras. They were probably Universe Stage martial warriors. It was hard to believe that there were so many powerful martial warriors in the backyard of a rock gambling den. No wonder there was a restriction. If any normal person was allowed to enter the den and provoked these formidable martial warriors, the reputation of the den would be tarnished. The Jukai Rock Gamble was a high-class gambling den. Most of these martial warriors had mining engineers beside them. They would seek their opinions occasionally before buying the ores. How did Wang Tong know? He saw the attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies. He picked them up without any worry. Mining skill asterisk 300, mining skill asterisk 500, mining skill asterisk 450. The mining engineers here are of a higher quality. The attribute bubbles they dropped have a higher value. Wang Tong thought to himself. In that short moment, he had picked up a few thousand points of mining skill. His mining engineer points escalated, and he reached the advanced stage in the blink of an eye. After he reached the advanced stage, he continued collecting more attribute bubbles and managed to break through to the master level. A sea of knowledge of mining and ores appeared in his mind. They turned into his memory and enlightenment. He understood everything. After some time, Wang Tong became a real mining engineer. Mining engineer, 200/10,000, master. It's not that difficult. Wang Tong muttered in his heart. However, the limit of the mining engineer was quite high. The master level required 10,000 points. He would probably need a few tens of thousand points to reach the grandmaster level. Fortunately, mining attributes were easier to find than alchemist and blacksmith attributes. It didn't need much effort, so Wang Tong didn't mind. After Wang Tong became a master mining engineer, he started to feel itchy again. When he was an intermediate stage mining engineer, he was able to tell that the piece of ore contained the crimson constellation bronze. What ability would he possess at the master level? Andreas, mining engineer, was at the advanced stage, right? Wasn't he acting so proud? It's time to teach him a lesson. After some time, Andreas chose a few thousand kilograms of ores under the guidance of the advanced stage mining engineer. He walked over. We've taken our pick. Have you started? The ores here are harder to choose. If you can't see anything, you can admit defeat. If mine is cut, you'll have to pay its worth, Andreas said calmly. Chapter 988. Rock Gambling. Andreas' words were infuriating. It was as though he knew that he would definitely win. That was why he told Wang Tong not to bother choosing a rock. He wanted him to admit defeat and lose money. Wang Tong, you should just concede. Otherwise, you will have to lose money if you lose your bet, which will be worse. Chao Wan echoed and mocked Wang Tong. Master Qinshu is a high-class mining engineer. Your mining skills can't be compared to his. You're done for. A reserved but proud look appeared on the high-class mining engineer's face. Young man, it's okay for youngsters like you to suffer a little loss and pay tuition fees. But remember, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You're on your own. Why do you seem to think that you will win? Amlan couldn't take it anymore and asked. It's obvious. Look at this ore. It's more than 10,000 kilograms. Master Qinshu said that the contents are amazing and it will definitely be extremely valuable when it's opened up. Do you think you can find another one like that? Chao Wan scoffed. Amlan frowned and looked at the high-class mining engineer. He then turned to Wang Tong. He didn't think that this high-class mining engineer was a fake. The ores at Jukai Rock Gamble were all high-class goods. A huge piece like that would be valuable no matter what it was. Furthermore, the Parkers wouldn't have just found any ordinary mining engineer. He was definitely skilled. Wang Tong scanned the huge ore and was surprised. The high-class mining engineer was indeed skilled. He managed to pick such a large and valuable piece of ore. Most people wouldn't have dared to pick such a huge ore. However, Wang Tong smiled and chuckled. Since when did a high-class mining engineer dare to call himself a master? A hint of embarrassment flashed past Qinshu's eyes. A high-class mining engineer couldn't be called a master. However, it was an informal title for him. His subordinates would call him master, which was meant to be a salutation. As long as it wasn't said in a formal setting, it wasn't a problem. Now that Wang Tong had said it out loud, he had to eat his own words. P.L.'s read on MYB0's novel. COM, since you're not convinced, pick an ore. Mining engineer Qinshu sneered. He didn't dwell on the matter of the salutation. If it blew up, it wouldn't be good for him. He would only bring shame to himself. Wang Tong smiled indifferently, not bothering about it either. He then glanced around and casually pointed at a piece of, or that weighed around 1,000 kilograms. This one, Amlan, pay for that. Lan looked at Wang Tung with resentment. So casual. Are you serious? Ha! Is your brain damaged? You chose a random piece that weighs 1,000 kilograms to compete with young Master Andres? Chao Guan laughed. Young man, you're making a fool of yourself. Do you think that if you choose a random piece, you will have an excuse to say that you didn't choose one carefully? Mining engineer Chen Shu was caught between laughter and tears and shook his head. Chao Jiaojiao glanced at Wang Tung suspiciously. Would a sly little fox like him admit defeat so easily? Uncle, in calling you uncle, let's be serious. There or weighs 10,000 kilograms. If we lose this, we won't even be left with our pants. And Lan was anxious and said to Wang Tung, Do you mechas still wear pants? Wang Tung looked at him with a weird expression. And Lan wanted to vomit blood. Why wouldn't we wear pants? You're racist. I wear pants. Wait, why are we talking about pants? I'm talking to you about losing money. Don't worry, you aren't acting like a heaven stage martial warrior. So, what if I'm a heaven stage martial warrior? My money is still money. And Lan retorted, All right, we won't lose this. If you believe me, buy that piece of, or you will be leaving with loaded pockets today. Wang Tung was confident. Right, if you win money, you'll have to split it with me. I'm not helping you for fun. My services are expensive. Are you really that confident? And Lan was doubtful. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Wang Tung answered casually. All right, I'll trust you this once. If we win, we'll split it equally. No, you'll take 70%. And Lan gritted his teeth. Very good, you're smart. Wang Tung nodded with satisfaction. Have you discussed it already? Hurry up if you're buying it. Andres frowned and urged impatiently. And Lan didn't speak and went forward to buy the ore that Wang Tung had selected. Wang Tung, are you really sure? Did you partner up with that Andres to scam this mecha heaven stage martial warrior? Round Ball's weird voice could be heard in Wang Tung's mind. I heard that the mechas were simplistic. Now I finally saw it live. Am I that kind of person? Wang Tung rolled his eyes. No matter what, I wouldn't work together with the Parkers. They are our opponents. Cough, I'm just saying. Round Ball also knew that Wang Tung would never be in cahoots with the other party. However, his way of selecting the ore was a bit unusual. He just bought it with one glance, like he was selecting cabbages at a market. And Lan walked over with the ore that he just bought. Although he was wearing a mask, Wang Tung could see the emotion in his eyes. I spent 300 million. My heart's bleeding. And Lan patted his chest and said, It's only 300 million. We spent a full billion on our ore. Poor people are just poor people. Chao Guan didn't miss any opportunity to ridicule the duo. He was just looking for trouble. And Lan glared at him. Right now, he hated anyone who called him a poor man. If they weren't in the Jukai Rock Gamble Den, he would have smacked Chao Guan to death. A celestial stage martial warrior dared to be brazen in front of a heaven stage martial warrior. TSK, he has a death wish. Wang Tung shook his head. He felt that Lan was a bit messed up for a heaven stage martial warrior. It might be because his brain was wired differently from ordinary people. If it was another heaven stage martial warrior, they would have flown off the handle already. Since you have chosen your ore, let's start opening it up, Andres said calmly. Wang Tung had no objections. He wouldn't stop them when they were in a hurry to give him money. They then went to the dissection area and asked two masters to help open up the ores. They are rock gambling. Interesting, let's go and watch. Looks like they are playing big. Look at that piece of ore. It looks like it's worth $1 billion. Speaking of which, the other one only weighs a ton. Do you even need to compare them? Who knows? They're throwing a sprat to catch a mackerel. No one knows for sure. Many people noticed what was happening over there and gathered around curiously. They started another round of discussion. Even heaven stage martial warriors walked over and took interest. The universe stage martial warriors didn't move and were choosing ores by themselves. However, their attention would sometimes be attracted to them. No one dared to bother the universe stage martial warriors. Other people would avoid them when they were picking their ores. Hence, the areas around them were the quietest. Over at Wang Tung's side, things had already begun. The two masters started at the same time. Gentlemen, The ores that both of you have chosen are energy stone ores. If there are energy stones within, force would flow out and get wasted if it is damaged. That is why we have to remove the layers one by one to avoid damage. It may take a long time. Please wait patiently. A female staff of the gambling den explained and ordered someone to arrange tables and chairs for the guests. They were then served cakes and tea. It was a thoughtful service. The masters were indeed veteran craftsmen. Instead of machines, they scraped off the layers of the ores one by one with a strange knife. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed, "There's a glow. So fast. What a pure force. This energy stone is incredible. It's at least a 5th or 6th level energy stone." Mining engineer Chen Shu raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After the rock layer was peeled off, a fiery red brilliance dazzled the spectators. This was a fire energy stone. A glow meant that it was an energy stone. Although he knew that the ore would be profitable, he didn't know that the energy stone would appear so quickly. The master had only peeled a few layers, and it had already started glowing. This meant that the energy stone within would be frighteningly huge. Andres was happy. $1 billion was not a small sum for him. It was a good thing that he would make a lot of money. "You did a good job," Andres complimented Chen Shu. "Young master, you're too kind." Chen Shu was a mining engineer hired by the Parker's family, which was why he was very polite to Andres. "Haha, did you see that? We have already found an energy stone in our ore, but you guys don't even have a sign of it. And you still want to gamble with us." Chao Guan laughed and pointed at Wang Teng's ore, mocking him. 5 layers of rock had already been scraped off from Wang Teng's ore, but there were still no glows. Wang Teng ignored Chao Guan and drank his tea indifferently. He didn't take him seriously. Anlan was a bit nervous. He relaxed quite a bit when he looked at Wang Teng and saw his casual demeanor. He's still pretending. Chao Guan snorted coldly. "This is irrelevant. The energy stone is just at the surface of your piece of ore. Your ore is so huge. Do you think it is possible for the entire ore to be an energy stone?" Wang Teng said indifferently. Andres frowned and looked at Chen Shu. He's not wrong. Before it is exposed completely, no one will know what the situation is inside the ore. However, we have a high probability of making money. It just depends on how much we will make, Chen Shu replied. "Even so, we'll definitely make more money than you," Chao Guan said. "We'll see." Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. His state of mind made Andres and the others uncomfortable. They didn't have any sense of accomplishment. They were at a loss for what to do. Chao Jiao glanced at him in surprise. Just that character of his was remarkable. "It's glowing. That one is glowing too," someone suddenly shouted. Chapter 989. I'm sorry I won. 1. Everyone was astounded at the sudden shout. Andres, Chao Guan, Chao Jiao, Anlan, and everyone else rushed towards Wang Teng's ore to take a look. Wang Teng was the only calm one. He had already seen the internal condition of the ores through his eyes of essence. He was aware of their values. Normal people saw the first layer, and you were elated that you saw the second. However, I'm already at the 9th layer. The glow is quite dense. Is it a 7th level energy stone? We'll need to see the color. If the entire stone is this color, it's definitely a 7th level energy stone. I thought that finding a 5th or 6th level energy stone was lucky enough. I didn't expect a 7th level to appear. A 7th level energy stone in a 300 million ore. This is a miracle. There was a huge uproar. The reaction of the crowd was quite intense. Many people eyed the 7th level energy stone with envy, including the Heaven Stage martial warriors. The force within the 7th level energy stone was extremely pure. If used for cultivation, its effect would be 10 times that of a 6th level energy stone. Energy stones were the best cultivation resources for a formidable martial warrior. The level of the energy stones would affect one's cultivation speed and the quality of the force one cultivated. In summary, the higher the level of the energy stone, the rarer it was. The Universe Stage martial warriors glanced over and paused for a few seconds when they saw the 7th level energy stone. Then they shifted their gazes away. Andres didn't look good. How is this possible? How could he find a 7th level energy stone randomly? What kind of luck was this? Chao Guan's expression turned ugly. His face was even darker than Andreas. He felt his face burning as if someone had slapped him. Astonishment flashed past Chao Jiaojiao's eyes. Was Wang Tong calm because he knew that this or would give him a 7th level energy stone? If that was true, this young man was a little scary. Chen Shu stood up abruptly from his seat and inched forward to take a look. He couldn't believe that there was a 7th level energy stone inside. How is it? Master Mining Engineer, is this a 7th level energy stone? Lan asked purposely to stimulate the other party. He finally felt at ease. Wang Tong was honestly a god. He managed to turn the tides, even though there was a huge difference between them. Lan wondered if Wang Tong was a mining engineer. Chen Shu's expression warped. He glanced at Lan and snorted before returning to his seat. How is it? Andres asked. Their ore is a little strange. It's of such good quality despite looking ordinary and doesn't come from an old mine. This is extremely rare, Chen Shu said with a bitter smile. Does this mean a lose? Andres asked with a stern expression. Maybe not. Our ore is a few thousand kilograms, so our energy stone must be heavy too. The value may be higher than theirs, Chen Shu said hurriedly. His heart skipped a beat. Andres kept quiet. He stared intently at the ore in front. Chao Guan didn't dare to speak. If he opened his mouth now, he might offend Andres. The two masters quickly dissected the ore. More and more rock layers were peeled and dropped on the ground. The contents of the ores were revealed. Two glaring glows intertwined with each other. However, the dissection hadn't ended. It was time to cut the ore. The energy stones in the two ores weren't an entire piece. They were scattered inside the piece of rock. After peeling the surface, the internal structure could be seen clearly. It was time to cut the ore now. The masters raised their blades and chopped the huge ores into small sections. Wow, this 1,000-kilogram ore's heart is made of stone. There are no energy stones in the middle. Everyone was dumbstruck. They quickly looked at the ore Wang Tong chose. The smaller ore is lighter, but the energy stones inside are denser. There are only a few empty spots in the middle. This is indeed a 7th level energy stone. Only a small portion of it is 6th level. This young man is lucky. He earns so much with one randomly chosen piece. Lucky? I don't think so. Why would he pick this, or if he couldn't see anything? Everyone looked at Wang Tong in a different light. They didn't know if he chose the ore randomly, but not everyone could find such a high-valued, or no one would believe that Wang Tong didn't know anything. Andreas' expression turned hideous. The result was apparent. Everyone could tell that Wang Tong's or had a higher value than his. Chao Guan and Chen Shu remained silent. No one dared to speak and anger Andres. Ha ha, this is a big win. We'll be able to earn a few billion this time. Lan burst out laughing after a moment of absent-mindedness. His eyes almost turned as bright as a gem. Mister, are you selling this 7th level energy stone? I'm willing to pay 5 billion GQC. A heaven stage martial warrior walked forward and asked, I'm willing to give 5 billion. Please sell it to me. Another heaven stage martial warrior stepped forward and upped the bid. Do you think Mr. Wang Tong doesn't know the market price? Are you trying to buy a 7th level energy stone for 5 billion? I'm willing to pay 8 billion and would like to make friends with Mr. Wang Tong. A red-haired heaven stage lady smiled and said to Wang Tong, Thanks for reading on MYBO XNOVEL C0M. Chapter 990. I'm sorry I won. 2. The two heaven stage martial warriors looked embarrassed. They wanted to get a cheap deal and buy this 7th level energy stone at a lower price. But this lady had to spoil their plan. This is a good price. They'll sell it to you. Let's get to know each other. Wang Tong smiled and agreed. Thank you, Mr. Wang Tong, the lady replied happily. She was expecting Wang Tong to raise the price, but he was generous and sold it to her directly. Mr. Wang Tong, my name is Su Lanwan. Let's exchange contacts, the lady suggested. She knew that Wang Tong was only a planetary stage martial warrior, but Lan was beside him. As a heaven stage martial warrior, she might not be able to see through Lan's ability, but she could sense that he was a heaven-stage martial warrior. The relationship between Enlon and Wang Teng was strange. He wasn't Wang Teng's elder, yet he didn't seem like his subordinate either. They seemed to be working together. Moreover, Wang Teng was the one in command. It might be hard to believe that a heaven-stage martial warrior would listen to the planetary-stage martial warrior, but this was the truth. Hence, she felt that Wang Teng wasn't a simple young man. He was worth her lowering her status to befriend him. This was why the other heaven-stage martial warriors treated him politely. Naturally, Wang Teng wouldn't reject her. He nodded and exchanged contacts with her. The lady paid him 8 billion GQC and took the 7th level energy stone. Everyone, please pay 8 billion. Wang Teng waited for Su Lanwan to leave before he turned and spoke to Andres. 8 billion, 8 billion. And Lon felt more confident after he saw someone buying the energy stone for 8 billion. He started repeating the price happily. Andres glared at Wang Teng and Enlon before saying coldly, "Give me your account. I'll transfer the money to you." Wang Teng gave him the details, and the 8 billion was soon transferred. He earned 16 billion within a few seconds. This was amazing, as expected of the Parker's family. "You're indeed rich. Shall we play a few more rounds?" Wang Teng looked at the balance in his account and found his superiority as a wealthy person again. "Right, let's play a few more rounds. This is just the start." Enlon agreed after tasting the fruits of the bet. Andres was burning in anger. He wished he could kill the duo on the spot. "You're just lucky. Why are you boasting?" Chen Shu glared at Wang Teng and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "So what if I'm lucky? I won in the end," Wang Teng replied calmly. "You." Chen Shu was furious. "I'm sorry, I won." Wang Teng continued indifferently. "You have no chance. You're too arrogant. You only beat me once because of luck," Andres shouted in anger. "Why don't we play a few more rounds then?" Wang Teng said slyly. "Chen Shu, choose another stone." Andres threw a cold glare at Chen Shu. Chen Shu shuddered. He knew that he was dead if he lost again. An advanced stage mining engineer was nothing to the Parkers. They had many different ways to make him silently disappear. Chen Shu was unconvinced, though. He gritted his teeth and turned to find a piece of ore. He swore that he must trample Wang Teng to death this time. Wang Teng was in no hurry. He sat on his seat and sipped some tea. "Wang Teng, which one should we choose?" Enlon asked hurriedly. "Don't worry. Well, choose one randomly after they're done." Wang Teng replied in a composed manner. "Choose randomly again?" Enlon was speechless. "How else do you want to choose?" Wang Teng asked. "Nothing. We'll do it your way as long as we can win." Enlon smiled. They waited for half an hour before Chen Shu returned. There was a tinge of happiness on his face. He spoke to Andres using voice transmission. "Really?" Andres was elated. "I have seen this once. There's no mistake," Chen Shu promised confidently. "Good. If you can beat Wang Teng, he'll forget about your mistake and even reward you," Andres said. "Don't worry, I have confidence." Chen Shu nodded firmly. "Are you done?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes." Chen Shu asked someone to bring a piece of, that was the size of a watermelon. He patted it and said, "This is the one we chose." "That's so small," Enlon exclaimed. Sometimes, bigger didn't mean better. Some ores might be small, but they could possess a high value if they contained rare content. Smaller ores like this one were a wild card. The other party must be giving it his all since he dared to choose this. Either that, or he was extremely confident. Looking at their reaction, it was probably the latter. A strange glow appeared in the depth of Wang Teng's eyes. He was shocked when he saw the piece of ore. He took a closer look in case he made a mistake. Then he frowned. There was a spiritual herb inside this ore. As a master mining engineer, Wang Teng possessed knowledge about this kind of ore. Some ores were said to contain spiritual items. These spiritual items were sealed in the ores due to various coincidences. Some were dead, while some were alive, including spiritual herbs, spiritual insects, and spiritual beasts. There might be ancient animal bones or eyeballs inside, too. They survived countless years within the ores and absorbed the essence of the world. Finally, they turned into treasures possessing incredible effects, and were known as gems. Chapter 991. I'm sorry I won. 3. Wang Teng always felt that this was a rare item, so he was surprised that Chen Shu, who was an advanced stage mining engineer, was able to find it. It looked like he did have some skills. This makes things harder. If there was only one or with spiritual items inside, he wouldn't have anything to bet. Damn it. He dug a hole for himself to fell into. The other party was so luck. Wang Teng couldn't do anything now. He activated his eyes of essence and glanced around him. You won't be able to turn the tides this time. Not only will I recover what I lose, but I'll also earn more. Chen Shu sneered when he saw how quiet Wang Teng was. Wang Teng ignored him. He continued scanning the ores. Ores with spiritual items inside were hard to find. It was rare, even in a big gambling den like the Jukai Rock Gamble. Amon wasn't an easy person to bully, so he refuted instantly. Why are you so impatient? We haven't chosen our ore. Be careful, or you might lose like the previous time after acting all arrogant at the start. When the ore is cut, you won't be so conceited, Chen Shu smirked. Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. There was an almost unnoticeable tinge of happiness in his eyes. I found it. It's here. I'm so glad I found it. I almost miss it. Wang Teng lamented in his heart. He didn't ask in lawn to pay this time. He stood up and laked to a corner. After digging through a pile of ores, he finally found one the size of a goose egg. How much is this? Wang Teng turned and asked the owner. Chen Shu burst out laughing. Are you kidding? That's the lowest grade leftover bit. This or must be less than 10,000 GQC. Are you using that to bet with me? Wang Teng, are you betting which or is smaller? Andres was speechless. Amon was flustered too. Wang Teng got stranger with each move. The first or was still a few thousand kilograms, but this was just a less than 10 kilograms. How much is this? Wang Teng ignored them and asked the owner again. You can give me 8,000. The owner finally came up with a price. He stared at Wang Teng strangely. Wang Teng paid without any hesitation and completed the transaction. Cut it. I chose this piece, Wang Teng said to Chen Shu. He went back to his seat while playing with the ore in his hand. All right, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill it. Andres signaled to Chen Shu. Chen Shu was confident. He gave the ore he chose to the master cutter and asked for him help to cut the ore. Wait. Wang Teng suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. What? Are you afraid and want to back out? Andres sneered. It's too late. You're thinking too much. Wang Teng scoffed. Do you dare to increase the bet? Increase the bet. Andres squinted. He stared at Wang Teng, wondering what he had up his sleeve. That's right. Let's add another bet on top of our current one, Wang Teng said. The person who loses will have to give the other party the content of the ore. Andres' gaze flickered. Why did he suddenly come up with this request? Did he notice something? Where did he get his confidence from? Why is he placing this bet? Many thoughts flashed through Andres' mind. He couldn't understand what Wang Teng was thinking. I won't continue if you don't dare. A small bet is no fun, Wang Teng said indifferently. Could it be that he's scared and want to use this method to anger me, so that he can run away? This thought popped up in Andres' mind. In the end, he said in a low voice, All right, since you want to play, I'll accompany you. Words means nothing. Let's sign a spiritual contract, Wang Teng said. Andres hesitated again. Wang Teng didn't look like he was trying to run away. Instead, he seemed to be setting up a trap for him. But he had already agreed. He couldn't take back his words instantly. He had his ego. Come, bring the spiritual contract, Andres shouted. The owner took out a spiritual contract, and both parties wrote down their rules and signed their names. The contract took effect immediately. More and more people crowded around them as their bets grew larger. Even the manager of the den and the mining engineers were alerted. Wang Teng smiled. He sat on his seat nonchalantly and savored his tea quietly. The master cutter started dissecting the ore. But the sound of the cutter echoed in the air. The ore was small, so the master peeled off the outer layer very quickly. There was an entire piece of green wood element energy stone inside. The moment the ore was cut, the dazzling green glow blossomed and reflected gently on everyone's faces. What a thick wood force! This is at least an 8-level energy stone. It's a pity that it's so small. It's still expensive. No wonder they chose this, or... Oh no, Wang Tang, we're going to lose, Unlan wailed. Chen Shu gave a look of contempt when he heard their discussion. He sniggered and said, the real value is not in the energy stone, it's what's within it. Within it. Everyone was stunned. Oh my, is that a spiritual herb I see? Chapter 992. I'm sorry I won. For oh my god, there's really a spiritual herb. It's a gem or... Quick, what spiritual herb is it? The commotion attracted the attention of the universe stage martial warriors. They walked over. This is the Danji herb. A white-haired universe stage elder opened his mouth and said, there's 3 crimson Danji. They're at least 30,000 years old. That's right. Another tall ape race universe stage martial warrior with crimson eyes agreed. 30,000-year-old Danji herb. Everyone was flabbergasted. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't think that this watermelon-sized or would have such a valuable item inside. It was unimaginable. The crowd was jealous. Why didn't they notice this? Or, had they bought it, they could have spent the rest of their lives without lifting a finger. What a pity. The manager of his den was a fat man. He was full of regret. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe properly. Andre stood up and greeted the 2 universe stage martial warriors. You're welcome. The white-haired martial warrior waved his hand. Are you selling this Danji herb? I'm willing to pay 400 billion. 420 billion. The ape martial warrior followed instantly. I didn't expect you to be interested in this herb too, the white-haired elder said. Well, this is good stuff. In that case, I'll pay 450 billion, the white-haired elder continued. 480 billion, the ape race martial warrior added. 500 billion. If you bid higher, I'll give it to you, the white-haired elder said. 520 billion. The ape martial warrior hesitated for a second before he offered his final price. The white-haired elder frowned and chose to give up. This price was too high. It wasn't worth this much. Andres was overjoyed when he heard about this large sum of money. He almost lost control of himself. Just when he was about to agree, he thought of something and replied helplessly, I'm sorry. The birthday of an elder in my family is coming soon. I came to buy him a gift, so I won't be able to sell this Danji herb to you. The 2 universe stage martial warriors were frustrated. Since Andres had brought out the elder of the Parkers, they couldn't do anything. A deal must be acknowledged by both parties. They couldn't snatch the item, right? Also, as one of the 8 dukes, the Parkers family was very powerful and had a strong foundation. Even universe stage martial warriors like them didn't dare to offend this behemoth. All right, it looks like I'm not fated with this Danji herb. The ape marital warrior shook his head. The white-haired elder looked at Wang Tung and asked with interest, young friend, aren't you going to cut your ore? Why don't you let us see what's inside? Oh, the ape universe stage martial warrior was staggered. His gaze landed on the ore that was the size of a goose egg. Was there a rare treasure inside too? Wang Tung, since this sir has opened his mouth, you should cut your ore, Andres said. Seeing that the 2 sirs are interested, I guess I'll have to embarrass myself. Wang Tung threw the ore to the master cutter and said, Master, just peel 2 layers of this ore. The master cutter was surprised. However, he wouldn't refute his client. The customer was always right. Buzz. 2 layers got peeled off quickly. A purple energy stone appeared in everyone's vision. Glaring light shot out and almost blinded the crowd. This is a rare lightning element, or, looking at its glow, it must be 9th level or above. Wait, there's an insect in the ore. F***K. There's really an insect. Exclamations sounded continuously. Everyone stared at the purple energy stone with wide eyes and disbelief on their faces. Chapter 993. The value of a lightning essence. Insect waves of exclamations overlapped one another. Everyone was thunderstruck by the content inside Wang Tung's piece of ore. Unlan was overwhelmed. His emotions went on a roller coaster ride. At first, he thought that they were destined to lose since Andreas or had the Danji herb inside. It was worth 500 billion, a price impossible to surpass by a normal ore. Yet, Wang Teng gave him a greater surprise. There was a treasure in the ore he chose too. It was an insect. Normally, a living animal had more value than a plant or herb. Most of the time, herbs and plants were found within the ores. Next were animals, and last were special items. Thus, this small insect might have a higher value than the Donji herb. Besides, this insect was in a lightning element energy stone, so it must have the same element too. Lightning element energy stones were rare, and lightning element living creatures were rarer. Andres didn't look good. The situation had changed entirely. He almost lost his mind. This is an ancient energy stone. The manager of the den lowered his head and stopped in his tracks. He was in a bad state. His lips were trembling as he spoke. Wang Teng smiled. He stood up, walked forward, and picked up the piece of lightning element energy stone. There was only half the size of his palm after it was cut. He dusted away the remaining powder and got dazzled by the thick purple glow. There was a small purple insect inside. If one didn't observe it carefully, they might miss it. The purple insect was fat and chubby. It looked like a silkworm. Its body was segmented and extremely thick, appearing quite funny. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the energy stone on Wang Teng's palm. They couldn't move their eyes away. Lightning essence insect, a mining engineer said in a low voice. His gaze was intense. That's right, this is the rare lightning essence insect. I didn't expect to see one here. This is incredible, the white-haired elder exclaimed in surprise. I heard that the lightning essence insect devours the purest lightning force within the lightning element energy stone. It had to be the purest, and it must be an ancient energy stone. It's quite picky, the 8 martial warriors said. This is why lightning essence insects are rare. They ingest the purest form of force, so their bodies are filled with pure force too. They can be used to refine excellent medicines, the white-haired elder said with scorching eyes. Even a universe-stage martial warrior like him treated this lightning essence insect as a treasure. This proved how incredible it was. Wang Ting knew that the lightning essence insect was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be regarded so highly. Even the universe-stage martial warriors were eyeing it. He thought about this matter and immediately sent a message to Grandmaster Hua Yuan. He told them about the lightning essence insect. This was a huge matter. Lan couldn't control the scene alone. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was an alchemist. The lightning essence insect had rare medicinal properties, so he definitely knew about it. Thus, the moment he heard about this matter, he hurried over. Even Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Emoda, and some other grandmasters from different fields came over. Wang Teng, find more people quickly. This lightning essence insect is too valuable. I have no confidence in front of universe-stage martial warriors, and Lan panicked. He didn't know Wang Teng was one step ahead, so he used voice transmission to remind him. I've already contacted them. That's good, that's good. And Lan heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was pounding like a drum. How is this possible? Qin Shu seemed to have received a huge blow after he heard the crowd's discussion and saw the lightning element energy stone. His face turned white and he slumped into his chair. All his energy was drained. He was dead. Wang Teng's lightning essence insect was more valuable than his Donji herb. This round, they lost again, worse than before. Andres wouldn't forgive him. Andres sat on his seat with an indifferent expression. However, he was giving off an oppressive and dangerous aura. He was on the verge of exploding. One spark, and he would ignite into a fire. Chao Guan stared at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. He was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Teng to find an or with a lightning essence insect inside. Were his eyes blessed by heaven? Chao Jiao couldn't maintain her composure either. She stared at Wang Teng, unable to suppress her astonishment. This was totally unexpected. Why could he find such a valuable piece of, or was he a mining engineer? Was he more skilled than an ordinary mining engineer? No, you cheat. You must have cheated. Qin Shu suddenly shouted like a maniac. I cheated. Wang Teng turned and stared at the man speechlessly. This old man must be bad. He couldn't find any faults, so he framed him for cheating. You must have cheated. This lightning essence insect is extremely rare. How can it appear in a leftover piece of ore? Chen Shu was filled with frustration. His eyes turned bloodshot. Enough! Before he could finish, Andres stopped him with a yell. Mister, you must be careful with what you say, the manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble warned with a cold expression. I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions. Chen Shu shuddered and regained his senses. He apologized to the manager with a pale face. The entire den was under surveillance. He was questioning the reliability of the den by suspecting Wang Tong. The manager's heart was already bleeding after Chen Shu and Wang Tong picked 2 valuable ores. Thus, he gave Chen Shu the black face when he questioned their gambling den. Oomph. He snorted and disregarded Chen Shu. Are you willing to sell this, or to me? He'll give 4 trillion GQC. The white-haired elder opened his mouth after a moment of hesitation. 4 trillion! The crowd gasped in shock when they heard this number. This was a frightening sum. Ordinary factions probably didn't have these many assets. Only a universe-stage martial warrior would dare to offer such a huge price. Even with Wang Tong's composure, he stopped breathing for a second when he heard the price. He couldn't remain calm. Wang Tong, we're rich, we're rich. Roundball was even more excited than him. It was screaming with joy in his mind. And Lan's eyes were wide open. He was dizzy with happiness. The huge sum of money caused him to be in a daze. Even as a heaven-stage martial warrior, he had never seen such wealth. And willing to give for 1 trillion. The 8 martial warriors' face was twitching when he made this hard decision. He felt his heart aching. Wang Tong touched his chin. He was moved by this price, but he wanted to keep this lightning essence insect for himself. After all, it wasn't easy to find one. The manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble seemed to have contacted his superior. He wiped the cold sweat off his head and hurriedly ran over. Mr. Wang Tong, can you sell this lightning essence insect to the Jukai Rock Gamble? We're willing to pay 3 trillion GQC and offer you a black VIP card. You'll be able to get a 10% discount when you shop at our den in the future. 2. Chapter 994. You Chao Jiao Jiao don't hold much value on, oh my god. Wang Tong was in a dilemma. The price given by Jukai Rock Gamble wasn't low. 3 trillion and a 10% discount black VIP card held the same value as 4 trillion GQC. Mind you, the price of the items in this store went by the millions. A 10% discount wasn't a small amount. Most importantly, there was no time limit. A martial warrior had a long lifespan. They would definitely be able to save more than 1 trillion if they shopped at this place for numerous years. Also, the black VIP card of the Jukai Rock Gamble wasn't easy to get. One needed to have a certain status. From this point, one could see the sincerity of the Jukai Rock Gamble. But even so, he didn't want to sell the lightning essence insect. This item was too rare. If he sold it, he might never be able to see it again. Wang Tong's mind spun furiously. Everyone, may I say something? Please. The manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble replied politely. The others looked in his direction too, including the 2 universe-stage martial warriors. He felt pressured. I don't plan to sell this lightning essence insect. Wang Tong took a deep breath and said, You don't plan to sell it? The 2 universe-stage martial warriors furrowed their brows and looked at Wang Tong meaningfully. Young man, it's dangerous to carry this item on you. The 8 martial warrior was very direct. Young friend, he's right. The lightning essence insect is more attractive than 4 trillion, the white-haired elder agreed. They're right. Mr. Wang Tong, you should sell your lightning essence insect, the manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble said. Wang Tong's heart sank. They were right. The lightning essence insect was more tempting than money. It would be dangerous if he took it. But he was unhappy because of the unintentional superiority he detected in their tone and a hint of threat. Young friend, am willing to fork out 2 trillion. This is my utmost sincerity. Sell me the lightning essence insect, and you'll gain my friendship, the white-haired elder said. Wang Tong, why don't you sell it? You'll gain nothing if you're targeted by a universe-stage martial warrior, Roundball said in a low voice in Wang Tong's mind. Wang Tong and Lan hesitated. Although he didn't finish his sentence, his intention was clear. He hoped that he would sell it. F***K. Wang Tung cursed in his heart. He felt helpless and exasperated. If the value was within an acceptable range, other people might relent due to his position and talent. They might even want to befriend him. However, if the value reached a tempting level, the formidable warriors didn't mind offending him. This was how cruel the world of the formidable warriors was. It was this direct. Wang Tung felt helpless. He had worked hard to raise his ability, but he was still weaker than these old codgers. That was why he had to face this situation. At this moment, he finally saw Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others walking in. He was invigorated. A brilliant idea popped up in his mind. He spoke to Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others using voice transmission. Let's pretend we don't know each other and buy this lightning essence insect under the name of the Secondary Career Alliance. The Grandmasters were stunned. However, they were all quick-witted and immediately understood his intention. Wang Tung was one of them, and he was a triple-field Grandmaster with great potential. They were willing to help him. Compared to the lightning essence insect, they viewed Wang Tung with more importance. As the group of Grandmasters walked over, Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed and said, "We came at the right time. I didn't think we'd see the lightning essence insect here. Young friend, why don't you sell this item to the Secondary Career Alliance? We're willing to offer 4 trillion and you'll gain the friendship of the Secondary Career Alliance." The 2 universe-stage marital warriors and the manager pulled a long face when they saw someone interfering in their affair. But after seeing who they were, they suppressed their unhappiness. This was a group of more than 10 Grandmasters. These Grandmasters were based in the city's Secondary Career Alliance, so they were familiar with them. If it was just 1 or 2 Grandmasters, they wouldn't be afraid. However, with more than 10 of them, this was a little frightening. Besides, there were 3 people with powerful auras standing beside them. Universe Stage. There were 3 Universe Stage martial warriors. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others didn't come alone. He had invited 3 Universe Stage martial warriors to support him. The 2 Universe Stage martial warriors and the manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble wouldn't offend these people no matter how blind they were. Wang Tung saw their exasperated expression and chuckled silently. Then, pretending that he didn't know these people, he asked, "You are?" "Oh, I was too excited when I saw the lightning essence insect, so I forgot to introduce myself. We're Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance." Grandmaster Hua Yuan played along with Wang Tung. "I'm Grandmaster Hua Yuan." All the other Grandmasters introduced themselves. Andres, Chao Jiao, and Chao Guan stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were dumbstruck. They would probably never imagine that Wang Tung was putting on a show with these Grandmasters. They were acting for them. "It's my honor to meet you." Wang Tung bowed at the Grandmasters as if he was flattered by their arrival. Unlon_1. Chapter 995. You, Chao Jiao, don't hold much value, too. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Wang Tung was the Secondary Career Alliance's triple-field Grandmaster. He should be very familiar with these old men. What was going on? "Do you Grandmasters want this lightning essence insect as well?" Wang Tung asked. "Of course. The lightning essence insect is an excellent ingredient for alchemy, and it's very useful for us. The Secondary Career Alliance also needs a good thing as the Alliance's treasure." Grandmaster Hua Yuan's words were not all lies. The Secondary Career Alliance needed rare items like these, and Wang Tung was a triple-field Grandmaster of the Alliance to boot. Securing the lightning essence insect for him would also mean that they would get it for the Alliance. "Do you mean it about the friendship?" Wang Tung asked with an emotional look. "Of course. If you sell the lightning essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance, every Grandmaster here will owe you a favor. If you want weapons or pills in the future, you can come to us," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. "That's right. The Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance will welcome you," Grandmaster Alfred said solemnly. Their acting skills were not bad and were quite convincing. Everyone got a little envious when they heard that. Those were favors from over a dozen Grandmasters. If it was them, they would be moved as well. "Grandmasters, this is a little unfair. We were having a good talk, and you people suddenly intervened. This is a bit unreasonable," the Ape Universe Stage martial warrior said. "Oh, It's the ape martial warrior. You can't say that. Treasures are bound to be obtained by those who are destined to. The Grandmasters just happened to encounter it, and you haven't completed your deal. It shows that the lightning essence insect has a fate with the Grandmasters. A universe stage martial warrior with 2 black horns growing on his head smiled as he stood beside the Grandmasters. Aeon, the ape martial warrior, narrowed his eyes. The owner of this treasure will be the one who offers a higher price. You can't just buy it using force. A human universe stage martial warrior accompanying the Grandmaster smiled. The white-haired elder saw this and shook his head helplessly. He didn't say anything. The other party was stronger than him. They had 3 universe stage martial warriors while they were on their own. There was no chance for them. Andres and the others were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw the universe stage martial warriors fighting over the lightning essence insect. They wanted to snatch it badly. Andres was unwilling to accept this. They lost, and they lost badly, so badly. For Trillion, Andrea's face went pale when he thought about that sum. His heart was bleeding as he wondered if he would be beaten to death when he went back. He then thought about that final bet with Wang Tung. He lost the Donji herb as well. The elder's gift was gone. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Mr. Wang Tung, have you arrived at a decision? Grandmaster Hua Yuan noticed that the time was right and asked. Wang Tung pretended to be moved, but he hesitated. He then thought about it for a long time and gritted his teeth. All right, they'll sell it to the Secondary Career Alliance. I'm in your hands, Grandmasters. Ha, good. Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed and patted Wang Tung on the shoulder. You will definitely not regret today's decision. The 2 universe stage martial warriors and the manager of Jukai Rock Gamble were disappointed. They shook their heads and were about to leave. Universe stage martial warriors, please wait a moment. Aren't you both interested in the Donji herb? Wang Tung smiled. Oh, the 2 Grandmasters stopped. Andreas' expression changed, and he sent a voice transmission to him. Wang Tung, I prepared the Donji herb as a gift for my elder. You dare to sell it? Wang Tung ignored him and offered the 2 universe stage martial warriors. Just now, I had a bet with the Parker's family's young master and I won. The Donji herb now belongs to me. If you want it, I can sell it to you. You. Andres was enraged. He glared at Wang Tung fiercely as if he would kill him. Young Master Andres, don't look at me like that. You were the one who wanted to gamble. You should be more refined and accept the loss, Wang Tung said. Wang Tung, you know that this is a gift from my elder, yet you still dare to sell it. Are you not afraid of his wrath? Andres threatened. What are you talking about? You lost the Donji herb to me. You can find another gift for your elder. It's got nothing to do with me. Okay. You just want to offend the Parker's family, Andres said angrily. I'm being wronged here. It's clear that the Parker's family doesn't want to let me off. Wang Tung's face was full of innocence, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was indeed the case. It was impossible for Wang Tung to take the initiative to cause trouble for the Parker's family. Everyone felt sympathy for him. Things would not go well for Wang Tung in the future once he offended the Parker's family. Thanks to him, the Parkers were labeled as a family who bullied the weak. Andres was speechless. His eyes were about to burst into flames, and he hated Wang Tung to the extreme. The other 2 universe stage martial warriors were watching the scene with a sneer. It was as if the adults were watching 2 kids fight. As for the Donji herb, even if they bought it, the Parker's family couldn't possibly target them. It wasn't good to offend a universe stage martial warrior. They'll buy the Donji herb at the price I mentioned earlier, 520 billion, the ape martial warriors said. The white-haired elder shook his head and remained silent. No problem. Wang Tung nodded. The transaction was complete, and 520 billion was transferred to Wang Tung's account. Andres watched the Donji herb fly away. His eyes were red, but there was nothing he could do. They had already signed a spiritual contract. If they went back on their word, the power of the spiritual contract was enough to take his life. Young Master Andres, my piece of, or is worth for, 2 trillion. You lost. Please pay up. Wang Tung turned to look at Andres and chuckled. I hashtag yin percent and Andreas' eyes darkened. Countless profanities almost spewed out of his mouth, but they were stuck in his throat. Wang Tung, you dare to ask for 2 trillion? Are you looking for trouble? Chao Guan shouted with a stern voice. It is clearly written in the spiritual contract. It's my money. Why shouldn't I ask for it? Isn't this funny? Wang Tung glanced at him and said sarcastically, or do you, a loyal pet of young Master Andres, want to pay on his behalf? He came forward for you just now. It's time for you to repay him. Exposed. Wang Tung's words pinned Chao Guan into a corner. His expression warped and his heart pounded. When he turned back, he could see Andres glaring at him with cold and resentful eyes. Although Andres disliked Wang Tung for dissing Sinkleman and wanted to trample him to death by rock gambling, it all started because of the Chow family. Now he owed such a huge debt. How could he not hate the Chow family and Chao Guan? Chao Jiaojiao's expression changed slightly, and she stepped up. Wang Tung, there's a connection between you and the Chow family. We had some misunderstandings in the past. Let's talk about it. Give me face on this matter. Forget about the money. You have earned enough. Ha! Wang Tung laughed. 2 trillion. Just like that? I'm sorry. You, Chao Jiaojiao, don't hold much value. Even if Chao Hongta came here personally, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, we all know very well what's going on between me and the Chow family. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who is so easily deceived? Chao Jiaojiao suddenly felt her face burning up as she saw Wang Tung and his mocking expression. She had never been so ridiculed by others before. It was the first time she had experienced something like this. It made her feel ashamed and extremely embarrassed. I don't just give face to any woman. We're not that close. Tu Chao Jiaojiao could no longer stay there. She turned around and left in embarrassment. Chapter 996. He tried his best to hide, but he was still exposed after Chao Jiaojiao left. The place turned quiet again. The crowd stared at Wang Tung strangely. The men respected him, while the ladies felt complicated. This Wang Tung was ruthless. He didn't give any face to this beautiful lady. He was destined to remain single. Of course, some powerful martial warriors weren't as shallow. A lady wasn't enough to affect their judgment. Wang Tung retracted his gaze from Chao Jiaojiao's back. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Chao Jiaojiao had been insincere and fake from the start. To think that she wanted to make an issue of his relationship with Chao Hongtu. Did she think he was easy to fool? Besides, the Chow family wasn't worth 4 trillion. To put it bluntly, they might not be able to find 4 trillion in their entire family. Who gave her the guts to ask him for some face? So what if she was pretty? After Chao Jiaojiao left, Chao Guan had no reason to stay. Andres was glaring at him viciously, and it made him uncomfortable. His heart kept beating like a drum. All he wanted to do was leave immediately. Once the siblings left, Andres' expression turned worse. This was the final betrayal. Young Master Andres, I don't think the Parker's family is so poor to not have this much money, right? Wang Tung looked at Andres and smiled. Andres' face turned green and white. His chest heaved up and down, and his knuckles cracked loudly. Anger, helplessness, humiliation, all these emotions overwhelmed his mind. His face started turning red and his eyes bloodshot. Wang Tung's smile seemed to be mocking him for overestimating himself, for digging his own grave, and for burning his fingers. The gazes around him seemed to be making fun of him too. Wang Tung. Andres gritted his teeth. The words were squeezed out through the gaps of his teeth, as if he wanted to etch his name deep in his heart. Young Master Andres, no matter how loud you shout my name, I won't lower the price for you, Wang Tung said casually. Andres was flustered. He wanted to smash the 4 trillion on Wang Tung's face, but he honestly didn't have this much money. Young Master Andres, hurry up. Everyone's time is precious. We don't have time to waste, Wang Tung added. He called Andres Young Master Andres every time he spoke to him. These few words stabbed right into Andres' heart. To hell with being a young master. Your entire family is made up of young masters. Andres cursed in his mind. Wang Tung was evil. He wanted everyone to know that he was the young master of the Parkers family. "You don't have enough money?" Wang Ting asked curiously, as if he had noticed something. Andres felt the corners of his eyes twitching. The words were akin to sharp arrows piercing right into his heart. He tried his best to hide, but he was still exposed. What a joke. How can my family not have 4 trillion? Andres tried his best to calm down. He sat on his seat to show that he was extremely composed. "Pay your debt then." Wang Tung glanced at him. "Wait." Andres ground his teeth. At this stage, he could only pay the money. Wang Tung didn't give him any chance. His strongest support came from his family, but the other party wasn't afraid of them and continued demanding the money. He had no other choice. He was helpless too. Andres closed his eyes and connected to the virtual universe. He hurriedly contacted his family members. "I, young Master Andres, need money urgently." The 2 universe stage martial warriors shook their heads. The show was coming to an end, so they had no reason to stay any longer. They continued searching for oars. The Grandmasters didn't leave, inviting Wang Tung warmly instead. "Young friend, why don't you head to the Secondary Career Alliance later to complete the transaction for the lightning essence insect? We don't have this much money on us." "No problem. I believe in your characters," Wang Tung replied firmly. "You're indeed big-hearted." Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed. He seemed to like Wang Tung. _act. Continue acting. He could tell that Wang Tung was putting on a show with these Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. They were on the same side. As expected, Wang Tung was a sly fellow. He wanted to use this method to deceive the crowd. The lightning essence insect belonged to the Secondary Career Alliance on the surface. Wang Tung had smoothly pulled himself out of the picture. No one would think that it still belonged to him. What a good script. Wang Tung glanced at Enlon and knew that he had guessed his plan. He gave him a meaningful smile silently. "Enlon, Omega," there was an unspoken mutual understanding. "This young man seems well-versed in oars," Sir Aeon said with interest. The Grandmasters realized his meaning. All right, was Grandmaster Wang Tung well-versed in mining skills too? This is a little outrageous. They knew that Wang Tung was a triple-field Grandmaster. If he was skilled in mining, he would have grasped high mastery in 4 fields. How did he do it at such a young age? This was incredible. Was this how a heaven-defying genius was? "I was lucky." Wang Tung waved his hand when he saw their expressions. "You might not believe me, but I have always been lucky since I was a child. I was able to find money on the ground, so I didn't need my parents to give me pocket money. When I went fishing, I didn't need bait to catch fish. I just can't do anything with my luck." Sir Aeon. The Grandmasters. Enlon. "Haha, good luck is a skill too." Sir Aeon laughed after a moment of silence. "Do you mind if I borrow your luck sometimes to gamble on rocks?" "Of course not. I'm more than happy to help you. It's just a bit of luck. I don't mind lending it to you." Wang Tung was extremely skilled at talking nonsense. Luck was a mysterious thing, so he wouldn't make promises. Sir Aeon was extremely satisfied with Wang Tung's attitude. He didn't care what valuable ores he might get with Wang Tung's luck. The important thing was he felt respected. The Grandmaster's eyes were shimmering too. Based on their relationship with Wang Tung, it shouldn't be difficult to ask him to help them choose a few ores, right? After some time, the people from the Parkers family hurried over. Andres had lost 2 trillion. This wasn't a small sum, so naturally, it alerted many people. 2 people came. Wang Tung recognized one of them. He was the Heaven Stage marital warrior, Sinclaman, whom he met and provoked in the noble family consultation chamber. The other person looked a little like Sinclaman. He was bald like all the other Parkers family members and was tall and muscular. This was also a Heaven Stage martial warrior. The moment they entered, they noticed the Grandmasters and the 3 Universe Stage martial warriors with strong auras. Andres had told them what happened in the virtual universe, so they knew that Wang Tung had sold the lightning essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance. The Grandmasters were extremely happy and seemed to have high opinions of him. However, their pupils still narrowed when they saw this scene. "Grandmasters, sirs," the 2 of them came forward to greet the Grandmasters. Both parties nodded politely. Father, Uncle Sinclamen. Andres greeted them obediently. His face was pale. Yes. Andrea's father and Sinclamen were in a bad mood. They glared at him with disappointment and nodded slightly. This stupid child lost 2 trillion. They didn't dare to play this big when they were young. Andrea's heart sank when he saw their expression. He was dead. There was no way to save him. Oh, you called your parents. Wang Tung sniggered and teased him. Andrea's face turned black. He wanted to vomit blood. He was like a kid who got caught in a fight and went home crying to look for his father when he couldn't win. Shame started flowing into his heart. Andrea's father and Sinclamen turned and looked in Wang Tung's direction. There was a dangerous glow in their eyes. It's you again. Sinclamen glared at Wang Tung. Look at what you're saying. I don't really want to see your family. Young Master Andres is the one who came to create trouble for me. Why are you blaming me? Wang Tung shrugged. Sinclamen frowned. He wanted to speak, but he was stopped by the other man. Andrea's father, Volto, the middle-aged man, introduced himself. Are you here to pay your son's debt? Wang Tung asked. Y'all are still young. Isn't it inappropriate to play so big? Voltaire asked calmly. So, Wang Tung squinted and smiled. Before the other party could reply, he continued, Are you trying to welch on a debt? Is this what the famous Parker's family is like? You do have a sharp tongue, Voltaire said calmly without a change in his expression. Brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? He must have tricked Andres. We can just ignore him, Sinclamen said. Don't frame me if you don't have any evidence. Wang Tung said in disdain. Andres is the one who wanted to bet with me. I didn't force him to do anything. If you can't afford to lose, don't play in the first place. Don't you find it embarrassing to run away from your debt? You. Sinclamen wanted to smack Wang Tung to death. All right. Voltaire waved his hand and said coldly, I have given you the chance. Since you don't want it, I'll give you the money. I hope you don't burn your hands when you accept it. That's my problem. You don't have to worry, Wang Tung replied indifferently. Voltaire stopped speaking. He stared at Wang Tung intently with a sharp gaze. Wang Tung looked back without backing down. Brother, father, Sinclamen and Andres called him when they realized that he wanted to pay the money. Voltaire ignored them, though, transferring 4 trillion to Wang Tung's account directly. Let's go. He left with Sinclamen and Andres. If you want to play again, remember to find me. Wang Tung waved his hands behind them. The 3 men from the Parker's family hastened their pace. 1. Chapter 997. They'll take it as a compliment the farce finally ended. However, there were strange expressions on the Grandmaster's faces when they saw the Parker's family leave. Wang Tung's words were infuriating. The Grandmasters shook their heads and laughed. Grandmaster Wang Tung was still a young and impulsive man, but they were once young too and didn't find anything wrong about it. Besides, this wasn't Wang Tung's fault. The Parkers were reaping what they sowed. After obtaining the money, Wang Tung didn't tarry and left the den with the Grandmasters. He had made a fortune this time. Not only did he get a huge sum of money that even a universe-stage martial warrior would be envious of, but he also managed to obtain the lightning essence insect. Even Grandmasters would be amazed by his luck. The show must go on. Wang Tung returned to the secondary career alliance with the Grandmasters. Grandmasters, since the matter is over, we shall leave. The 3 universe-stage martial warriors bade farewell and left. Wang Tung asked, Grandmasters, I believe it must have cost a lot to invite 3 universe-stage martial warriors. It's okay. It's just a few favors. Grandmaster Hua Yuan waved his hand. Anyway, thank you, Grandmasters. Wang Tung expressed his gratitude. Haha, if you want to thank us, hurry up and refine the 9-essence soul congealing pill. We are all waiting. Grandmaster Alfred laughed. No problem. Are the ingredients ready? We have them all. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. Don't underestimate the secondary career alliance's connections and efficiency. It's better to do it now. It'll make the 9-essence soul congealing pills today. Don't you need to take a break? You must have spent a lot of energy today on rock gambling. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was worried. The work of a mining engineer required spirit. Every detail of the ore was the key. If a judgment went wrong, The amount of money lost might be extremely horrifying. Haha, don't worry. I didn't rest during the Grandmaster assessments, let alone rock gambling. Wang Ting laughed. That's true. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. The other Grandmasters laughed as well. Wang Ting's spiritual power was amazing. He could last so long after such intense consumption. This also meant that he had great potential that had never been seen before. The current contribution was nothing. They were investing in the future for greater returns. Besides, you Grandmasters have helped me so much. I would feel guilty if I don't do anything. Wang Tung smiled bitterly. Don't worry about it. We are all members of the Secondary Career Alliance. There's no one else we would help but you, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Wang Tung remembered this favor in his mind. It didn't matter if the Grandmasters helped him because of his talent or something else. It wasn't easy for anyone to go to such an extent. Ordinary friends couldn't have done that. Afterward, he went to the furnace room that was prepared by Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others. The ingredients for the 9 Essence Soul congealing pill had already been brought over. There were now 3 sets of ingredients, one that was left behind previously and 2 that had been recently gathered. Wang Ting didn't have to worry about not having enough 9 Essence Soul congealing pills to distribute. He got Lon to wait outside and walked in the furnace room to refine pills. Time passed. A few hours later, dark clouds gathered and thunder clapped. Calamity lightning was here. This time, Wang Tung had spent less time. After going through the process once, he was accustomed to the various steps. It posed no challenge for him. He also refined all the dawn in one go instead of doing it 3 times with the 3 sets of ingredients. Looks like it's a success. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others saw that and smiled uncontrollably. They also thought that Wang Tung had only made the first batch. Grandmaster Wang Tung probably had an extremely deep understanding of the 9 Essence Soul congealing pill. There is no failure, Grandmaster Harold exclaimed. Boom! Lightning descended from the skies as if it was trying to destroy the pills. Wang Ting couldn't leave them exposed to the lightning. He could only receive it himself. Just like the first time, he used his fists and absorbed the attribute bubbles. It was the first time Lon saw Wang Tung resisting calamity lightning. His eyes almost popped out, and he thought that this fellow didn't really follow common sense. There were actually alchemists who used their physical bodies to overcome it. It was an eye-opening experience. 10 minutes later, Wang Tung beat the tribulation and smiled. He then returned to the Alliance, as though nothing had happened. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were a little puzzled when they saw Wang Tung walking out of the furnace room. Grandmasters, it's fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Your 9 Essence Soul congealing pills are ready. They are all done. The Grandmasters couldn't believe their ears. Grandmaster Wang Tung, there are 3 sets of ingredients. Did the staff send less? Grandmaster Hua Yuan was doubtful. Not at all. There were exactly 3 sets. Wang Tung answered calmly. You used all 3 sets of ingredients? Grandmaster Harold's ears were raised as she looked extremely surprised. That's right. I used them at once. It saves time. Wang Ting nodded. Saves time. All the Grandmasters were speechless. What a good reason. The problem was that Wang Tung wasn't afraid of failure. If he failed, he would have wasted all 3 sets of ingredients. The Grandmasters all exclaimed. No one would have done that if they weren't absolutely confident in their abilities. It wasn't impossible, but it was much more difficult. After all, the number of ingredients was multiplied, and the difficulty of control would increase exponentially as well. There were alchemists who had tried that previously, but the failure rate was over 80%. Ordinary alchemists couldn't afford such losses. The ingredients for many high-class dawn were precious and expensive. More importantly, some ingredients were hard to find, some even taking several years. Therefore, no alchemist would dare to risk it. Wang Ting actually managed to make 9 Essence Soul congealing pills with 3 sets of ingredients at once, and succeeded. It was no wonder that the Grandmasters were shocked. When he took out 3 bottles of 9 Essence Soul congealing pills, their words got stuck in their throats. They were rendered speechless. Whatever. He succeeded. There was nothing else they could say. Grandmaster Wang Tung, you really gave us a shock. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled bitterly. No worries. I'm confident in making 9 essence soul congealing pills. Wang Tung snickered. After distributing the 9 essence soul congealing pills to all the grandmasters present, there was still one left. He kept it for himself and bade farewell. Grandmasters, if there's nothing else, they'll go back and cultivate. They had no objections and sent him off at the door. They watched with deep emotions as Wang Tung and Enlan left. With Grandmaster Wang Tung around, Great Qian City will be more lively, Grandmaster Alfred exclaimed. I'm afraid the Parkers family wouldn't let Grandmaster Wang Tung off so easily. Grandmaster Harold was worried. That's right. This time, they suffered such a big loss. They wouldn't act as if nothing had happened. But Grandmaster Wang Tung doesn't look like he's worried at all. Grandmaster Wang Tung is still young. Youth knows no fear. It's normal that he isn't afraid of the Parkers. However, his background is much worse than the Parkers family. The Grandmasters discussed with each other. Forget it. If he needs our help, old folks like us can ask for favors and help him. I'm looking forward to his future, Alfred said. Look at this 9 essence soul congealing pill. It's superb. Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the Longan-sized Dan in the jade bottle in his hand. Well, I have high hopes for him. The Grandmasters glanced at one another and laughed. Wang Tung and Enlan returned to Fan Taining's house. He wasn't at home. Neither were his 2 disciples. The duo then decided to count their earnings in the living room. This time, Wang Tung had made a fortune. He made a bet with Andres twice. He won 16 billion the first time. The amount he got afterward was appalling. He got the Donji herb for 520 billion and won 2 trillion from Andres, totaling 736 trillion. A huge sum like this was something that many Cosmos Stage martial warriors and even Heaven Stage martial warriors would never be able to obtain in their lifetimes. Wang Tung, you can keep the 72 trillion for yourself. You can just split the 16 billion accordingly for me, Enlan said. What? 736 trillion. Are you not tempted? Wang Tung smiled. Of course. How can I not be tempted? But this sum is too huge. I can't take it, and I shouldn't take it. Enlan shook his head in pain and said, Besides, I didn't really do anything this time. You earn the money all by yourself. Getting 8 billion for myself is already a big profit. Fine. I wanted to give you a bit more, considering that you were willing to be my bodyguard. Wang Tung shook his head and said regretfully, Is it too late to regret now? Enlan's body froze as he said with a bitter face, Are you not afraid of offending the Parkers by being my bodyguard? Sigh, there's nothing I can do. We already signed the contract, and you're the only one who can forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. Enlan was helpless. But you really are a troublemaker. I'm not afraid of the Chow family, but the Parkers are a different story. You offended them so much today. They won't let you off. It always feels dangerous to be around you. Enlan kept rambling without stopping as he complained about Wang Tung causing trouble. Even if I didn't offend them, they wouldn't let me off. The Parkers are siding with the Chow family, and they don't want me to inherit the title of the Baron, Wang Tung said. I see. Enlan frowned and was a little helpless. Speaking of which, you're just a planetary stage martial warrior, and you dare to go against them. You're bold. You're the only one I've seen in my life. They'll take it as a compliment. Wang Tung smiled. All right. Chow Jiao passed a message from Chow Hong too. He wants me to meet him at his house tonight. Accompany me there. Seriously? It's clearly going to be a bloodbath. You should go by yourself. Enlan was speechless. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Wang Tung smiled. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. All right, he'll accompany you. Chow Hong too is a Heaven Stage martial warrior. As long as it's a Heaven Stage martial warrior, I'm not afraid. Seeing that Enlan was confident, Wang Tung was reassured as well. Now, Chow Hong too was his biggest enemy. As for the Parkers family, they wouldn't act. At least, not on the surface. Once he got the Baron title from Chow Hong to his hands, it would be much more difficult for the Parkers to deal with him. Wang Tung's eyes became darker as he thought about that. He then transferred Enlan's share of the money to him. It wasn't 8 billion. It was rounded up to 6 billion, although it was peanuts when compared to 4.7 trillion, and Lan was still happy. This made Wang Tung feel that this heaven stage martial warrior wasn't that intimidating. But it was good for him. He was easy to fool. Lan took the money and went out. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Lan glanced back and sighed before leaving in a hurry. The materials of the 1,000 armaments vessel were not all in his hands. Now that he had enough money, he could just buy them instead of searching for them at Unique Treasure Street. This way, it would be faster and he wouldn't have to take unnecessary risks. Soon it was night. Wang Tung told Fan Taining about his whereabouts and headed to the original residence of Baron Nangong with Lan. Chapter 998. The real purpose is revealed in the end. Nangong residence. As a baron's residence, naturally, its architectural specifications were built according to the empire's standards. Despite being low in rank, lodgings of normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to it. The building looked high-tech, like it came from a science fiction movie. At the same time, it had the aura of an ancient sculpture. It looked extraordinary at a single glance. There were more than 10 planetary stage martial warriors guarding the entrance. Standing in 2 rows, they gave off a fierce and sharp aura. Their backs were straight like spears. These are martial warriors who had killed before. They weren't ordinary planetary stage martial warriors. They were at the peak of their level. Wang Tung and Lan walked toward the entrance. "Please stop." A planetary stage martial warrior blocked their path and ordered in a low voice. "Why is Chow Hong to putting on this show? Doesn't he find it embarrassing?" Wang Tung sneered as he scanned the 2 rows of martial warriors. Was he planning to frighten him with these 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors? What was he thinking? He had killed a few celestial stage martial warriors, so the 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors were nothing to him. It looked like Chow Hong's foundation wasn't very strong. This is the Baron's residence. No outsiders are allowed. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warrior said coldly. "Tell Chow Hong that I, Wang Tung, am here." Wang Tung snorted. "He'll give him 10 seconds to appear. If he doesn't, let him play alone. I'm leaving." The planetary stage martial warrior's expression changed. Lan shook his head. He scoffed at Chow Hong's actions. Low class. This wasn't what a heaven stage martial warrior should do. He would never do this. Besides, his opponent was the sly little fox, Wang Tung. He was asking for humiliation with this simple act. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors were acting on orders, so they couldn't make decisions. They didn't know what to do. Ha ha. Peals of laughter were heard at this moment. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Tung stood at the entrance and peered inside. He saw a figure appearing 10 meters ahead. This was a lofty and muscular middle-aged man. He had brown curly hair and a stern but sinister face. There was a sharp glow in his inverted triangle eyes. It was impossible for anyone to look directly at them. The aura he exuded was powerful. There seemed to be frightening energy encased within. This was a true heaven stage martial warrior. This person was Chow Hong Tu. I should call you junior brother, right? Chow Hong Tu walked forward. His voice was loud. I'm just an inheritor. I didn't formally acknowledge him as my master, Wang Tung said calmly. Chow Hong's expression froze, but it only lasted for a second. He immediately gave a smile and said, "Same, both of us inherited our master's legacy. It's not wrong to call you junior brother." "All right then, senior brother Chow," Wang Tung said. However, his expression remained indifferent. "I apologize for what happened just now. My subordinates were careless and stopped you. Please come in." Chow Hong didn't get angry. He raised his hand to welcome Wang Tung inside warmly. Wang Tung didn't harp on the topic. With a nod, he walked inside. "This is..." Chow Hong noticed the person in the gray gown following behind Wang Tung. His gaze turned sharp. "This is my bodyguard. I'm a timid person. Many people want my life now, so I feel more at ease with a bodyguard," Wang Tung said in a meaningful tone. Lan felt frustrated. He was indeed a bodyguard, but as a heaven stage martial warrior, he had his ego. Could this brat give him some respect during the next introduction? Chow Hong didn't get awkward. He laughed and said, "Who dares to touch you in Great Qian City? You must be thinking too much." "I don't think so. It's better to be careful. No one knows what can happen if you push a dog into a corner. Don't you agree, Senior Brother Chow?" Wang Tung chuckled. Silence. Even with Chow honked his composure, he felt the corners of his mouth trembling. This young brat had a sharp tongue. He was scolding him indirectly. Was he calling him a dog? A heaven stage martial warrior like him was called a dog, yet he couldn't offer a refute. He felt so exasperated that he wanted to vomit blood. "Senior Brother Chow, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?" Wang Tung pretended to be ignorant. "What's wrong with me? Don't you know the answer?" Chow Hongtu felt like cursing, but he maintained his calm expression on the surface. "I'm fine." "That's good. I thought you were sick. When you get older, you should take good care of your health. Don't be embarrassed just because you're a heaven stage martial warrior. This is human nature," Wang Tung said. K. The word got stuck in his throat. He couldn't say it out loud. Anlan had a hard time controlling his laughter. Wang Tung was so evil. He made it sound as if Chow Hongtu was really sick. Chow Hongtu hurriedly changed the topic. If he allowed Wang Tung to continue, he didn't know what he would hear. "Your bodyguard isn't simple." He glanced at Anlan intently. "He's just okay. I found him at random," Wang Tung replied. Anlan. Chow Hongtu didn't know if Wang Tung was acting to fool him or if he was honestly confident. This bodyguard hid his ability well. Even he couldn't see through him. This made things harder to grasp. In the universe, there were many treasures that could help one to conceal one's strength. This bodyguard might be using one of them. Was he a heaven stage or a cosmos stage martial warrior? Based on his research, he knew that Wang Tung came from a faraway planet and had no background. How could he find a heaven stage martial warrior as a bodyguard? Thus, this bodyguard was probably a cosmos stage martial warrior Wang Tung found by offering a heavy reward. He hid his ability so that others couldn't see through him and remain fearful. Chow Hongtu felt that he had guessed the truth. He felt more confident about tackling Wang Tung. This was the effect Wang Tung wanted, hence the reason he asked Anlan to hide his ability. At the rock gambling den, Anlan hadn't revealed his strength in front of Chow Guan and Chow Jiaojiao. Thus, they had the upper hand. After that, Chow Hongtu started talking randomly as he brought Wang Tung to the living room. The Chow family was waiting for them there. Chow Jiaojiao and Chow Guan were present too, along with other youngsters. They were all Chow Hongtu's descendants. When Chow Jiaojiao and Chow Guan saw Wang Tung, their expressions changed. They had just suffered in his hands. "Come, let me introduce everyone. You have met Jiao Jiao and Chow Guan. As for the rest," Chow Hongtu introduced the other youngsters. Wang Tung's gaze paused on two people. One was a Cosmo stage martial warrior called Chow Wu. The other was only at the 7th or 8th level of the Cosmo stage, but he didn't seem like a good person. This young man was called Chow Ling. He looked harder to deal with than Chow Wu. Wang Tung wasn't afraid, though. After all, compared to him, these were all a generation smaller. "Yes, all my junior nephews are outstanding." He nodded in a composed manner and commented like an elder. The Chow family. There was an eerie silence. They knew that Wang Tung was taking advantage of them, but they couldn't do anything. Anlan gave Wang Tung a strange look. He stood quietly beside him with his head lowered, perfectly playing his role as a bodyguard. "Have a seat." Chow Hongtu broke the silence. The atmosphere became lively. Everyone took their seats. Wang Tung was asked to sit beside Chow Hongtu. "You can have a seat too." Chow Hongtu looked at Anlan, standing behind Wang Tung. "No need," Anlan replied coldly in his hoarse voice. After saying these two words, he closed his eyes and remained quiet. A flash of anger appeared in Chow Hongtu's eyes after he got rejected. Though he hid it well, he smiled and nodded. "I won't force you. Serve the dishes." Very soon, pretty ladies walked over with the food. Some of these ladies were orcs while others were humans. All of them were around 18 years old and beautiful. Wang Tung felt that Chow Hongtu knew how to enjoy his life. He bought so many beautiful servants to serve him. Soon, delicious food and wine were served. Chow Hong-tu asked Wang Tung to have a taste. He kept finding topics during the meal. He was trying to figure out Wang Tung's background. Wang Tung answered all his queries, but he was talking nonsense most of the time. With his skill in bullshitting, it was a piece of cake. I heard about what happened yesterday. Jiao Jiao and Chao Guan were in the wrong, Chow Hong-tu suddenly said. It's all right. They're just immature kids. I understand, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. They couldn't do anything to him, so he didn't care. Again, the Chow family. Chao Guan's face turned red. He felt his peers looking at him mockingly. Chao Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth. She wished she could tear Wang Tung into pieces. This bastard treated her like a child. This was a humiliation. He'll definitely punish them. Chow Hong-tu felt his teeth hurting, but this was all he could say. Yes, you need to teach a child if he's disobedient. Otherwise, he will cause huge trouble and will be too late to punish him at that time. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. F***K. Chao Guan was fuming in his heart. Cough. Even so, you still offended the Parkers yesterday. This won't benefit you in any way. Chow Hong-tu coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He sounded as if he was worried about Wang Tung. It's fine. I took 4 trillion from them, so I won't have to worry about my future. I can enjoy myself and stay in Great Qian City until I die. I won't be going anywhere, Wang Tung said casually. Chow Hong-tu was stunned by Wang Tung's words. He didn't know how to reply for a second. He raised his wine glass and took a sip to suppress his exasperation and anger. A smile reappeared on his face. It might be all right for you, but you should think for your parents and your mother planet. When the atmosphere froze immediately, the real purpose was revealed at the end. Chapter 999. Senior Brother Chow, do you know what's the price of a Heaven Stage martial warrior's head? The atmosphere on the dining table froze. Everyone stared at Wang Tung. Chow Hong-tu smiled at him as if he was speaking of a normal affair. Chao Guan, Chao Wu, and the others looked over too. They stared at him like a weak little sheep waiting for them to slaughter. Wang Tung squinted. He glanced around him expressionlessly and then turned to look at Chow Hong-tu. The atmosphere turned stranger when their eyes met. No one spoke. I heard that you came from a faraway planet in the Olan Federation. I wonder if that's true? Chow Hong-tu asked calmly. Senior brother, you're quite well informed. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat, but he remained expressionless. You're my junior brother after all. I have to take care of you, Chow Hong-tu replied with a smile. I guess I need to thank you, Wang Tung said. All right, I also heard that you have some grudges with the Olan Federation. I've already sent a letter to them to help you mediate this matter. I think my name is still quite useful. Chow Hong-tu looked at Wang Tung intently as he spoke. Wang Teng's heart sank instantly. He didn't believe that Chow Hong-tu would be so kind-hearted and help him. His real aim was to let the Olan Federation attack Earth on his behalf. Damn it, this old fellow was sinister. They couldn't do anything to him, but they could deal with Earth. The fortunate thing was, Wang Tung set a space shift array before he left. If the worst thing happened, Earth would be able to shift away using this array. Based on the normal route, it would take 2.5 months from the Olan Federation to Earth. If Chow Hong-tu wanted to send a letter to the Olan Federation, it would take 3 to 4 months to and fro. Wang Tung knew the shortest route, so he would only need a little more than a month to travel there. He could catch up with them. This wasn't the worst that could happen. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Tung's mind. He calmed down and looked at the smiling Chow Hong-tu. He gave him a good man card. Senior brother Chow, you're a good person. Silence. Chow Hong-tu was stunned. He felt that Wang Tung was cursing him, but he had no evidence. He was also confused, wondering why Wang Tung didn't seem worried at all. Or was he just putting up a strong front? Junior brother, it's not easy for you to leave your hometown and travel so far. Do you need me to send them a message? Chow Hong-tu asked as the gears of his mind turned. Wait until you find them. Wang Tung smiled gently. Chow Hong-tu frowned uncontrollably. What does that mean? Did Wang Tung hide his parents beforehand? Based on his investigation of Wang Tung, this was highly possible. Chow Hong-tu's face turned black. This was a little out of his expectations. My parents and family are on a faraway planet. They're not easy to locate, unlike your family whom you can see every day. You're a lucky man. Wang Ting glanced at him and said. His voice was calm, and his smile was scorching. However, his gaze was indifferent, as if he was talking about a bunch of dead people. Silence ensued again. All the members of the Chow family were staring at Wang Tong. Their expressions didn't look good. Threat. Wang Tong was threatening their entire family. Everyone found this unbelievable. They were gloating a second ago because Chow Hongtu had found Wang Tong's weakness and could use this to control him. Yet he didn't buy it, threatening them instead. They had to admit that Wang Tong was bold. However, many people didn't take it to heart. Not everyone could threaten the Chow family. To them, Wang Tong was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Even if he was a little more powerful, at the end of the day, he was just at the planetary stage. How dare a planetary stage martial warrior threaten them? What a joke. If it wasn't for his identity, they could kill him easily. Contempt was evident in the Chow family's eyes. They were mocking Wang Tong for overestimating himself. Don't look at me like that. I have no other intention. Don't misunderstand me. Wang Tong ignored their ridicule. He waved his hand and smiled. All right, Senior Brother Chow, you have been staying in Great Qian City for a long time, so you must be familiar with the prices here. How much does the head of a heaven stage martial warrior cost? The crowd's expression changed instantly. What a ruthless fellow. He wanted to offer a reward for Chow Hongtu's life. He had more than 4 trillion in his bank. This was enough to buy the lives of every member of the Chow family. Everyone's mood turned sour. Chow Hongtu felt his heart throbbing. He was roaring in anger in his mind. If he could, he would have slapped Wang Tong to death. This bastard was definitely talking about him. Senior brother, why is your face so black? Wang Tong exclaimed in surprise. Don't think too much. I earned a huge sum recently and have nowhere to spend it. So, I want to find something exhilarating to enjoy myself. The Chow family. To hell with having too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you don't know how to spend it, we can help you. The Chow family complained helplessly in their hearts. Earning money isn't easy. You should save it. You won't be this lucky every time and earn 4 trillion. This money is enough for you to rise to the cosmos stage and even the heaven stage. Spend it wisely, Chow Hongtu said. Senior Brother Chow is right. We'll spend it wisely, Wang Tong laughed and said. Ha! Chow Hongtu laughed too. I'm just reminding you. Young people like you shouldn't spend money willy-nilly. Come, Junior Brother. Hey, raise a toast to you. Senior Brother, I should be the one offering a toast. They started raising their cups and toasting each other without mentioning what happened. The battle of words officially came to an end. More than an hour later, Wang Tong left the Chow family. Chow Hongtu personally sent him to the door. The faces of the members of the Chow family turned gloomy after he left. This meal was supposed to be a trap. Chow Hongtu was supposed to warn him with Earth and force him to give up the Baron's title. But in the end, they didn't achieve their goal and even got threatened instead. They were in a bad mood. Even Chow Hongtu was afraid of the 4 trillion reward for his head. Father, what do we do now? Chow Ling asked after observing Chow Hongtu's expression. Let's wait for news from the noble family consultation chamber. Chow Hongtu said coldly without any expression. The smile during the meal was gone. What about the Parkers? Chow Ling asked again. Zhao Jiao, Chow Guan. Follow me to the Parkers tomorrow. Chow Guan's face turned pale. Father. Chow Jiao's face turned grim too. She had a bad premonition. Jiao, I know that Andres likes you. He'll make the decision this time and discuss this matter with Sir Voltaire. Prepare yourself. Chow Hongtu, after a moment of silence. Chow Jiao's expression changed. Her face turned extremely pale under the night sky. Chow Hongtu didn't give her a chance to speak, disappearing on the spot. Sister, congratulations. Chow Ling chuckled. That's the Parkers family. After you marry young Master Andres, don't forget about your siblings. Go away. Chow Jiao's expression turned ugly. She snorted and went to her room. Chow Ling froze, his face turning green. Don't you know that Jiao is a lady with thoughts of her own? Chow Wu shook his head and said, She can't be stubborn this time. Marrying Andres is her fate. She'll understand it in the future. Chao Ling scoffed. Chao Wu sighed, but he didn't say anything. The Chao family parted in discord. No one noticed that Chao Guan was scared out of his wits. His body was trembling slightly. Well, maybe no one cared about him. After leaving the Chao family, Wang Teng and Enlon walked toward Fan Taning's house. As Wang Teng's bodyguard, Enlon would be following Wang Teng. Thus, he would also be living in Fan Taning's house. Wang Teng had already told Fan Taning about this, and he was happy to host Enlon. After all, Enlon was a heaven-stage martial warrior. This gave him a chance to make friends with him. Wang Teng, are you really going to put down a 4 trillion reward for Chao honked his head? Enlon asked curiously along the way. What do you think? Cough. Actually, many people will do it for 1 trillion. Oh, someone will do it for 1 trillion? Wang Teng was surprised. He wouldn't use 4 trillion to get Chao honked his head. It wasn't worth it. He wasn't stupid, but he didn't think that it would be cheap. He didn't mind spending this money if he needed to. Of course. I will, Enlon said seriously. You? Wang Teng stared at him strangely. Tell me honestly, were you thinking of killing him on the dining table just now? The details don't matter. Why don't you consider this option? Enlon smiled in embarrassment and asked excitedly. Let me think about it. If things reach that stage, they'll look for you first, Wang Teng promised. He didn't reject the offer. 1 trillion for Chao honked his head was a good bargain. It's decided then. Enlon's gaze turned dangerous. Settle. An eerie chuckle echoed in the night sky. Chao Hongtu didn't know that these 2 lawless fellows had already made a pact related to him so easily. They were totally looking down on him. In the Nangong residence, Chao Hongtu sneezed after he returned to his study. He frowned. What's wrong? A strange feeling flashed in his heart. He wanted to grasp it, but didn't discover anything. He shook his head and activated a mechanism. A pitch-black hole opened on the ground, where a flight of stone stairs linked straight underground. Chao Hongtu walked down the stairs and stopped in front of a metal door. He stared at it for a long time, his expression turning hideous. He looked like a madman. You deserve to die. If you had given me the inheritance, there wouldn't be so many problems. Chapter 1000. This is inhuman. The next day, Wang Teng didn't go out and farmed attributes in the virtual universe. He was about to advance to the celestial stage. Enlon finally gathered all the materials needed to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel and handed them over to Wang Teng. When can we start forging this? Enlon rubbed his hands and asked. Let's do it now. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't like delays. Since the materials were ready, he wanted to forge it as soon as possible. By doing so, Enlon could also do his best to be his bodyguard. Anyway, it wasn't a difficult thing for him. Now, Enlon was a bit surprised. He only wanted to get the 1,000 armaments vessel as soon as possible so that he would be stronger. However, he didn't expect that Wang Teng would forge it today. The 1,000 armaments vessel had a complicated design, and forging it would prove to be a challenging task. Otherwise, the other blacksmiths wouldn't have rejected him. Wang Teng only had the blueprints for 2 short days. Had he fully comprehended it? Wang Teng didn't explain anything and prepared to head over to the Secondary Career Alliance. Enlon was full of questions, but he didn't probe when the other party didn't say anything. They took the Rune Energy flying car and headed straight to the Secondary Career Alliance. Wang Teng applied for a smithery studio, and the staff quickly arranged one for him. In less than 5 minutes, a smithery studio that was dedicated to Grandmaster blacksmiths was vacated. The staff said attentively, Grandmaster, Smithery Studio 036 is ready. The access has been sent to your account. You can use it straight away when you arrive. You can contact me if you have any other instructions. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. Alliance contribution points were required to use a smithery studio. Contribution points could be obtained by completing missions from the Secondary Career Alliance. When Fan Taning and the others recommended Wang Teng to the Alliance, they were rewarded with many contribution points. Around half of them were given to Wang Teng, which was why he wasn't lacking in contribution points for now. Wang Teng and Enlon then headed to the smithery studio. After they left, a few lady staff started chattering. That Grandmaster is so young. Some Grandmasters are not weak. in martial arts. They just look young, but their real age would be old. No, I took a peek just now. This Grandmaster is really young. Guess how old is he? The female staff who served Wang Tung asked. 50 or 60. A fox race girl guessed. Guess again. The female staff giggled. Hurry up. Don't keep us hanging. How can we guess the answer? The fox race girl urged. That's right. Tell us. Otherwise, we will have to resort to violence. A slightly plump towering girl had already stretched out her arms to tickle her. No, don't. They'll say it. They'll say it. The female staff who served Wang Tung quickly begged for mercy and said mysteriously, I saw that he was 20 years old. 20? No way, are you kidding me? Did you see it wrongly? He's 200 years old and you missed a zero? My eyes aren't that bad. The female staff member pushed up her glasses. Silence. Wang Tung didn't know that the staff members were talking about him. When he and Lan reached the smithery studio, he didn't immediately enter it. He walked around outside the smithery studio. The entire area was full of smithery studios, with many blacksmiths forging in them. There were many attribute bubbles waiting for him. Wang Tung's goal was these attribute bubbles. His smithery skill was a little short of forging the 1,000 armaments vessel. This was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. Collect. Smithery asterisk 30 smithery asterisk 50 smithery asterisk 150 smithery asterisk 60 smithery asterisk 120. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's mind and turned into knowledge and experience, enhancing his blacksmith mastery. These attribute bubbles were from master blacksmiths, which was why the amount was relatively lower. Only attribute bubbles that were dropped by grandmasters would have a higher value. This was something that Wang Tung just discovered. It was the same when he was picking up alchemy attribute bubbles. When he was just a master alchemist, the value of some attribute bubbles dropped by the master level was relatively large, but after becoming a grandmaster, the attributes dropped by the alchemist below the master level were reduced. Even so, Wang Tung's blacksmith attribute had improved a lot. Blacksmith, 5580/10,000 Grandmaster. Wang Tung felt the extent of his attainments, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he nodded to himself. Enough! It was more than enough to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. He then entered the smithery studio. Just as he was about to close the door, he turned and asked Lan, Do you want to come in and have a look? Lan was still wondering what Wang Tung was up to just now when he suddenly heard his voice. Can I? A blacksmith's forging process is supposed to be a secret. It's nothing. You're not a blacksmith. You wouldn't be able to process much of it anyway. Wang Tung answered casually. Then I'll take a look. Lan nodded quickly. Wang Tung then brought him into the smithery studio. Take out the materials. Wang Tung stood in front of the smithing table. Lan immediately took the materials out and placed them on the smithing table. He then backed away to one side and stared at Wang Tung. He was actually very curious about the forging process. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him in. Wang Tung didn't care either. His eyes swept across the materials in front of him, and he had an idea. The 1,000 armaments vessel had a total of 360 parts and needed 108 different materials. It was considered a lot for a Grandmaster level weapon. It was naturally complicated. Wang Tung went through the blueprint in his mind. Using his spiritual power, he then sent a material known as cold essence iron into the fire. Boom! Green flames erupted, and the raging flames immediately wrapped the cold essence iron. Cold essence iron was an ice element metal and was extremely difficult to smelt. However, under the high temperature of the emerald glaze flame, it quickly turned into a pool of molten iron. Lan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this. Divine flame. His heart was trembling as he took a deep breath. It was difficult for him to keep calm. His eyes were fixed on Wang Tung, as if he was trying to see through him. A planetary stage martial warrior actually possessed a thing like that. Who was this guy? Wang Tung no longer paid attention to him once he started forging. One by one, the materials were placed into the emerald glazed flames and melted into liquid forms. Due to the large number of materials, the refining process took up to 5 hours. To a heaven stage martial warrior like Lan, 5 hours was nothing. He even found it too fast. If it was another blacksmith, he couldn't have been able to finish refining in such a short time. Once all the materials were refined, Wang Tung started to fuse them. However, he wasn't going to fuse all the materials into one. He needed to perform 360 different fusions. He had to fuse 108 different materials according to the different ratios and compositions indicated on the blueprint. Some parts needed 2 or 3 materials, while others needed more than a dozen. The crimson constellation bronze that Enlon and Wang Tung went to buy was one of the main ingredients. It needed to be fused with other materials to produce over 130 different parts, and also the most vital part of the main body. This process was the first challenge in forging the Thousand Armaments vessel. Enlon had studied the blueprint of the Thousand Armaments vessel himself, and he knew that this process was extremely difficult. He couldn't help but get nervous. He stopped guessing Wang Tung's identity and focused on the fusion process. Pist, pist, swoosh. Harsh sounds echoed in the quiet smithery studio. Time passed little by little, and one by one, the parts appeared on the smithing table. Wang Tung controlled the temperature and allowed the fused parts to cool down slowly and return to a solid state, while continuing to fuse the other parts. He was multitasking. Enlon was anxious as he observed. He almost wanted to pin Wang Tung down on the ground. This fellow is too reckless. Can't he just fuse the parts one by one? Why does he have to do it all at once? What's the point of showing off your skills to a layman like me? Enlon was cursing in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing Wang Tung. After fusing for more than 8 hours, all the parts appeared on the smithing table. Enlon could finally heave a sigh of relief. His eyes were full of amazement as he looked at Wang Tung. He was filled with admiration. What a monster! He used such a method to reduce the fusing time from 2 days to 8 hours. It was inhuman. However, his surprise was not over yet. What Wang Tung did next caused him to widen his eyes. 9 smithing hammers flew over under Wang Tung's control and started forging the parts one by one. He had people prepare these smithing hammers for him in advance. Back then, the staff member felt strange. He didn't know why Wang Tung needed so many hammers. However, they didn't dare to ask a grandmaster too many questions. Forging the parts of the Thousand Armaments vessel was unlike forging the lightning slab. These parts were small, and 1 smithing hammer was enough for 1 part. The 9 smithing hammers were forging 9 parts in one go. The hammers hammered rhythmically while Wang Tung just sat by the side without lifting a finger. Enlon didn't know how to express his emotions anymore. There was a complicated look on his face. Although he had never seen a blacksmith forge, Wang Tung was the only one who forged the way he did. No blacksmith dared to divide their attention. That would only increase the chances of failure. Moreover, a blacksmith spirit was very limited, and it was difficult to maintain such an intense output. In other words, this was inhuman. Time passed slowly, and several hours went by. When the billets appeared in front of him, Enlon had a dreamy feeling. It felt incredible. Chapter 1001. Terrifying Heaven Stage martial warriors underscore a total of 360 parts were placed neatly on the smithing table, exuding a sharp glow. One could tell how dangerous they were just from that. The Thousand Armaments vessel was a spiritual weapon. Every single part was a weapon by itself. Once they were combined, the effects would be amplified by more than 10 times. It was an amazing artifact. From a design point of view, it was similar to Wang Tung's shooting star spiral. They were both a combination of spiritual weapons, but the power of the Thousand Armaments vessel was much greater than the shooting star spiral. Every part is like a piece of art. Enlon couldn't help but lean forward. His eyes were glistening as he asked in disbelief, "Are you done already? Don't be impatient. I haven't carved the runes yet. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Just make it the best." He paused and asked another question. "Oh, right. Are you going to carve the runes yourself?" "Yes." Wang Tung nodded and started carving the runes without any hesitation. Enlon felt that he had asked a stupid question. Wang Tung was a triple field grandmaster. Was he supposed to ask another grandmaster to help him instead of doing it himself? But when he saw Wang Tung starting the carving process immediately without any rest, He felt the corners of his lips twitching. "Why don't we rest first?" "I'm not in a hurry," Lon said. "Don't disturb me. If my hand twitches and I carve wrongly, all the efforts will be in vain. Don't blame me at that time." Wang Tung threw a glance at him. "Okay, he'll keep quiet." Lon immediately retreated to the side, not daring to say another word. Wang Tung ignored him. The emerald glaze flame made an appearance again and enveloped the 360 different parts. This was the last step. At the same time, he started carving the parts using his spiritual power. Runes started landing on the components of the 1,000 armaments vessel, forming bizarre and dense patterns. Under the nourishment of the flames, the runes glowed brightly. The different parts started to look more holy and divine, and they gave off a terrifying aura. Before the 1,000 armaments vessel was completed, it was already showing off its formidable power. Lon stared at it with an intense gaze. He was getting more and more excited. 1,000 armaments vessel. 1,000 armaments vessel. He had been thinking about this weapon for a long time. Finally, his wish was coming true. More than an hour later, all 360 parts had been carved with runes. Along with a faint glow, they floated in the flame like exquisite pieces of art. These parts were of different shapes and sizes. Some were shaped like a dagger, while others looked like long swords. A few even seemed like tiny flying needles. They might look similar, but they were actually different parts. At this moment, the forces in the surroundings ignited and started to get restless. "Assemble!" Wang Tung's gaze shimmered as he shouted in a low tone. The different parts started moving. Turning into rays of light, they shot toward the center. Instantly, a dazzling black light appeared, making it hard to see what was happening inside. Boom! The force trembled violently, and the black light soared into the sky like a huge pillar. The dome of the Smithery studio opened slowly. A blurry weapon rose into the sky within the pillar of black light. Success! Lon raised his head in happiness. Boom! Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Terrifying thunder clapped and shook in the entire city. The passers-by stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. The lightning calamity caused by the Secondary Career Alliance seemed a little frequent recently. Wang Tung retracted his spiritual power and emerald-glazed flame. "What are you doing here?" "Go and handle the lightning calamity." "Oh, right." Lon regained his senses, his expression changing. He tapped the ground with his feet and shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was afraid that his 1,000 armaments vessel would get damaged if he was a step too late. "Finally, I don't have to handle the lightning calamity myself." Wang Tung shook his head and gloated. "I wonder if Lon can withstand it?" Wang Tung looked at the dark sky. It was getting blacker and blacker by the second, with numerous bolts of lightning flickering and adding a dreary atmosphere. The calamity lightning power within was a few times more terrifying than the ones he met in the past. But Lon was a heaven-stage martial warrior. The lightning calamity shouldn't be a problem for him. He sat down on a chair and took out a spiritual fruit. He watched this rare lightning calamity show happily. In the past, he was the one in the sky being watched by others. Now, it was finally his turn to enjoy the action. Boom! The dark clouds became extremely thick, and a bolt of lightning struck down. It shot right toward the 1,000 armaments vessel in the black pillar of light. Lon was dressed in a black robe because he didn't want anyone to recognize him. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the bolt of calamity lightning in the sky. A ray of force glow streaked out from his finger. It paled in comparison to the lightning calamity. However, when the finger-sized force glow collided with the lightning, it shattered it instantly and continued soaring into the dark clouds. The dark clouds felt provoked. Lightning force churned in the sky and gathered into another bolt of lightning, striking down again. Boom! The finger-sized force glow smashed into the second bolt of lightning, causing a thunderous explosion. The second calamity, lightning, disintegrated. The force glow disappeared too. F***K. Wang Tung cursed uncontrollably with wide eyes. One finger was enough to destroy 2 bolts of lightning. Was this how terrifying a heaven-stage martial warrior was? Impressive. Exceptional. Wang Tung finally understood how powerful Heaven Stage martial warriors were. He didn't dare to underestimate them anymore. At first, when he heard that 1 trillion was enough to deal with a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he regarded them as nothing. Well, he was too young. If he honestly provoked a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he might get pinched to death without him knowing. At the same time, the people watching the scene outside were flabbergasted too. A Heaven Stage martial warrior. A Heaven Stage martial warrior acted personally. This weapon must belong to this Heaven Stage martial warrior. That's why he acted. They weren't the only ones watching this show. And Lan's appearance had attracted the attention of many other Heaven Stage martial warriors. Gazes shifted in his direction from all corners of the city. I wonder which Heaven Stage martial warrior he is. This is an extraordinary weapon. It's a top-tier weapon even among the heaven-level weapons. Which Grandmaster Blacksmith crafted this? All the Heaven Stage martial warriors were observing in the dark. They were a little envious when they saw the 1,000 armaments vessel in the pillar of light. Alon noticed their gazes, but he didn't care. He placed his hands behind his back, looking extremely confident and relaxed. Finally, the aura of a Heaven Stage martial warrior exuded from his body. No one dared to underestimate him. Wang Tung was dumbfounded, but soon he shifted his gaze away and focused on the attribute bubbles on the ground. These attribute bubbles were dropped after the calamity lightning disintegrated. He pulled them over with his spiritual power. Constellation Force, Lightning. Asterisk 300 Constellation Force, Lightning. Asterisk 4, 10 Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning. Asterisk 60 Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning. Asterisk 45 Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles happily. The third bolt of Calamity Lightning was formed and struck down. Boom! This bolt of Calamity Lightning was thick and huge. Countless silver sparks shimmered around it, spreading through the sky like spiderwebs. Oomph! Alon snorted. He only lifted his finger when the bolt of lightning was inches away from his head. The bolt of lightning was like a lightning dragon. It was enormous. Lan's finger landed directly on its head. The entire world seemed to pause for a second. Then, the lightning dragon fell apart inch by inch and shattered into pieces. Before everyone could react, the fourth and fifth bolts of lightning landed simultaneously. They crashed towards Alon with astonishing power. Wang Tung frowned slightly, his expression turning a little grim. The last 2 bolts of lightning were much more powerful than the first 3 bolts. Just one was comparatively stronger than all 3 bolts of lightning combined. However, Alon remained extremely calm. He didn't use any other methods and raised his finger. Boom! Powerful and boundless energy flowed out of his body. The energy transformed into a giant golden dragon under the help of an invisible force and charged toward the lightning bolt. Spiritual power. Wang Tung was stunned. Indeed, Alon was a divine spirit master. When he asked him to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, Wang Tung guessed that Alon was a divine spirit master. He had hit the mark. Boom! Alon's giant golden force dragon collided with a lightning calamity, the explosion creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire sky seemed to be trembling. No one expected that the standstill would only last for a split second. The lightning calamity couldn't withstand the attack of the golden force dragon and collapsed into tiny sparks, forming a sea of lightning sparks in the sky. The force dragon passed through the sea of lightning and dashed right into the clouds. Boom! The dark clouds erupted without any warning, as if they were torn apart by a formidable force. They disappeared without a trace. The sky regained its brightness. Silence. There was dead silence. Alon didn't care about the others' reactions. He stretched out his hand and kept the 1,000 armaments vessel. Then, he disappeared. The people below finally reacted in time. They gasped in surprise. So strong. That was a divine spirit master. That martial warrior must be at the peak of Heaven's stage. The other Heaven Stage martial warriors observing in the dark started mumbling to themselves with a stern expression. They were gauging Lan's ability. Wang Tung exclaimed at Lan's might. He felt fortunate that he had managed to find such a strong bodyguard for himself. This was a good bargain. Heaving a sigh of relief, he scanned his surroundings and silently picked up all the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He mustn't waste these attribute bubbles, and Lon had worked hard to drop. Constellation Force, Lightning, Asterisk 800 Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning Asterisk 120 Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning Asterisk 105 Constellation Force, Lightning, Asterisk 1000 Constellation Force, Lightning, Asterisk 900 Constellation Force, Metal, Asterisk 3200 Celestial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 1200 So many. Wang Tung's eyes were filled with happiness. He didn't expect such a good harvest. He counted his gains and realized he got 4,300 points of Constellation Lightning Force, 3,200 points of Constellation Metal Force, 480 points of Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, and 1,200 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Constellation Metal Force, 81,000/90,000, Planetary Stage 9th Level. Constellation Lightning Force, 22500/50,000, Planetary Stage 5th Level. He had been fighting star beasts in the virtual universe whenever he was free, so his metal force had already reached the 9th level. He would be able to advance to the celestial stage soon. As for the lightning force, it was a rare, mutated force. It was still at the 5th level, even though it had risen greatly. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 600/10,000, first rank. Then, there was the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. After a few rounds of Lightning Calamity, Wang Tung accumulated many Calamity Lightning attributes. 600 points were many times more than before. He looked at the attributes panel. This was only the first rank. Would there be stronger Calamity Lightning in the future? However, one rank required 10,000 points. This was a little tough. Lightning Calamity wasn't easy to get. Wang Tung shook his head dejectedly. He looked at the last attribute. Spirit, 9,500/50,000, Celestial Realm. This time, he had received 1,200 points of the Celestial Realm Spirit at once. His spirit went forward by a little step. This was a sizable number. In the past, he had never collected this much Celestial Realm attribute at once. As expected of a Divine Spirit Master, only a Divine Spirit Master could drop these many attribute bubbles. It looked like he would have to get more attribute bubbles from Divine Spirit Masters in the future. If not, he would have to waste much time to raise his spirit attribute. The only problem was Divine Spirit Masters weren't easy to find, especially powerful ones. Wang Tung touched his chin. His gaze landed on Enlon, looking extremely happy. Chapter 1002, A Small World. Your gaze is a little strange, Enlon commented as he walked over, noticing Wang Tung's expression. Really? I don't think so. You're thinking too much. Wang Tung felt that a Heaven Stage martial warrior was indeed extremely vigilant. He restrained his expression and shook his head sternly. No, Enlon didn't believe him. He felt that Wang Tung was up to no good. You're a Heaven Stage martial warrior. What can a planetary stage nobody like me do to you? Wang Tung felt speechless. Who knows? You're a sly little fellow. Enlon pouted. Hey, what are you saying? I just helped you craft the 1,000 armaments vessel, and now you're trying to push me away? Are you kicking me to the curb because I'm not useful anymore? Wang Tung asked angrily. Cough, don't make me sound so heartless. Since you helped me forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, I'll keep my promise. Heartless, Wang Tung snorted. Silence. Heartless your head. You sound as if we have some indecent relationship. Let me have a look at this 1,000 armaments vessel. I haven't observed it carefully, so I don't know its quality, Wang Tung said. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed Enlan's thoughts going astray. He hurriedly changed the topic. Enlan stretched out his hand, and a black rectangular box appeared on his palm. The 1,000 armaments vessel was 3 feet long and a foot wide. Nothing much could be seen on the surface except many complicated rune patterns. They looked mysterious and magical. Its real power would only be displayed after segmenting the vessel into its various parts. To a Divine Spirit Master, this was an extremely powerful weapon. I can win against any Heaven Stage martial warrior with it, Enlon smiled and said. He was in a great mood. Oh, Wang Tung was shocked. He didn't think that Enlon possessed such ability. Heaven Stage martial warriors were formidable characters. Every one of them had the ability to destroy a planet. If they gave it their all, they could cause mass destruction. Yet, Enlon was saying he could defeat any Heaven Stage martial warriors. What kind of idea was this? Wang Ting didn't dare to think. While he was immersed in astonishment, a message popped up on his wristwatch. Wang Tung, there's a message from the Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Round Ball's stern voice sounded in his mind. It was overlooking Wang Tung's identity account, so it knew the content of the message. Trial. Wang Tung's gaze turned serious as he hazarded a guess. Yes, they've come up with the final trial content. You need to go over now. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. What is it? Enlon asked when he noticed something amiss with Wang Tung's expression. The noble trial is about to start. It looks like your battle with Chao Hong Tu is about to officially start. Enlon frowned. I don't think I can help with your trial. Let's take a look first. Wang Tung walked out of the Smithery studio. They left the Secondary Career Alliance and boarded a Rune Energy flying car to head to the Empire Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber and saw a figure standing at the entrance from afar. This was the guardian of the Noble Family Consultation Chamber, Ming Chung, whom Wang Tung had met once. You're here, Guardian Ming Chung. Wang Ting nodded and bowed. The elders are waiting for you. Please follow me, Ming Chung said. He glanced at Enlon and continued. Your friend won't be able to enter. He can only wait in the lobby. Wang Tung hesitated before nodding. He used voice transmission to speak to Enlon. Then, he followed Ming Chung to the 9th floor. Everyone was waiting in an ancient grand hall. The difference this time was Chao Guan wasn't the one representing the Chao family. It was Chao Hong Tu. Sinkelman wasn't representing the Parker's family either. Instead, Andrea's father, Volturu, had taken his place. As for the other families, Wang Tung didn't recognize them. But he didn't pay much attention to them last time, so he wasn't familiar with them. He followed Ming Chung in. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, their intentions unclear. His seat was still opposite the Chao family. The head of the chamber nodded at Wang Tung and said, Have a seat. Wang Tung sat down and met Chao Hong Tu's gaze, who even gave him a smile. Wang Tung, the chamber has decided to split this trial into 2 parts. The elder went directly to the point. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. He looked at the elder and listened carefully. The Empire's Baron title is an extraordinary title. The person holding it must possess great potential, ability, and intelligence. The first trial will aim to test your potential. To be a Baron, you need to at least be at the Cosmos stage. For that, you must have Emperor-level talent. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. The first test isn't so difficult. I just need to have Emperor-level talent. The second trial will test your ability and intelligence. After some careful consideration, we've decided to send you to the Flaming River World for this trial. The elder continued slowly. The Flaming River World? Wang Tung was confused. What is the Flaming River World? The head of the chamber noticed Wang Tung's confusion and explained, the Flaming River World is a small world left behind by a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage after he died. It was a simple explanation. There was nothing else. A world left behind by a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He was dumbfounded. He understood what a universe stage martial warrior represented after entering the universe. People at that level grasped a part of the origin of the world. They possessed a small fraction of the ability to create a world, but the world they created wouldn't be complete. Hence, it was called a small world. You could only become a universe martial warrior if you managed to create your own small world. After a universe stage martial warrior died, the small world and their bodies would normally perish along with them. However, there was a slight chance that it might survive. The probability was small, so every single small world left was precious. The small worlds were all created based on the real world. There were many fortuitous encounters inside, and some universe-stage martial warriors even hid their treasures there. This was a good trial ground. Normally, after these small worlds were discovered, they would become the training ground for various factions. Their disciples would get the chance to enter these worlds to gain experience. The Flaming River world was one such small world possessed by the great Qian Empire. Also, Chao Hongtu has achieved many military exploits, so he does have the right to inherit the Baron's title. We can't deprive him of this right. The head opened his mouth again after a moment of silence. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. His heart sank. Chapter 1003. Talent still a little too low. The elder's words pulled Wang Teng's thoughts back from the astonishment he received after hearing about the existence of the small worlds. He had a bad feeling. He initially thought that he would be able to get the Baron's title after passing the test. Now, they weren't able to strip Chao Hongtu of his right to the title. This meant that they would be fighting with each other. So, this will be a trial between both of you. The one with the greater potential and the one who gets more benefits in the small world, proving that you have stronger ability and intelligence, will inherit the Baron's title, the head said. Wang Teng took a deep breath. Were they asking him to fight with a heaven stage martial warrior? May I say something? Wang Teng interrupted the head of the chamber with a frown. Go ahead. The head nodded. Are you telling me to enter a small world to compete with a heaven stage martial warrior? Wang Teng asked directly with a contemptuous smile. The head didn't get angry. He understood Wang Teng's concern and replied calmly. When y'all enter the small world, Chao Hongtu's ability will be suppressed to the cosmos stage. Also, you can look for reinforcements. However, including yourself, there can only be 5 people. Everyone that enters must be lower or at the cosmos stage. 5 people lower or at the cosmos stage. Wang Teng contemplated. How can you ensure that there's no one above the cosmos stage on both sides? The Flaming River world only allows cosmos stage and below martial warriors to enter. There's only one last chance to enter this small world before it collapses and disappears forever. If someone uses an attack above the cosmos stage, the world will disintegrate immediately and everyone inside will perish. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? The head finished his explanation and asked Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression was gloomy. He pondered for a moment before nodding. This was the best result at this stage, and it wasn't like he didn't have any chances. Wang Teng glanced at Chao Hongtu. The smile on his face was blossoming. He snorted. The guy must be thinking he would definitely win. He would be able to find 3 cosmos stage martial warriors if he wanted to. Wang Teng also decided to have Lan suppress his ability to the cosmos stage and enter the Flaming River world with him. He didn't mind copying Chao Hongtu's tricks. Chao Hongtu probably didn't know that he had a heaven stage martial warrior on his team. Moreover, this martial warrior was at the peak of the heaven stage. As for talent, he had nothing to be afraid of. He didn't mind dazzling them with his divine-level wind talent, but he wouldn't do it unless it was necessary. Divine-level talent meant that he had the potential to reach the eternal stage. Many people would be fearful of him, and it wouldn't bring him any benefits. He needed to restrain his potential lest he invited trouble to his doorstep. When are we taking the test? Wang Teng asked. The talent test will be held today. Then, you'll have 2 days to prepare before entering the Flaming River world, the head said. He got up and walked out of the hall. Follow me. Everyone stood up and followed him. No matter what their motive was, these people wanted to know who would win the talent test. Many of them looked down on Wang Teng since he came from a faraway planet. They were pure-blood nobles with honorable status. They found it a joke that this low-class monkey wanted to squeeze his way in and be a part of them. Rather than saying they wanted to know who would win, it was more accurate to say that they wanted to see how Wang Teng would lose and get exiled from the city. They didn't think that he was comparable to Chao Hongtu. One was a planetary stage martial warrior, while the other was a heaven stage martial warrior. It was easy to tell who had more potential. Who knew if Wang Teng could reach the cosmos stage, much less the heaven stage? As for Chao Hongtu, he was already a formidable character. A heaven stage martial warrior deserved to be respected. Besides, he had gained many military exploits. Even if they didn't like him, they wouldn't belittle him. In summary, the universe was a place where one's ability ruled. Wang Teng's strength was just too low. One after everyone left, only Wang Teng and Chao Hongtu were left in the hall. Junior brother, there's still time for you to admit defeat. It'll be a life or death battle in the flaming river world. This isn't what I want to see. Chao Hongtu smirked as he stood up and patted his elegant and exquisite purple long gown. One, that's not for you to worry, senior brother Chao. You should think about the talent test later. Don't lose to a planetary stage martial warrior like me. Wang Tung sniggered. He wasn't angry at all. He turned and left the hall without waiting for Chao Hongtu's answer. Chao Hongtu frowned and went out too. Everyone came to the 5th floor of the chamber. There was a place especially for testing one's talent. When Wang Tung walked in, he noticed an enclosed area in the middle of this huge room. Its walls were transparent, so one could see the situation from the outside. This is a talent testing device. You'll enter and absorb the force inside for 10 minutes. The device will be able to detect your talent level. Who will go first? The head looked at Wang Tung and Chao Hongtu. Senior, please, Wang Tung said. He allowed the other party to go first because he didn't want to scare everyone too much. All he had to do was to make sure his talent was a level above the other party. In that case, he'll go first. Chao Hongtu entered the device without any hesitation. As the device closed up, the entire space got filled up with earth force. Chao Hongtu was an earth element martial warrior. As he stood in the middle of the device, all the force started surging to his body. The absorption rate was fast. In the blink of an eye, a force whirlpool formed around him. Chao Hongtu's earth talent has reached the Emperor level. Emperor level earth talent. That's barely a pass. However, he's able to reach the heaven stage with his Emperor level talent. Chao Hongtu is someone with strong perseverance. He has encountered some good opportunities too. The nobles around started discussing in low voices when they saw this scene. Emperor-level talent? Wang Tung smiled when he heard the different voices. His lowest talent was at that level. Beating Chao Hongtu was a piece of cake. Top-tier Emperor-level Earth talent. After some time, the device reported Chao Hongtu's talent level. Just as everyone predicted, it was at the Emperor level. There was no surprise. But he had top-tier Emperor-level talent. Every talent was segregated into top-tier, middle-tier, and low-tier. Top-tier Emperor level was good enough. It was many times better than a middle-tier Emperor level talent. Chao Hongtu walked out calmly. He didn't seem to think that possessing a top-tier Emperor level talent was something impressive. This was the truth. Most of the people here had a higher talent than him. The Emperor level must be the lowest level present. He felt helpless. The lower one's talent, the harder one's path would be in the future. He was lucky and managed to advance to the heaven stage, but he was only at the 2nd level of the heaven stage. As he went further, he felt his cultivation speed slowing down exponentially. It was getting extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Talent was something one was born with. Unless one was a heaven-defying monster, there was no way one could change one's innate talent. Although Chao Hongtu was an ambitious man, his path would get narrower in the future. He might not be able to reach the 5th level of the heaven stage. Heaven stage martial warriors could still die. If he didn't manage to break through to the universe stage before his life came to an end, he would perish. This was why he wanted to get the Baron's title by hook or by crook. With it, he could get more resources. If his talent wasn't up to the mark, he would use more resources. He would immerse himself in resources until he reached the universe stage. In the great Qian Empire, he could only become his own ruler if he reached the universe stage. That was the only way he could control his life and not be treated like a dog. At that time, he wouldn't need to bend his back and sell his daughter to appease the powerful families. No one knew the emotions swarming in his heart under that calm expression. They didn't know how frustrated and humiliated he felt. The others were aware that talent would affect one's future, so they sympathized with Chao Hongtu. His talent was still a little too low. Chapter 1004. Crushed using talent. While the members of the noble families were feeling sad for Chao Hongtu, the head's voice interrupted their thoughts. Wang Tung, it's your turn. Everyone's attention was shifted to Wang Tung. Chao Hongtu's talent was at the top-tier Emperor level. What about Wang Tung? It was normal for a martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet to have a low talent. It was already a miracle for a planetary stage martial warrior to be born there. Their talent limited their progress. The talents of the living creatures born on the same planet were almost the same. It was hard to groom a real genius if one's talent was too low. Race and bloodline were predestined. It sounded helpless, but it was the truth. Emperor-level Earth talent, * 250 Emperor-level Earth talent, * 300 Wang. Tung walked over after collecting the attribute bubbles Chao Hongtu had dropped. He stepped into the enclosed space. Please choose your force. A mechanical voice sounded. Fire. Instantly, the enclosed area was filled with a thick fire force. Wang Tung was puzzled. This device seemed quite convenient. It was able to fill up the entire area with ample force in an instant. Would it be effective if he used it for cultivation? His gaze landed on the ground and saw many tiny holes on the floor. The fire force was flowing out of them. I see. Wang Tung activated his eyes of essence and understood how the force was produced. These were force-gathering rune arrays. The device would activate the relevant array according to the element the martial warrior chose. He stopped hesitating and activated his talent, absorbing the fire force. Swoosh! The fire force started gathering around Wang Tung. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red force whirlpool appeared in the enclosed space. This scene was similar to when Chao Hongtu was absorbing his earth force. Emperor-level talent. Looks like they're on par. This is strange. I didn't think a young lad from a remote planet would possess such potential. This is nothing strange. If he didn't have such talent, he wouldn't be selected as the Baron's heir. Everyone discussed in low voices. They were surprised that Wang Tung had Emperor-level talent. Chao Hongtu's gaze flickered. There wasn't any expression on his face, though. Their talents might be at the same level, but he was already a heaven-stage martial warrior. He understood how difficult it was if Wang Tung wanted to rely on his Emperor-level talent to reach the heaven stage. You could say that one of them was already at the finish line, while the other was still at the starting point. How could Wang Tung be compared to him? Top-tier Emperor-level talent. As expected, when the device announced Wang Tung's talent, it was Emperor-level. Similarly, it was a top-tier Emperor-level talent. Their level was the same, but everyone was shaking their heads. They didn't have high hopes for Wang Tung. Not all Emperor-level talents could reach the heaven stage. Wang Tung was just a planetary stage martial warrior. The difference between them was huge. The test had ended. There was no suspense. Everyone lost interest and wanted to leave. Wait! Wang Tung's voice was heard suddenly. Huh? The head stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Tung, who was still in the enclosed space. What's the matter? My test hasn't ended yet. Wang Tung glanced at the impatient crowd and continued calmly. I want to test my Earth Force too. You want to test your Earth Force? Everyone was stunned. Chao Hongtu furrowed his brows, staring at Wang Tung intently. Are you a double-element martial warrior? The head was surprised. I'm a triple-element martial warrior. Wang Tung pondered for a moment and felt that 2 elements were too little. He decided to add one more. 3 elements. This time, everyone was dumbstruck. Triple-element martial warriors were not common. If Wang Tung possessed 3 elements and all his talents were at the Emperor level, he would be quite a genius. Chao Hongtu's expression darkened. His gaze turned gloomy. He didn't expect Wang Tung's talent to be so high. He didn't mind if his talent was at the same level, but if he possessed 3 elements, his potential would be much higher. This meant that he had lost the first round. What are your other 2 elements? The head asked. Earth and metal. Wang Tung picked 2 talents randomly. Good, continue testing. The head nodded. Everyone got interested too, waiting for the test result. They wanted to see if all of his 3 elements had reached top-tier Emperor level. Starting the Earth and metal element test. A mechanical voice resounded in the enclosed space. The fire force was dispelled, and a large amount of earth and metal force swarmed out at the same time. Wang Tung activated both his talents simultaneously and absorbed the 2 forces. Swoosh! A gale blew in the enclosed space. Earth force and metal force gushed towards Wang Tung furiously. A bizarre scene appeared around him. The earth force and the metal force were divided, one on the left and one on the right. They formed two closed circuits with Wang Teng in the center. None of them affected each other. This is what is strong control. He's absorbing two different forces, but both of them remain separated. Wang Teng's talent must have reached the peak of emperor level to be able to do this. Haha, there will be a good show to watch. Everyone was stunned, their curiosity piqued. Some stared at Xiao Hongtu with a smirk. Wang Teng's talent was obviously higher than his. They thought that this would be a simple pass, but Wang Teng possessed three elements, and all of them weren't low. Xiao Hongtu was the one who got crushed. Xiao Hongtu also knew that his talent was lower than Wang Teng's when he saw this scene. He stood there without any expressions on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Top-tier, emperor-level earth talent. Top-tier, emperor-level metal talent. The device announced Wang Teng's talent quickly. Both were top-tier emperor-level talents, but the crowd could tell that all three of Wang Teng's talents had reached the peak of top-tier emperor level. This was extremely rare. He could go further with his talents. Wang Teng walked out of the device. Your talent is not bad. The head of the chamber nodded at Wang Teng. Thank you. Wang Teng bowed to show his gratitude. However, he was calm and composed throughout. He only displayed three top-tier emperor-level talents. It was nothing to be proud of. He could get better talents by picking up attribute bubbles, so these three emperor-level talents would be forsaken soon. Beating Xiao Hongtu was quite easy. What was there to compare? He didn't even reveal his true power. 2. You'll have 2 days to prepare. Well, gather here 2 days later and head to the flaming river world. The head left after his reminder. The other members of the chamber followed him. They didn't interact with Wang Teng at all. Voltaire from the Parkers family glanced at Wang Teng. There were no emotions on his face. Then, he turned and left. Junior brother, you sure gave me a surprise. Xiao Hongtu exclaimed pretentiously. It's nothing, Wang Teng replied in a composed manner. Xiao Hongtu didn't expect this reply. He was stunned. Senior brother Xiao, I need to prepare for the next trial. Do you have anything else to say? Wang Teng waved his hand and turned to leave. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider it? The Flaming River world is not a safe place. Not everyone who enters manages to come out, Xiao Hongtu said in an eerie tone. If you're not afraid, why would I be? Wang Teng turned and smiled at him. Then, he left without any hesitation. Xiao Hongtu stood at the same spot and stared at Wang Teng's back. His gaze turned deep, and strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Teng gathered with Lan and told him about the trial. He told him his plan. You want me to suppress my ability and go to the Flaming River world with you? Lan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, since Xiao Hongtu is doing that, you'll learn from him. Wang Teng sneered. Sure, he'll handle Xiao Hongtu. He's just at the second level of the heaven stage, so it's not hard to deal with him, Lan said confidently. It'll be great to kill him in the Flaming River world. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. Lan was shocked by Wang Teng's decisiveness and ruthlessness. He kept quiet for a second before asking, how do you plan to find the other 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors? I think I'll look through the Secondary Career Alliance's mission board. Wang Teng replied helplessly. If you don't mind, I can introduce 3 to you. Lan coughed awkwardly. Oh, Wang Teng looked at him. As long as the money is good. Lan rubbed his hands and sniggered. It was quite funny for a mecha to do this action. F***K. Do you love money so much? Wang Teng laughed. So what do you think? Lan didn't mind Wang Teng's teasing. No problem. 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Is 90 billion enough? Wang Teng was loaded and acted as such. Enough. Lan didn't bargain. He seemed extremely satisfied with this price. His eyes were glowing. Thank you then. Wang Teng smiled. He had to spend this money anyway, so he didn't mind letting Lan earn it. He had a pleasant time working with this mecha. He might be a money lover, but he fulfilled his duties. He'll go find him now. Lan did some operations on his wristwatch and continued. They'll be able to reach within half a day. My spacecraft is parked on the transit planet. Your clansman? Wang Teng asked in surprise. He had a guess. Yes, my clansman from the mecha race. Lan nodded. Wang Teng didn't probe further. They went back to Fan Taning's house and waited for the Flaming River World trial 2 days later. Chapter 1005. 3 missions 2 days later. In front of the noble family consultation chamber, all members of the chamber were gathered here, including the people who would be joining Chow Hong-tu in this trial. Wang Tung hadn't arrived yet. Many people started to get impatient after waiting for a while. Why isn't Wang Tung here? How can he make so many people wait for him? Did he give up because he can't gather 4 Cosmos Stage martial warriors? Maybe. He doesn't have any background, so it won't be easy for him to find 4 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Of course, only a few people were complaining. Most of them had their heads lowered and eyes closed to rest. These members of the noble family consultation chamber didn't have any noble status. They were just representatives sent by the various families. The noble families have been around for a long time, so each faction was huge. Normally, for such occasions, the ones who were free would come. Thus, there were many young martial warriors. They didn't have much consideration and just spoke their minds. Moreover, this matter was a waste of time and they couldn't earn any money from it. It was understandable that they felt unhappy. Chow Hong-tu smirked when he heard the discussions around him. He lost the first round, but he would definitely win this one. Wang Tung had no background. How could he fight with him? Even if he managed to find a 5-member team, he wouldn't possess any threat. Chow Hong-tu was a heaven stage martial warrior. Even if his ability was pushed down to the Cosmos stage, he wouldn't have any problems dealing with a few other Cosmos stage martial warriors. After a few minutes, when everyone was getting even more impatient, Wang Tung finally arrived. "I'm sorry I'm late," Wang Tung said helplessly. He was going to leave early in the morning, but someone unexpectedly came to find him and brought news of the Flaming River World, hence why he was late. Of course, he couldn't explain things clearly to the people here. Everyone appeared furious. They wanted to mock him, but the head of the chamber spoke first. "Since everyone is here, let's go." The head and the other members of the chamber were assessors of this test, so they would be heading to the Flaming River World too. Since the head had spoken, the others had nothing to say. They shut their mouths obediently. Chow Hong-tu glanced at Wang Tung and saw the 4 figures dressed in gray gowns. He frowned slightly. For Cosmos Stage martial warriors? He was puzzled, wondering where Wang Tung found these people. The head glanced at the 4 men in gray too. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes. Then, everyone boarded the rail train and came to the planet's dock. They took a Universe spacecraft to the Sirius planet. It was a Universe-level spacecraft owned by the Empire's military. It was huge, exceptionally huge. The most important thing was the material used to build it was tough and sturdy. It was strong enough to withstand a Universe-stage martial warrior's attack. One Universe-level spacecraft was worth as much as a few hundred QY, E-63 spacecraft. The spacecraft departed from the dock. It traveled through space and flew toward the Sirius planet. Everyone sat in their respective seats on the Universe-level spacecraft. The nobles knew how to enjoy themselves. They already had delicious wines and spiritual fruits on their tables. Many beauties from various races were attending to them. Such vices. Wang Tung complained in disdain. Then, he touched his chin and wondered if he should get some beautiful ladies on his spacecraft after this trial. They could talk about life and study some psychology together. It would add some fun to his life. When he had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Wang Tung, Chow Hong-tu, the head suddenly spoke. "Sir." Wang Tung and Chow Hong-tu replied hurriedly. "Before we reach the Sirius planet, let me explain the details of this trial. After you enter the Flaming River World, you'll need to complete 3 missions," the head said slowly. 3 missions. Wang Tung turned serious, paying full attention to the head. The first mission is to find 25,000 kilograms of Flaming River crystals. The one with more Flaming River crystals wins. There was a commotion after the head finished speaking. 25,000 kilograms of Flaming River crystals? That's not easy. The Flaming River crystals are found under the lava stream in the Flaming River World. The lava streams are death zones formed by the owner using the power of origin. Normal Cosmo Stage martial warriors won't be able to stay there for more than half an hour. Also, after many years of development, there aren't many flaming river crystals left. It won't be easy to get 25 kilograms. These missions were decided after many discussions with other universe stage martial warriors. Hence, the members of the chamber didn't know about them. Wang Tong was surprised by the noises around him and the deep frown on Chao Hong's face. The first mission seemed quite hard. Round Ball, do you know what the flaming river crystals are? Wang Tong asked in his mind. It's a special crystal found in the flaming river world. The owner created it accidentally when he merged the origin of flame with other high-class energy stones. It's great for fire element star beasts, Round Ball said. So this crystal is good for Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Wang Tong touched his chin and said, That's right. It's useful to your two spiritual pets. Round Ball shook its head and continued. However, you need to get them first. Are they hard to find? Wang Tong asked. Didn't you hear what they said? There are probably only a few flaming river crystals in the stream now, Round Ball said. Wang Tong started contemplating. He didn't ask any more questions. The second mission is to kill 500 fire black toads at the celestial stage or above. A tenth of them must be at the cosmos stage. Similarly, the more the better, the head explained the second mission. Everyone was shocked once again. Round Ball started to explain before Wang Tong could ask. The fire black toad is a special star beast found in the flaming river world. It's the hardest star beast to deal with. Most of the time, it hides in the flaming rivers. The flaming rivers, or streams, are one of the 5 most dangerous places in the flaming river world. There are many rivers covering the entire world. This is where the world got its name from. If you want to kill a fire black toad, you need to enter the flaming river. It's rumored that there are some strange flames in the river, so it's an extremely dangerous place. However, besides having a higher temperature, no one has discovered any strange things inside. But many martial warriors died after entering the rivers. No corpses could be found, and no one knows the reason. This strange flame can't be a divine flame, right? Wang Tong chuckled. He didn't care. Divine flames weren't common. On the other side, Chao Hong's expression turned grim. He knew how difficult it was. He was an earth element martial warrior. He didn't have much advantage in the dangerous fire element world. The flaming rivers were known as one of the 5 most dangerous places in the flaming river world. Even he was worried. Wang Tong started to gloat when he saw this scene. The third mission is the hardest. No one has ever completed it, the head continued. The hardest mission? Could it be? Many people realized something and were astounded. Father, is it? Chao's expression changed as he asked. Both he and Chao Jiaojiao were Cosmo Stage martial warriors. They were helping their father in this trial. Chao Hong furrowed his brows and nodded slowly. He was thinking of the same thing. Wang Ting felt a little confused when he noticed their expressions. No one had ever completed this mission. It should be that mission. Round Ball's serious voice resounded. You know about it? Wang Tong asked in surprise. There are many legacies left by the owner in the flaming river world. That guy's quite a weirdo. He left 53 legacies. 52 of them have been found. Only one is left, Round Ball explained. 53 legacies. Wang Tong was dumbfounded. Then, he understood and said, The last mission is probably to find the remaining legacy, right? Highly likely, Round Ball replied. Your third mission is to find the last legacy, the head revealed the answer. Sir, no one has ever found the last legacy. What if we fail? Chao Hongtu asked involuntarily. That's right, this mission is quite impossible. In the past, many formidable warriors entered the flaming river world, but no one has ever found it. Maybe, the other people agreed. All of them felt that the third mission was impossible. The head wasn't in a hurry. He waited silently for them to finish before replying in a commanding tone. You must complete this mission. If you succeed in the first 2 missions but fail in the last, you can only inherit the Baron's title after accumulating enough military exploits. What? Everyone gasped in shock. This request was a little unexpected. Sir, if I complete the first 2 missions, can I inherit the Baron's title immediately? After all, I've accumulated many military exploits. Chao Hongtu hesitated before asking. Those military exploits allowed you to have the chance to participate in this trial. If you want to win, you need to continue accumulating merits, the head replied. One, I understand. Chao Hongtu was frustrated. Wang Ting almost burst out laughing. He glanced at Chao Hongtu and noticed that his face was a little black. But this wasn't a good thing for him either. He must complete the third mission if he wanted to inherit the Baron's title immediately. Accumulating merits wasn't easy. Mind you, Chao Hongtu spent countless years before he earned enough of them. Yet he still couldn't get the title. If he had to restart the accumulation, who knew how long he would take? Chapter 1006, Sirius Planet, Fire Tongue Tree. 5 days later, a blue-white planet appeared in everyone's vision. The universe-level spacecraft traveled at a fast speed. This journey was meant to take 8 days, but they reached their destination in 5. The Sirius planet was a life planet at the northwest boundary of the Great Qian Empire. It wasn't as big as the Great Qian planet, but it was much bigger than Earth. This life planet was magical. Many formidable warriors were born here, and all of them had achieved numerous military exploits. They were prominent figures of their generation. The boundaries of the empire were the front line of resisting dark apparitions. This was where worse battles were held. Anyone who managed to survive the front line wouldn't be ordinary. The owner of Flaming River World was one of them. The universe-level spacecraft landed and parked on the dock of the Sirius planet. Wang Tung alighted with the head of the chamber. Cars came to fetch them. Sitting in the flying car, Wang Tung admired the scenery on the planet. They passed through the busy streets and came to the outskirts of the city. They entered the wilderness. The Flaming River World wasn't in the city. The Rune Energy flying car traveled for more than an hour before coming to a stop. A huge valley had appeared before everyone with buildings erected in the middle. It was a prosperous site. This should be where the descendants of the owner of the Flaming River World live. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. The flying car stopped in the valley. Someone came to welcome them immediately. The person was a middle-aged heaven-stage martial warrior who had long, fiery red hair. He smiled and said, "The chief family prepared for a long time after learning about your arrival. It's our honor." The head nodded at him. "Sir, this way, please." Qi Tiansheng bowed respectfully before leading the way in front. "There's no need to trouble you. Please bring us directly to the Flaming River World," the head said. "All right, please follow me." Qi Tiansheng nodded. He didn't force them. They went deep into the valley under his lead. This place was secluded and heavily guarded. It was the forbidden ground of the Qi family, a place other people couldn't enter. Suddenly, a towering fiery red tree entered everyone's vision. It shot right into the sky. The tree was enormous. If 10 people linked their hands and went around it, they might not be able to circle it. This was how huge the trunk was. The branches were filled with fiery red leaves like flames burning in the air. It looked holy and divine. A thick fire force floated around the giant tree, with no other plants around it. Roots as thick as giant pythons bulged out of the ground. They seemed exceptionally rough and gigantic. This tree, Wang Tung was dumbstruck. "We're here." Qi Tianqing stopped and pointed to the giant tree in front. "The entrance of the Flaming River World is in the tree hole." "The Flaming River World is in a tree?" Wang Tung was flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "Why are you making a fuss? A small world can exist anywhere. It could be as big as a planet or as small as a speck of sand. Some martial warriors at the peak of the universe stage are able to instill a small world the size of a life planet within a speck of dust. It's nothing strange that this one is in a tree," Round Ball said with contempt. "A speck of dust." Wang Ting didn't mind Round Ball's sarcastic tone. Or rather, he didn't have the time to care about it. He was in awe when he heard what it said. A universe-equal stage martial warrior could create a small world in a speck of dust. How frightening was that? This skill was mysterious and heaven-defying. No wonder the Parkers family didn't dare to offend a universe-stage martial warrior. A universe-stage martial warrior was indeed extremely powerful. They mustn't be underestimated. Some other people were also hearing this for the first time. so they were bewildered too. They found it hard to believe. Qi Tiansheng smiled proudly when he saw their expressions. My ancestor ascended to heaven below this fire-tongue tree. Before he left, he cultivated here for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally managed to seal the small world into this fire-tongue tree, using his exceptional ability and skill. The Flaming River Martial Warrior is a person of exceptional talent. I wish he could overcome the barrier and enter a higher realm. The head sighed and shook his head. Qi Tiansheng appeared saddened too. The death of a universe-stage martial warrior was a great loss to their family. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult for a universe-stage martial warrior to break through to the eternal stage. Despite investing all their resources and wealth, they were unable to help him to advance. Everyone, the Flaming River world is on the verge of collapsing. We need to strictly control the number of people entering this world, and their ability must not be greater than the cosmos stage. If not, the implications are unimaginable. Qi Tiansheng gathered his composure and said. The head nodded. He looked at Wang Teng and Chao Hongtu. Are you all ready? Sir, I'm ready, Chao Hongtu said in a low voice. No problems on my side either, Wang Teng replied. All right, go ahead. The head waved his hand and said to Qi Tiansheng, Mr. Qi, please open the Flaming River world. Yes. Qi Tiansheng answered and walked forward. A fiery red token appeared in his hand. He waved it in front of the tree. A red beam of light flew out from the token and slammed into the tree hole. Boom! Everyone heard a loud explosion within the tree hole. Then, a beam of glaring red light pierced out, along with heat waves. You will only have 15 days. If you don't come out by then, you might disappear along with the Flaming River world, Qi Tiansheng said seriously. Thank you for your reminder. Chao Hongtu cupped his fists. Thank you. Wang Teng also did the same. There's no one else inside the Flaming River world. The star beasts seem to know that the world is about to disappear, so they're extremely restless and irascible. There might be a riot at any time, Qi Tiansheng added. It looks like the difficulty has increased again. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile in his heart. I've said everything I should. This is the token. Follow the signs given by the token when returning. Please. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of red light shot toward Wang Teng and Chao Hongtu. They took the token and studied it before putting it in their pocket. Then, they turned to look at the head of the chamber. With his nod, they walked out with their teams. There were 5 people on both sides. Besides Chao Jiao and Chao Wu, the other 2 members were Cosmos Stage martial warriors too. One of them was wrapped in a black gown, so no one knew his identity. Wang Teng's team was simpler. He stood in front, and the 4 people behind him were all covered with gray gowns. Nothing could be seen. Qi Tiansheng wanted to laugh when he saw their attire. Chao Hongtu brought his team forward. At first, his aura was that of a heaven stage martial warrior, but with each step he took, his aura dwindled. It went from the 2nd level heaven stage to the 1st level heaven stage. Finally, it reached the 9th level cosmos stage and stayed there. By now, he had reached the tree hole and stepped in without any hesitation. With a flash of red light, he vanished. The other members of the team followed closely and disappeared in front of everyone. Wang Teng blinked. He led his team toward the tree hole without any hesitation. As Enlon walked toward the tree hole, his aura started to change too. It tumbled from the peak of the heaven stage to the 9th level cosmos stage. Wang Teng and his team held each other's hand and stepped into the tree hole. Was that the aura of a heaven stage martial warrior? They weren't surprised when Chao Hongtu revealed his heaven stage ability. After all, everyone knew about it. However, they were astounded by Enlon. That quiet man in a gray gown was also a heaven stage martial warrior. Gasp! This is getting interesting. Chao Hongtu would never expect Wang Teng to have a heaven stage martial warrior hiding behind him. How'd he do it? How is a planetary stage martial warrior like him able to get the help of a heaven stage martial warrior? Everyone let out a long sigh as they recovered from their astonishment. They started discussing with strange expressions on their faces. Voltaire from the Parker's family pulled a long face. He stared at the tree hole coldly. He wished he could rush in, but it was too late. The entrance had disappeared. No one could enter now. Even if he wanted to, the head of the chamber wouldn't agree. Qi Tianqing was flabbergasted. He didn't think that there would be a heaven stage martial warrior on both sides. What was going on? Wasn't this a simple trial? Why were there heaven stage martial warriors participating? No matter how magical this flaming river world was, it has limited benefits for a heaven stage martial warrior. Why do they go in? Wait, could it be for the last legacy? Qi Tianqing's gaze turned sharp. However, he knew he shouldn't ask. This trial was a combined decision made by the universe stage martial warriors of the Empire. Even if their chief family had some power, they couldn't stop it. They could only cooperate with them. Besides, the chief family was declining. No universe stage martial warrior had appeared in this generation. If this continued, their future would be dire. Sai, why didn't our ancestor leave the legacy for us directly? Our chief family wouldn't be in this state if he did. Qi Tianqing shook his head and lamented in his heart. The world started spinning. A moment ago, they were still in the Qi residence. In the blink of an eye, they saw streams of lava merging to form rivers. Wang Teng and his team were in midair. Out of the blue, they fell into the lava. They didn't have much time to react. Plunk, plunk. Wang Teng's expression changed. He immediately covered his body with the emerald-glazed flame to isolate the high heat. Then, he dashed out of the lava stream. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 of them jumped out of the lava and landed on the banks. Unlan and Wang Teng were unscathed. However, steam could be seen rising from the bodies of the other 3 mechas. The gray gowns on them were burned, revealing their mecha bodies below. There were red patches on their skin, like metals melting at high heat. Chapter 1007. My dear, don't run. 5 of them rushed out of the lava stream and stood at the banks. There were still waves of heat coming from all around them, and the ground was extremely hot. A planetary stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to even stand. Is everyone all right? Wang Teng asked as he looked at Enlon and the others. I'm fine. Enlon shook his head and then asked the other 3 Cosmos stage mechas, and Feng and Jian Dong. What about you guys? It's nothing. It's just a little hot. If we didn't react fast enough, we would be in trouble, a mecha race martial warrior answered. This lava stream is the real thing. Even our bodies wouldn't be able to bear it, another mecha race martial warrior said. Be careful. If you turn into a pool of molten iron, you'll have to spend money to reforge your bodies. It's troublesome, and Lon cautioned. Silence. Wang Teng had a strange feeling when he heard that. It didn't matter if a mecha's body was destroyed. You could just have it changed with money. This feels so good. He was a little envious. Understood, boss. And Feng rubbed his mechanical head. Clang. Lon angrily smacked in Feng's head, making a loud noise. He then lambasted, Stop calling me boss. It makes us look like a band of bandits. Oh. And Feng nodded hurriedly like he was his punching bag. The other mecha race, martial warriors, tucked in their heads like they were traumatized by Enlon. Wang Teng peeked at Enlon. He felt that the mechas really looked like bandits. Maybe they were. This reminded him of Jin Yuan and Haydock, who he met back on Earth. Both sides did things the same way and were as slippery as an eel. One, unfortunately, they ran away when he was entering the remains left by Nangongyu. Hey, there are attribute bubbles here, Wang Teng uttered softly. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Not far away, a few attribute bubbles emerged from the lava stream. Collect. Constellation Force, fire. Asterisk 20 Constellation Force, fire. Asterisk 30 Constellation Force, fire. Asterisk 5, there were a total of 55 points of the Constellation Fire Force. Although it wasn't much, Wang Teng was anticipating more. Does this flaming river world generate a tribute bubble from time to time? If so, he had struck gold. Where are we going now? Enlon looked around. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and switched on his wristwatch. A map appeared. It was given by someone before he left. And the person who gave this to him was Di Chi. He didn't know if Di Chi had entered the flaming river world previously or obtained this information from others. Anyway, he helped Wang Teng a lot. Otherwise, he would be searching aimlessly in the flaming river world and would waste more time. They only had 15 days. Go this way. Wang Tung pointed in a direction. Let's go to the lava swamp first. It shouldn't be too far. Yes. Amon naturally followed Wang Tung's decisions. Let's go. The five of them set off after choosing the direction. They looked around and scouted the area as they flew. This was the only chance where they had the time to look at the peculiar environment of the flaming river world. It was very different from the outside world. There were 3 huge fireballs hanging in the sky that looked like suns. The whole sky was illuminated with fiery red color. The ground was also covered with reddish-brown soil. Lava streams intersected each other and were spread all over the land, exuding bursts of steam. In such an environment, ordinary creatures and plants wouldn't be able to exist. However, there were still strange species that relied on the fire force to survive. They were the natives of this world. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Along the way, he realized that the surroundings were littered with red attribute bubbles. This was especially so near the lava streams, where there were even more bubbles. They appeared from the lava every now and then. He immediately sent forth his spiritual power and picked them up. Constellation Force, Fire, *10 Constellation Force, Fire, *8 Constellation Force, Fire, *15 Fire Force attribute bubbles gathered toward Wang Tung. Although they didn't have high value, there was a vast number of them. With so many of them, he obtained thousands of attributes in just a short while. The constellation Fire Force circulated in his body and merged inside his sea of nihility. Looks like this time, I can probably advance to the celestial realm. Wang Tung felt the change in his constellation Fire Force. After flying for half an hour, they gradually closed in onto the lava swamp. The lava streams started converging, looking like they were flowing out from the swamp. Likewise, there were many attribute bubbles. Wang Tung was overjoyed. Psst! Suddenly, a tongue of flame shot out from the lava stream and headed toward one of the mechas. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The flame was too fast. Before a mecha martial warrior could react, his leg was entangled. He then felt a huge force pulling him toward the lava stream below. However, they were still Cosmo Stage martial warriors after all. When faced with a sudden change, they didn't panic. The mecha's arms wriggled and turned into a sword. He then condensed his force, creating a sword glow. "You're looking for death!" The mecha roared and slashed at the tongue of flame. The sword glow struck the flame and cut it apart. Croak! A strange cry came from the lava stream below. Everyone only saw a black shadow flashing before it disappeared. They could no longer find a trace of it. "It's the fire black toads. Be careful!" Wang Tung and Enlon shouted simultaneously as they stared at the lava steam vigilantly. No one expected that they would encounter fire black toads here. Fire black toads were one of their missions. However, only the flaming river had the most number of fire black toads. The lava streams would only have 1 or 2 occasionally. They were lucky to find one here. This fire black toad is a sly one. If you don't take it out with a single blow, it will just hide, Enlon said. Since we encountered one, we can't give it up so easily. A smile appeared on Wang Tung's face. No matter what, it was still better than nothing. No matter how cunning this fire black toad was, it couldn't have escaped from him. The lava hinders our spirit. If the fire black toad continues hiding, it will be difficult for us to find it. Enlon frowned. That might not be true. Wang Tung snickered. In an instant, emerald-glazed flame surged out from his body and rushed into the lava stream like chains of fire. Hiss! 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 They made a sizzling sound when they touched the lava, remaining unscathed. The emerald chains swam fast in the lava stream like flaming pythons. Wang Tung used his spiritual power and sensed the situation under the lava. Found it. After a while, his eyes lit up. He then controlled the chains to go toward a place in the lava stream. Croak! The strange sound came again, and it was even louder this time, like it was in a panic. Boom! With a loud bang, the lava exploded and splashed everywhere. A huge black shadow rushed out from the lava stream. It was a red toad with a back full of bumps. The fire black toad leaped out of the stream in a bid to escape in the other direction. However, several chains shot out and chased it. "You're still running." Wang Tung was calm. The emerald-glazed flame turned into a large net and covered every direction. Croak! The fire-black toad didn't expect to be ambushed and slammed its head in the net formed by the emerald-glazed flame. Croak! It struggled frantically, and the bumps on its back burst. Blobs of lava emerged and blew several small holes in the net formed by the emerald-glazed flame. It swung its claws and ripped the net apart, trying to grab the opportunity to escape. "My dear, don't run," Wang Tung yelled, and a dark-eye spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 1008. Why do I need this fire tongue? Nether Frost. This was the special ice he found on the Netherworld giant python. It was able to curb fire element star beasts. It was just the right item to deal with the fire black toad. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the long spear shot out. It turned into a beam of black light and hurled down at the fire black toad. Sensing danger, the fire black toad started struggling frantically in the big net. It managed to free half of its body, but it was too late. The long spear made from nether frost arrived above the fire black toad in an instant. Then, it stabbed into its body. Splurt! A red flower blossomed, its beauty amplified by a cry of sorrow. Croak! The fire black toad's huge body flew out under the impact of the long spear. There was a loud bang. It was pinned on the ground some distance away. However, it was still alive. It continued struggling, stomping the ground with its limbs in an attempt to pull out the long spear. Swoosh! A chill exuded out of the long spear and spread through the body of the fire black toad. All its force and blood were frozen. At the same time, a layer of black ice appeared on its surface. The fire black toad stopped struggling. Its body stiffened, and it froze on the spot. No signs of life could be detected anymore. This ice, and Lon squinted. He was astounded when he saw nether frost. He landed in front of the fire black toad and touched the ice. A chill entered deep into his bones, along with a layer of frost on his mecha body. "What a powerful frost!" another mecha martial warrior exclaimed. "Wang Tung, I didn't know that you're an ice element martial warrior too. This isn't normal frost, right?" Amon looked at Wang Tung intently as he probed. "It's nothing special." Wang Tung waved his hand nonchalantly as he walked over and sized up the fire black toad. Amon had nothing to say. A normal person like him couldn't converse with this young man who loved to put on an act. This fire black toad is probably at the 5th level of the celestial stage, and Lon took a deep breath and said. Wang Tung nodded and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the fire black toad. Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 3500 Fire Tongue, asterisk 1 blank attribute, asterisk 4500 huh? What can I use this fire tongue for? Wang Tung gave a contemptuous look. This was a special technique, but he couldn't use his tongue as a weapon like the fire black toad, right? It felt exciting just thinking about it. Cough, it felt disgusting. Too, however, after picking it up, he realized that this wasn't the case. He could form a tongue using flames. It would be agile and great for sneak attacks. Besides this special skill, he also gained 3,500 points of Constellation Fire Force and 45,000 blank attributes. It was a sizable sum. Wang Tung kept the corpse of the fire black toad in his space ring. He had finished 1/500 of the second mission. Let's go. Everyone continued their journey towards the lava swamp. Another 10 minutes passed quickly. The group finally reached their destination. A vast and boundless swamp appeared in front of them. This swamp was different from usual. It was made of lava, and it was scorching. The lava was rumbling loudly. Bubbles formed on the surface and burst after some time. Steaming hot lava splashed everywhere. Wang Tung saw numerous attribute bubbles at one glance. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 30 Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 25 Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 35 within a few seconds. Wang Tung collected more than 2,000 points of Constellation Fire Force. We're finally here. Amon glanced around him in awe. I heard that this swarm is always expanding. I wonder if it's true. I think so. Look at the rocks around it. They're melting slowly. Wang Tong finished picking up the attribute bubbles and looked below him. He squatted down and tapped a piece of rock lightly. It broke immediately and fell into the lava. A mecha martial warrior placed his finger into the lava. When he took it out, his finger had melted. Ouch, it hurts. The mecha commented without any expressions on his face. Clang! Unlan slapped the martial warrior's head and scolded. Don't be stupid. You shouldn't waste your energy like this. Yes. A blue glow appeared in the mecha martial warrior's eyes. His finger started growing back like liquid. Is there something wrong with their brains? Wang Tong asked Unlan through voice transmission. Don't worry. Ordering them around won't be a problem. Unlan smiled apologetically and patted his chest. I hope so. Wang Ting glanced at him helplessly. Then, he twirled his eyeballs and released the metal armor, flaming scorpion, and little white from the space fragment. After absorbing the constellation elixirs, they had gone into hibernation and woke up a few days ago. Both of them had advanced to the Emperor level. They possessed the same power as a planetary stage human martial warrior. The metal armor flaming scorpion was at the 3rd level Emperor level, while Little White was at the 5th level Emperor level. It had surpassed the metal armor flaming scorpion. The metal armor flaming scorpion felt frustrated because of this. At first, it was more powerful than Little White, yet it was lagging behind now. The metal armor flaming scorpion cursed Wang Tong for being biased numerous times. He must have given Little White a lot of good stuff. If not, how could Little White surpass it? However, Master, what do you need from me? The metal armor flaming scorpion crawled toward Wang Tong obediently when it realized that it was in a place filled with fire force. It tried to curry favor with Wang Tong. Little White still couldn't speak, so it cawed and landed in front of Wang Tong, rubbing its head on his palm. This is a small world known as the Flaming River World. This lava swamp is a dangerous place. There are flaming river crystals beneath it. I want you to go down and search for this crystal with me, Wang Tong replied. Go down. The metal armor flaming scorpion placed its scorpion tail in the lava and exclaimed, the constellation fire force inside is very thick. It's dangerous, but it'll be of great help to our cultivation. This is a good opportunity. Take the chance to upgrade yourselves, Wang Tong said earnestly. He didn't feel that he had found 2 hard labors for himself. Don't worry, Master. Well, work hard, the metal armor flaming scorpion said firmly. All right, you'll work together with Little White. Don't stay too far from me. If there's any danger, I might not be able to rush over in time, Wang Tong said. These are your spiritual pets? Unlan walked over and asked in surprise. That's right. Asking Feng and Dong and Jian to team up with them. Wang Tong nodded and said after some contemplation. Okay. Unlan had no objections. He turned and spoke to the 3 other mecha martial warriors. After some time, he said to Wang Tong, the temperature below is very high. We won't be able to stay below for too long, and we'll need to return to the surface soon. This is a waste of time. Wang Tong pondered and took out 3 battle armors. He took these from the alien candidates in the past. They were all mass-produced items. They had no owners now, so anyone could wear them. Were these battle armors? Wang Tong said. Unlan and the others were confused, but they still wore the battle armor. A plus point of these mass-produced battle armors was that they could change according to the size and height of the wearer. Thus, when they wore them, they fitted them perfectly. Wang Tong went forward and gathered nether frost on his palm. A layer of frost covered the armors. Unlan's eyes lit up. He finally understood Wang Tong's plan. How do you feel? Wang Tong asked. Haha, this is a good idea. The frost will have little effect on us because of the battle armor. And Lan smiled and replied, that's good. Wear this to enter the swamp, and you can stay below for a longer time. When you feel uncomfortable, come to me and I'll cover you with frost again. Yes. And Lan nodded. Wang Tong organized his team and continued on their quest. Let's go. The instant he said this, everyone leaped into the lava swamp. Plunk, plunk, plunk. Lava splattered into the air, submerging Wang Tong and his team. They controlled their bodies as they went down. Chapter 1009, In and Out Lava Swamp. Only lava could be seen here. Steam rose into the air, and the lava bubbled happily. Even the air seemed to have turned distorted from the heat. There were no living creatures here. The place was barren and empty. This environment wasn't suitable for living either. Wang Tung wondered why the owner of this small world created it. Shouldn't he create a utopia with an abundance of lives and a comfortable environment? Mind you, the creator could enter this small world too. Many universe-stage martial warriors would build extravagant sculptures in their small world and plant all sorts of special flowers and fruits. They would then buy some beauties and put them in the small world to serve them. They had an amazing time inside. But the Flaming River world wasn't a place to relax and enjoy. It was torture to be in this environment. Wang Tung didn't understand why the creator of the Flaming River world made this small world for himself. It made no sense at all. Could it be that this creator wanted to lead an austere life? Wang Tung complained silently in his heart as he sank down the lava and opened a path so that they could travel within. What comforted him was that there were more attribute bubbles below the swamp compared to the surface. Bubbles were scattered all over the bottom, looking conspicuous in his eyes. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 50 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 40 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 60 as more and more Constellation Fire Force entered his pocket. A smile crept up Wang Tung's face uncontrollably. The environment in the swamp was special, so Wang Tung didn't put down his guard even though his team wasn't weak. He remained vigilant. His team members were wearing armors covered with nether frost, so they could temporarily resist the lava. However, they would still melt in high temperature. They wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Fortunately, nether frost was special. Other normal frost or ice wouldn't be able to resist the high temperature in this place. As for Wang Tung, he was different. He covered his body with the emerald glazed flame, rendering the lava useless. He could travel freely in the swamp. And Lon looked at him with envy. This was how powerful a divine flame was. Wang Tung wasn't afraid of any normal fire. Split up, but don't go too far. Wang Tung spoke to his team using voice transmission. Everyone separated according to the plan. The 5 martial warriors and the 2 spiritual pets split into 2 small groups. Wang Tung and Enlon were one group. Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and the other 3 mecha martial warriors formed another group. Wang Tung used the emerald glazed flame as a medium and hid his spiritual power in it. He then created many tentacles and stretched them into the lava. He checked his surroundings as he moved forward. Let's go this way. His eyes lit up suddenly because he sensed something. He changed direction and moved to his left. You found something? Enlon chased after him hurriedly and asked through voice transmission. I sense a thicker constellation fire force there. It might be the flaming river crystals, Wang Tung said. Enlon nodded, not probing further. He knew that Wang Tung was more sensitive in this environment, so he listened to him. He didn't feel any unwillingness. Wang Tung was a triple-field grandmaster with powerful spiritual power. Even as a Cosmo-stage divine spirit master, he didn't dare to say that he was more powerful than Wang Tung. Enlon was a heaven-stage martial warrior and a Cosmo-stage divine spirit master. The combination of these two was extremely powerful. After some time, Wang Tung saw more tribute bubbles in front of him. His eyes shone brightly. Looks like this lava swamp is my lucky ground. Wang Tung muttered in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 80 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 50 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 100. These attribute bubbles have a higher value than the ones above. Looks like this is the right place. There must be flaming river crystals here. Wang Tung stopped in his tracks and signaled to Enlon. Then he focused his gaze below. Found it. The fire force here is thicker. Wang Tung pointed below. Below the ground? Leave it to me. Enlon chuckled. He waved his hand, and a beam of light shot out of his body. Boom! It penetrated right into the ground below. The rock layer at the bottom of the swamp was extremely special. It was able to withstand extremely high temperatures and was tougher and harder than normal rocks. Yet the destructive power of the beam of light made short work of it. A cut was instantly made in the bottom layer. A dense red glow penetrated from the crack. Unlan had a strong grasp of his power. The instant he cut through the bottom layer and noticed the red glow, he stopped. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, Wang Tung finally saw the real identity of the beam of light. This was a cone-shaped spiritual weapon. It was spinning madly under Unlan's control and penetrating the hard layer of rock bottom. This is Thousand Armaments Vessel. Wang Tung was shocked. Ha, you're right. I didn't think you'd recognize it with one look. Unlan laughed. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual weapon started dismantling into various parts. It combined again to form the familiar black box Wang Tung knew. Good riddance. I knew that the Thousand Armaments Vessel had many combinations when I made it. Indeed, after seeing this form, this is an amazing weapon, Wang Tung exclaimed. The blueprint Unlan gave him didn't consist of all the combinations. This might be the trump card Unlan kept for himself. The blacksmith might know the theory of how to make the Thousand Armaments Vessel, but without the combinations, its power would be heavily discounted. Wang Tung knew that some made-to-order spiritual weapons were exclusive. There was no counterfeit. It wasn't like those mass-produced weapons. They were of a certain grade, but they weren't unique. They couldn't be compared to these special weapons. This Thousand Armaments Vessel was a spiritual weapon designed by the mecha race. Besides them, Wang Tung was probably the only one who touched it. Unlan knew what Wang Tung was thinking. Since he took it out here, he didn't plan to hide it from him. He pointed at the bottom of the swamp. Let's take a look. Wang Tung nodded, sinking further down. He arrived at the spot where the red light came from. A patch of fiery red crystals could be seen below the rock layer. The scene was dazzling to the eye. These are the flaming river crystals. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. It sounded a little excited. You're so lucky. You found them so quickly. I have the emerald glaze flame, so places filled with fire elements are a piece of cake for me. Wang Tung chuckled. He was in a good mood. Let's start digging. He called Unlan over, and the duo started digging. Be careful. Don't damage them too much, or the fire energy inside will be destroyed. Round Ball reminded him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Tung acted carefully. He was a divine spirit master, so he could use his spiritual power to control his weapons. There wouldn't be too much deviation. Unlan didn't need any warning either. He was a Cosmo Stage divine spirit master. He was more powerful than Wang Tung, a Celestial Stage divine spirit master. His level of control was higher than Wang Tung's. The flaming river crystals here weren't all gathered in one location. They were scattered around, increasing the difficulty of their excavation. However, with their cooperation, they progressed rather quickly. They managed to dig out a few thousand kilograms of flaming river crystals in the blink of an eye. Wang Tung kept them. These flaming river crystals are indeed special. I can tell that they're beneficial to fire element martial warriors and star beasts. Wang Tung smiled and said, You're a fire element martial warrior. If you use them to cultivate, you'll be able to rise to the celestial stage very soon. Unlan looked at him and said, Wang Tung smiled. He would be able to advance to the celestial stage without the flaming river crystals. There were many attribute bubbles in the flaming river world. Not only could he advance to the celestial stage, but he would also be able to raise his ability greatly. Unlan didn't know what he was thinking. He thought that Wang Tung was extremely confident in himself and disdained using the flaming river crystals. Relying on oneself for a breakthrough was better than relying on external forces. Based on their senses, there were at least a few more kilograms of flaming river crystals deep below. They were deeper, so the digging process was harder. Just when Wang Tung was about to dig up the rest of the flaming river crystals so that they could move to the next location, a beam of red light shot out from the hole among the rocks and attempted to bite Wang Tung's wrist. Be careful, Unlan reminded him in a low voice. Wang Tung reacted swiftly. He formed a layer of nether frost on his finger and pointed at the beam of red light. An astonishing scene appeared. The beam of red light was as fast as lightning. It shrank back instantly and disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng's finger froze in midair. He didn't know what to do. What was he supposed to point at when he didn't have a target? He exchanged glances with Enlon and felt speechless. Did you see what that was? I didn't, Enlon said helplessly. Swoosh. At that moment, the beam of red light appeared again. It seemed to know that Wang Teng was hard to deal with, so it dashed toward Enlon. Enlon blinked. He raised his hand, and force gathered on it. He prepared to give it a heavy blow. The beam of red light didn't think that Enlan's reaction would be so fast as well. It shrank back again. It seemed extremely timid. Enlan's finger paused in midair. The corners of his lips twitched. The two martial warriors stared at one another. They could tell that this beam of red light was powerful, but it was amazingly fast. It was a little timid too. It came out and shrank back. Was it playing with them? I think I saw it this time. I think it's a red earthworm, Wang Teng said uncertainly. Earthworm? Enlon frowned. Maybe it's a flaming crystal red phosphorus worm, Roundball said. Flaming crystal red phosphorus worm? Wang Teng quickly asked in his mind. Do you know what it is? Chapter 10:10. Making everyone crave for it. This is a mutated beast that lives on flaming river crystals. It's originally called the red phosphorus worm. After they were released here by the Flaming River World's owner, they started feeding on flaming river crystals and mutated. Roundball thought for a moment and started explaining. This flaming crystal red phosphorus worm has great nutritional value because of all the flaming river crystals that it devours all year round. It's delicious when you fry it till it's golden brown. Are you craving it? Wang Teng asked softly. Roundball, to hell with craving. What was going on with his mind? Roundball took a deep breath and said, the important thing is that flaming crystal red phosphorus worms fear death. They do not allow others to steal flaming river crystals, as the crystals are the food they rely on for survival. However, they do not dare to face enemies either, which is why they use a harassment tactic to get their enemies to retreat. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm is rather strange. Wang Teng was speechless. Although it's disgusting, it is still a good tactic. Every creature has its own survival instincts. If the flaming crystal red phosphorus worms weren't this elusive, they would have been wiped out long ago, Roundball said. Wang Teng passed down Roundball's words, shocking Enlon. Although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a strange beast before. The two looked down and saw the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm darting in and out of the hole. Every time its head appeared, it would quickly retract again as if it would attack them at any time. However, it annoyed Wang Teng and Enlon with its behavior. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm is only at the planetary stage. It is not that difficult to deal with, Enlon said. Leave it to me. Wang Teng shook his head. Not wishing to waste time here, he turned his emerald-glazed flame into a fire tongue and sent it downward. The skill that he just acquired was not expected to be used so soon. Destiny likes to fool people. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm sensed something amiss and immediately dug underground. The fire tongue was in hot pursuit and rushed into the hole. Shrill! A panic cry resounded from the hole. The fire tongue began to shake violently as if something was struggling fiercely. The fire tongue was known for being quick and nimble, and it wasn't less elusive compared to the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm. Soon, the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was wrapped by the fire tongue and brought out of the hole. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was struggling frantically. It was only a meter long, which was considered relatively small as compared to other star beasts. Its attack power wasn't that great. Its body glowed with a red light repeatedly as it tried to break free from the fire tongue. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was all for nothing. The ordinary flame that it was using could never be compared with the emerald-glazed flame. You still want to run? Wang Teng pointed at the worm's body. Netherfrost spread around and froze it. Netherfrost was undoubtedly the most effective way to deal with fire element star beasts. He finally had the opportunity to study the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm. The 1-meter-long body was crimson red and somewhat transparent, like it was made of flaming crystals. There were two small eyes on its head, which looked a bit silly and not so disgusting. After the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was frozen, it lost its vitality and a few attribute bubbles dropped. Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 600 Origin of Flame, asterisk 2 blank attribute, asterisk 1200 Origin of Flame. Wang Tung's eyes narrowed, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The Origin of Flame was a power of origin that only a universe stage martial warrior could possess, yet it came out from this small worm. This didn't make sense. A universe stage martial warrior could cultivate the power of origin and use it as the foundation of a small world. The small world would then undergo an evolution. The flaming river crystals were formed by the Origin of Flame, showing how extraordinary they were. The trace of Origin of Flame merged into Wang Tung's body and circulated around his limbs and bones. It gradually merged into the fire constellation in his mind and fell silent. Huff! Wang Tung let out a deep breath, and his gaze flickered. He obtained a power of origin that could only be cultivated by universe-stage martial warriors just like that. Although it was only a trace amount, it was still a power of origin and shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Tung then kept the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm in his space ring and said to Enlon, "Continue digging." Enlon nodded and worked together with Wang Tung. He didn't forget to ask a question. Why does your skill look a bit like the tongue of a fire black toad? Does it? I think you saw it wrong. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. He responded without a change in his expression. Is that so? Enlon didn't dwell on it and concentrated on mining the flaming river crystals. 10 minutes later, all the flaming river crystals in the area were dug out, which added up to about 2,000 kilograms. It was quite a harvest. Wang Tung sensed his surroundings again and called Enlon to leave after he had confirmed that there were no more flaming river crystals. Let's go. Afterward, they found a few scattered pieces of flaming river crystals. The quantity paled in comparison to their first haul, though, adding up to less than 1,000 kilograms. Nether frost covering Enlan's battle armor was mostly melted. Wang Tung quickly added another layer for him. Little White's team also returned to Wang Tung, and he replenished nether frost for the other mechas as well. Master, we managed to find more than 4,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals. The metal armor flaming scorpion ran over and asked for credit. Oh, Wang Tung was a little surprised. You found more than 4,000 kilograms? Yes, it's all in the space ring. Look, the metal armor flaming scorpion spat out a space ring. The space ring was normally placed in its mouth. Wang Tung rolled his eyes in disgust. He wouldn't hold it with his hands and brought it over using spiritual power. Looking inside, he saw a small pile of flaming river crystals. Good job. Wang Tung was satisfied and patted the metal armor flaming scorpion's armored shell. After advancing to the Emperor level, its body became larger, and the outer shell was extremely hard. It made a dull sound when he patted it. Little White wasn't satisfied and cawed at the side. Although Little White was a bird-star beast, it had the fire element as well, and its ghost fire became stronger when it absorbed the emerald glazed flame. It allowed it to fly freely and go under the lava swamp. Haha, that's right. It's also your hard work. Wang Tung sensed the satisfaction that Little White conveyed through the spiritual pet contract and laughed while patting its head. Wang Tung, your spiritual pets are good. They found more crystals than us. Enlon was surprised. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion raised their heads like peacocks. They knew that the chunk of mechanical parts in front of them was extremely powerful and were overjoyed to be praised by him. Enlon didn't know that he was just a powerful mechanical hunk in their eyes. Otherwise, he would probably die of anger. A Heaven Stage martial warrior was regarded as a chunk of mechanical parts. He couldn't bear this. They are fire element star beasts and have mutated. They are very sensitive to the fire element. It's not surprising that they can find so many flaming river crystals. Wang Tung smiled. Mutant star beasts are rare, and you have 2 of them. You're lucky. Enlon shook his head in envy. Calm down. You'll get used to it after envying me a few more times, Wang Tung said calmly. Enlon, I don't want to get used to it. We have less than 10,000 kilograms, which is far from the required number. We have to work harder. Keep going, everyone. Wang Tung waved his hand and said. Everyone stopped chatting and scattered to find more again. Time passed slowly. After an hour, Wang Tung and the others found 8,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals. He also encountered a few flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. He caught them all and tossed them in a space ring. Wang Tung planned to fry them and see if he could really make everyone crave this delicacy. He was a grandmaster chef. It was a normal thing for him to try all kinds of strange food. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion also captured flaming crystal red phosphorus worms under Wang Tung's instructions. The two of them were very good at hunting and had already caught several of them without his guidance. But what really made Wang Tung happy was that he could obtain origin of flame attribute bubbles from the worms, which increased his attributes by a lot. Chapter 10:11. You're the one who has a death wish. There are no more flaming river crystals in this area. Wang Tung and Enlon met up with the rest of the team and discussed for a moment. They prepared to move to the next location. They had searched all the areas around them. It was impossible to find any more flaming river crystals nearby. They returned to the surface. Wang Tung opened the map and searched for their next destination. There were many red zones marked on the map. These were the places other people had dug before. The lava swamp was huge, but after many years, most of the crystals had been excavated. They needed to find areas that hadn't been touched. Let's head to the north. That area is bigger. Wang Tung pointed to a patch of ground in the north and suggested. I have no objection, and Lon shrugged. Let's go. Wang Tung found where the north was and kept the map. Everyone flew in the direction under his lead. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Tung arrived at his destination and dived into the lava. After a few plunks, the surface of the lava resumed its calmness. It was as if nothing had happened. Approximately 10 minutes later, two beams of light shot over from afar and stopped in the air above their heads. One of them was Chow Jiaojiao from the Chow family. The other person was covered in a black robe. Here it is. There should be flaming river crystals here. Chow Jiaojiao looked at the map and said, Yes. The man in the black robe nodded. The next moment, the two of them leaped into the lava without any protection. A magical scene appeared. After they entered the swamp, a layer of light appeared on the surface of their bodies. The lava around them was blocked outside the layer. Their bodies started sinking, and they quickly arrived at the bottom of the swamp. The two of them sensed their surroundings and left quickly. They traveled in the swamp without hindrance, as if they were on land. After some time, they stopped again. The lava around them was pushed away, and a deep hole appeared in front of them. It was a new hole that was dug recently. The two of them turned silent. They came recently. Chow Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and said using voice transmission, Chase them. The man's gaze turned sharp. He rushed forward at a fast speed. Chow Jiaojiao's gaze flickered. She didn't dare to stay any longer and followed after him. Wang Tung, we must have collected 7,500 kilograms of flaming river crystals here, right? Enlon asked happily as he dashed out of a deep hole with Wang Tung. About there. It might be a little more. A smile appeared on the edge of Wang Tung's lips. He seemed happy. Suddenly, his expression changed. His gaze turned grim. What is it? Enlon asked hurriedly. The instant he asked the question, his expression changed too. He received a message through some unknown method. They got ambushed. Wang Tung received the news through his spiritual pet contract with Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. He rushed in their direction without any hesitation. Damn it, they met a heaven stage martial warrior. It must be Chow Hong too. The news that Enlon received was even clearer. The mecha race had a special communication method. They were able to interact with one another within a certain distance. This was how the other three mechas contacted him just now. Don't worry. Chow Hong 2 won't be able to release his heaven stage ability here. My friends can resist for some time. Enlon consoled Wang Tung when he noticed how quiet he was. However, they increased their speed and tried their best to rush to the location. Boom! A loud explosion came from the bottom of the lava swamp. Lava is splattered everywhere. And Fong and the three Cosmos Stage mechas were fighting with a man in a black gown. They were the ones who caused the terrifying force explosion. The man in a black gown released his fist. A blue flame gathered and flew toward the three mechas. Boom, boom, boom. The trio stood at three corners. Their arms turned into battle blades, and they released blade auras more than 10 meters long. They condensed their blade conscious into the blade glows, so the blade glows weren't very long. Instead, they appeared a little tiny. However, their power wasn't. They gathered together from three different directions and slammed on the blue fist mark, disintegrating the attacks of both parties. Bang! The lava got pushed away amid the loud explosion. An empty zone was left behind. Interesting. Wang Tung managed to find three Mecha Cosmos Stage martial warriors. The man in a black gown said in a hoarse voice, "I heard that mechas are great as slaves. I think I can capture y'all back." The three Cosmos Stage mechas were furious. "How dare you?" And Dong shouted coldly. His arm turned into a heavy mace. It gave off a dazzling yellow glow and smashed toward the man in a black gown. The yellow glow formed an outline of a huge mace. Useless. The man in a black gown snorted and hurled his punch out again. It collided with the mace and destroyed it instantly. Boom! And Dong was the first to bear the brunt of the frightening force impact. He was thrown off his feet. The other two mechas elongated their arms, giving rise to a series of mechanical sounds. Their palms and arms connected together. They dashed out for more than 10 meters and caught in Dong, pulling him back. "Don't act rashly. Wait for the boss to come back," In Feng and in Jian said in low voices. "Waiting for reinforcements? You're too naive." The man in a black gown moved instantly and charged toward the three martial warriors. The three mechas furrowed their brows. They exchanged glances with one another and nodded. Their arms changed shape again and turned into huge cannons. Intense force glows gathered on the mouth of the cannons quickly. The man in a black gown felt a sense of danger. He stopped and started retreating. Boom, boom, boom. However, the three mechas had already completed their power-up. Three brilliant force pillars shot out. With a snort, a giant axe appeared in the man in black's hand. As he twirled it, blue flames started burning violently. They formed the shape of an enormous giant axe. Boom! When he slashed his axe down, the axe aura collided with the three force glows. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions were heard continuously. The lava around them erupted and blossomed like flowers of fire. The three force glows couldn't withstand the blue bat leaks. They got chopped, but the blue bat leaks continued hurling forward forcefully and slammed into the bodies of the three mechas. Their bodies were torn apart. They were almost hacked into two. "This is so scary. Let's run." The metal armor flaming scorpion called Little White over. It was flabbergasted. "You can't run away." Chao Jiao Jiao blocked their path and pushed her fist out. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were just Emperor-level star beasts. They couldn't resist the attack of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. They were thrown into the air and slammed into the rocks at the bottom. Painful screams escaped their mouths. They had suffered heavy injuries. Chao Jiao Jiao wanted to catch them alive, so she didn't release all her power. Thus, Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion weren't in any life-threatening danger. "They'll give you one chance. Give us the flaming river crystals and bow down to us, if not." The man in a black gown was extremely arrogant. He continued nonchalantly, "It'll turn you into scrap." The three mechas were healing their bodies while their gazes flickered continuously. They couldn't hide their anger. "Don't even think about it." And Feng replied coldly with a furious glare. "It looks like you have a death." The man in black stared at them sharply. Before he could finish his sentence, a shout echoed over from afar. "You're the one who has a death wish." Chapter 10:12. You're a beautiful woman, but you're so vicious _boom. A loud roar followed. A stream of light bolted over at an extreme speed, slicing through the thick lava and producing a harsh sonic boom. It didn't just stop there. The surrounding lava even rolled up as if there was a force stirring it. The scene was terrifying. The expression of the man in the black gown changed. Without thinking, he swung his bat-leaks and slashed with a monstrous blue flame. Boom! The two clashed violently and gave off a loud explosion. Force exploded and surged towards the surroundings, sweeping the nearby lava away. The man in the black gown retreated a dozen meters away in the aftermath before he could stop himself. However, the hand which held the axe was trembling a little. Wang Tung and Enlon had arrived. The transformed 1,000 armaments vessel was suspended in front of Enlon, waiting for an opportunity to fire. Heaven's stage. You're not Chao Hong too. Enlon stared coldly at the man in the black gown. Oomph. The man in the black robe snorted and didn't respond immediately. He looked at Wang Tung and said, I didn't expect you to find a heaven stage martial warrior. We have underestimated you. Sinclamen. Wang Tung scoffed. Oh. The man in the black gown was surprised. He took off his hood and revealed his iconic bald head. How did you know? Your flames have exposed your identity. Wang Tung sneered. All of you really think highly of me. 2 heaven stage martial warriors? Shameless. Oh, you're wrong. Chao Hong too is enough to deal with you. I'm not here for you, but Sinclamen chuckled softly. He didn't conceal his disdain and revealed the greed in his eyes as he stared at the green flame on Wang Tung's body. But now, the other things are not important anymore. It's unbelievable for a planetary stage martial warrior like you to possess a divine flame. This is fate. Fate of the heavens. Now it's mine. Delusional, Wang Tung said. What did you say? Sinclamen's face stiffened, and he couldn't control the rage in his heart. Even if the divine flame is in front of you, you wouldn't be able to subdue it. You are dreaming, Wang Tung said disdainfully. Sinclamen's face was gloomy and cold. He had to admit that Wang Tung was right. Even if the divine flame was right in front of his eyes, he might not be able to lay his hands on it. He was helpless. He felt a little jealous when he thought about this. Why couldn't he subdue a divine flame when a planetary stage martial warrior like Wang Tung could? Oomph. You don't have to worry about this. Wait till I obtain a divine flame. There will be ways to subdue it. Sinclamen scoffed. Humorous. Wang Tung mocked him as he turned and said to Enlon, I'll leave him to you. No problem. He hurt my men and wanted them to be his slaves. They'll see what he's capable of. If I don't kill him, I'm not Enlon. Enlon was enraged as he glared at Sinclamen with killing intent. The weapons transformed from the 1,000 armaments vessel circled around him and were ready to strike any time. I haven't killed a mecha heaven stage martial warrior before. I shall try it today. Sinclamen grinned. Enlon's eyes narrowed. There wasn't any movement, but the 1,000 armaments vessel had already vanished. He wasn't idle either as he dashed out and attacked with a sword in his hand. Sinclamen moved his axe with a solemn expression. The blue flame in his body erupted and enveloped the axe as he condensed them into a powerful attack. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides clashed and kept rising in the sky. Soon after, they rushed out of the swamp and fought in the sky. Chow Jiao Jiao, keep an eye on Wang Tung. Don't let him escape. At the same time, Sinclamen's voice resounded from above. Chow Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Tung in the distance, and a charming smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect to meet again in a situation like this. I have to thank you. Because of you, I have to marry that bastard Andres. Congratulations. Wang Tung was emotionless as he looked at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. He then heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that their lives weren't in danger. His cold gaze landed on Chow Jiao Jiao. Chow Jiao Jiao's face darkened, her smile gradually disappearing. You shouldn't have offended us, let alone the Parker's family. You have no way to survive now. She didn't do anything and just looked at Wang Tung calmly, like she was looking at a dead person. It's too early for you to be happy. Do you think Sinclamen can fight against Enlon? Wang Tung sneered. Enlon was not only a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master, but he was also a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. Could someone of his abilities not be able to defeat Sinclamen? Chow Jiao Jiao's expression changed slightly. She didn't know where Wang Tung's confidence came from. The Parkers were generally powerful in combat and possessed special flames. Ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to defeat them. That mecha martial warrior was stronger than Sinkleman? How is this possible? However, Chao Jiaojiao wasn't intending to watch anymore and sneered. You should worry about yourself. I couldn't do anything to you in Great Qian City, but here, a planetary stage martial warrior, like you wouldn't have the opportunity to jump around in front of me. Hand over the flaming river crystals, and I might leave you an intact corpse. You are a beautiful woman, but you're so vicious. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. You have a sharp tongue. Chao Jiaojiao's face blackened as she pulled out a sword from behind and disappeared from her spot. Boom! The next moment, she appeared in front of Wang Tung. Golden force burst out as she slashed her sword downward. Chao Jiaojiao was a metal element martial warrior. Although she was a woman, her attacks were ruthless. Her swordsmanship was excellent as well. She couldn't be compared with an ordinary martial warrior. Wang Tung was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to confront her head-on. A battle armor appeared on his body and wrapped him in an instant. The wings of wind and lightning unfolded, and with a gentle flap, a thunderous roar reverberated. He retreated for dozens of meters. Chao Jiaojia frowned. She didn't expect Wang Tung to have such a burst of speed. Her attack had missed. Those wings! In an instant, she saw Wang Tung's reliance on those wings. You're too naive to think that you can fight with Cosmo stage martial warriors by relying on a pair of wings. Chao Jiaojiao's speed rose drastically. She wasn't much slower than Wang Tung and caught up. Wang Tung wanted to get away from her and rushed out of the swamp and into the sky. At the same time, the golden crescent blade flew downwards with a point of his finger. It slashed downward as the sound of metal echoed. Chapter 10:13, A Real Combat. This doesn't sound right. The instant Chao Jiaojiao dashed out of the swamp, she came face to face with the golden crescent blade. Under the control of Wang Tung's celestial realm spiritual power, the golden crescent blade was trembling and spinning at high speed. This power was enough to threaten a Cosmo stage martial warrior. Chao Jiaojiao's expression changed. She flung her blade out without any hesitation. Clang! Along with a crisp sound, force vibrated, and Chao Jiaojiao was thrown back. She landed in the swamp again. Chao Jiaojiao was furious. She flew out from another part of the swamp and glanced at her long blade. There was a hole in it. My blade. This was a Cosmos-level weapon. Chao Jiaojiao had saved money for a long time before she managed to forge this blade. Yet, Wang Tung made a hole in it. Your weapon isn't good enough. It got damaged after a light touch, Wang Tung said indifferently. Chao Jiaojiao was raging in her heart. She felt exasperated. When she saw Wang Tung's expression, she almost vomited a mouthful of blood. She took so much effort to find someone to forge this Cosmos-level weapon, but a planetary stage brat told her that it wasn't good enough. This wasn't right. This wasn't right at all. Don't look at me like that. You should blame the Chao family for being too poor. You can't even afford a good weapon. Wang Tung shook his head as if he felt pity for Chao Jiaojiao. However, to Chao Jiaojiao, it was a stab in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to force herself to calm down. Then, she scanned her surroundings and searched for the weapon he used to attack her. Chao Jiaojiao could tell that Wang Tung was a divine spirit master. Moreover, his stage was higher than his martial arts cultivation. No wonder he was confident. What attacked her was a powerful spiritual weapon. Don't be nervous. They'll never sneak attack a beautiful lady, Wang Tung said nonchalantly from a distance. As if he'll believe you? Chao Jiaojiao scoffed in her heart. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have been hit. The attack of a divine spirit master was indeed hard to prevent. Wang Tung suddenly widened his eyes and looked behind Chao Jiaojiao. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Stop acting. Do you think he'll fall for that? Chao Jiaojiao sneered. However, she didn't let down her guard. She used her spirit to scan the area behind her and failed to detect any danger. Sigh, I thought my acting skill is at the Oscar level, Wang Tung replied sadly. Chao Jiaojiao couldn't catch up with his train of thoughts. She felt that he was the most tiring opponent to fight with. Why don't we do it again? You can cooperate with me, Wang Tong said. All right, Chow Jiao blinked, and a seductive smile appeared on her pretty face. She nodded and agreed unexpectedly. Great, let's start. Wang Tong was elated. His expression changed abruptly as he widened his eyes and stared behind Chow Jiao in surprise. His expression was extremely real, portraying his astonishment. He would definitely win an award at an Oscar. This could be used as a textbook example in a lesson. Oomph. Chow Jiao snorted. She turned and swung her blade down. Bang! A flaming aura was destroyed. It didn't harm her. I knew you were going to do something. Do you think I'm stupid? Chow Jiao stared at Wang Tong in disdain. She looked down on his little tricks. Right then, her expression changed. Swoosh! A piercing sound came from her left. A black figure appeared out of the blue 3 meters away from her. The distance was too close, so Chow Jiao had no chance of dodging it. Even if she made a move, it was too late. However, as someone who was stationed on the battlefield all year long, she had ample experience. She managed to change the direction of her body forcefully. Psst! The golden crescent blade flew inches away from her body. Despite barely dodging, the golden crescent blade still managed to cut her skin. It was at the spot below her armpit. Her armor was torn apart, and fresh blood spurted out. Her fair skin could be seen faintly. Chow Jiao's heart pounded. Her face was a little pale. She couldn't suppress her fear after facing death at such a close distance. Wang Tong. She gritted her teeth as she called his name. She almost got cut into 2. You managed to evade it. Wang Tong shook his head in pity. You're despicable. Chow Jiao was fuming with anger. Don't say that. You're the one who promised to cooperate with me, Wang Tong replied innocently. Chow Jiao felt like vomiting blood. She had never hated someone so much. He was just a planetary stage martial warrior, but she hated him to the core. Indeed, you're not stupid. However, you made a mistake because you think you're smart. Wang Tong sniggered. What's the point of playing such petty tricks? As a man, you should have real combat with me. Chow Jiao tried to stimulate him. A real combat, that doesn't sound right. Wang Tong said shyly. Although you're pretty, we're not that close. Also, you're marrying Andres soon. You shouldn't do something that will disappoint him. Or do you like exciting things? I #% asterisk %. Chow Jiao almost flared up. She was about to explode. I didn't mean it that way. What dirty things was this bastard thinking? She kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Suddenly, she realized that Wang Tong was staring intently at her wound. Wow, big and round, Wang Tong exclaimed without shifting his gaze. Chow Jiao was stunned. Then, anger and embarrassment appeared on her face as she used her hand to block that area quickly. The cut in her armor was a little wide, revealing a part of her body. In her rage, she didn't notice it and allowed Wang Tong to take advantage of her for some time. Don't block it. Beautiful things should be shared with everyone, Wang Tong said. It'll dig your eyes out. Chow Jiao's face turned cold. She stared at Wang Tong sharply with strong, killing intent. The cut in her armor closed up gradually and blocked her bare skin. Nothing could be seen anymore. Wang Tong retracted his gaze sadly and stared at Chow Jiao. You don't have a chance. Sinkleman is going to lose soon. What? Chow Jiao turned her head abruptly and saw Sinkleman getting pushed back by the mecha, heaven stage martial warrior. He seemed to be at a disadvantage. That's impossible. Sinkleman hasn't exerted all his strength. How can he lose? Before she could finish her sentence, Sinkleman suddenly turned and escaped at an astonishing speed. Chow Jiao. No one would understand Chow Jiao's emotions now. She cursed multiple times in her mind. She thought that this was a sure win, but things took a huge turn. She was flabbergasted by the change. Sinkleman ran away. He ran away without any hesitation. Didn't he want the divine flame? Didn't he want to capture the mechas to be his slaves? Why did he escape with his tail between his legs? Chow Jiao didn't understand. She was filled with doubts. What was she supposed to do now? Chapter 1014. Stop. Stop now. Naturally, Amon wouldn't allow Sinclamen to run away so easily. He gave chase hurriedly. Wang Ting never imagined Sinclamen to be so timid. He ran away immediately without any hesitation. Even Wang Tung was shocked. He smiled and said, "Looks like he's just putting on an act. The Parker's family is arrogant just because they're one of the elite families." Chow Jiao couldn't refute. Sinclamen's actions overturned her impression of the Parkers. The oppressive and arrogant Parker's family was afraid of death too. She wanted to retreat too. Sinclamen had already escaped. If the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior came back, she would have no chance of keeping her life. "Do you want to run away?" Wang Ting asked suddenly, noticing her intention. "So what? You can't stop me." Chow Jiao's gaze flickered. She stopped talking to Wang Tung and dashed in another direction. Unfortunately, before she could run any further, three figures flew out from the swamp and blocked her path. They were the three Mecha Cosmo Stage martial warriors. As mechas, their bodies could be repaired quickly. They had suffered serious injuries a moment ago, but most of them had recovered. Chow Jiao's expression finally changed. She changed her direction and increased her speed to the maximum in a bid to escape. Swoosh! Wang Tung controlled his golden crescent blade and made it vanish in midair. It appeared in another direction and forced Chow Jiao back. Chow Jiao wielded her blade to deflect the incoming strike. However, Wang Tung was controlling it with his spiritual power. The instant she knocked it back, it rebounded and continued sticking to her like a leech. The three Cosmo Stage mechas had caught up with them. They surrounded Chow Jiao from three sides. They were still furious because they got heavily injured by Sinclamen. They didn't show any mercy to Chow Jiao. The mecha race were all straightforward men. They showed no pity towards ladies. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded continuously. Chow Jiao wasn't the match of three Cosmo Stage martial warriors. Besides, Wang Tung, the divine spirit master, was standing beside them and disturbing her tempo. Boom! After some time, Chow Jiao got thrown back by the three mechas. Fresh blood spurted out her mouth. She started to look a little lifeless. Wang Tung took the chance and released his emerald glazed flame in the form of a fire tongue. He tied Chow Jiao up tightly. Chow Jiao struggled frantically with a pale face. However, the fire tongue was made from emerald glazed flame. It was a special attribute dropped by the fire black toads and was extremely sturdy and flexible. At her peak, Chow Jiao might be able to break free from the grip. With her injuries, she didn't have the energy to do so now. A tinge of helplessness appeared on her face. This wasn't the result she expected. Chow Jiao, you never expected this, right? Wang Tung walked over and sized her up with a smirk. The grip was a little tight, so Chow Jiao's figure could be seen clearly. Her curves were apparent. Chow Jiao was embarrassed and furious. She glared at Wang Tung. Unlan came back at this moment, but there was no sign of Sinclamen. "You didn't catch him?" Wang Tung asked with a frown. "He ran away. That fellow has many methods of escaping," and Lon said helplessly. "He seemed to be in a bad mood. He's from a powerful family. It's normal that he has ways to protect himself. What a pity. This was a good chance." Wang Tung shook his head. "Oomph. None of you will be able to run away once he meets up with my father." Chow Jiao snorted. "I haven't done anything to you, but you're still shouting," Wang Tung said coldly with a dangerous glare. "It's all right. At least we caught one. She's Chow Hongta's daughter to boot," Amlan said. "We won't kill her for now. Let's see if Chow Hongtu still wants his daughter later," Wang Tung said. "But she hurt my spiritual pets. I have to take revenge for that. What do you want?" Chow Jiao's expression turned grim. "What do you think?" Wang Tung sniggered. He formed another fire tongue and threw it at Chow Jiao's face. Clap, clap. The fire tongue worked the same way as the fire black toad's tongue and slapped Chow Jiao's face. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. The most important thing was this fire tongue contained the heat of the emerald glazed flame. A Cosmo Stage martial warrior couldn't withstand it. Red marks were left on her face after the slaps. Her beautiful face became red in an instant. Ah! Chow Jiao screamed. Wang Tong, stop. Stop now. To a lady, nothing was more important than her face. Chow Jiao knew that her face must be injured and bruised now. This was the greatest torture for her. You were so arrogant in the past. You injured my spiritual pets and want to kill me. I'm kind compared to you, Wang Tong said calmly. Clap, clap. The fire tongue slapped again mercilessly. It was ruthless. Ah! Chow Jiao screamed. TSK. How can you bear to hit her? Shouldn't humans like you feel protective toward a lady? Chow Jiao is a beauty, right? You don't seem to care, though. Anlan was dumbstruck. You don't understand. Ladies need to be taught properly, Wang Tong replied. Wang Tong, I'll never forgive you. Chow Jiao gritted her teeth as she glared at Wang Tong with burning eyes. Looks like this is still not enough. Wang Tong touched his chin and pondered for some time. He asked in his mind, Roundball, can you take off her armor? Yes. What do you want to do? Roundball's expression turned weird. It felt that Wang Tong was planning to do something bad. Stop wasting time. If you can, take it off. I don't believe I can't take care of this lady. Wang Tong snapped back. All right, give me 30 seconds. Roundball disappeared. 30 seconds passed quickly. Chow Jiao immediately noticed something wrong. She gasped in shock. What did you do to my armor? Don't worry, I'm just helping you take it off. Wang Ting squatted down and smiled. Bastard, what do you want to do? Chow Jiao had a bad feeling. She was on the verge of a breakdown. Click. Chow Jiao's armor finally dropped. Wang Ting didn't say anything. His smile turned evil as he threw his fire tongue out and whipped her body. Without the armor, her body was entirely exposed. She was wearing normal clothes. When the fire tongue landed on her, it left a mark on her fair thighs. This time, Wang Tong added some lightning power inside, too, inflicting severe pain on her. Gasp! Chow Jiao's expression changed. She gasped in pain, and her body started twitching uncontrollably. Does it feel good? Wang Tong asked with a smile. You're a monster. Chow Jiao tried her best to control her trembling body. Fear was finally seen in her eyes when she saw Wang Tong's evil smile. This bastard's heart must be black. Chapter 10:15. From now on, you're the best at boasting. 3 days later, night. The day and night in the Flaming River world relied on the 5 fireballs in the sky. When it went down, night dawned. It was said that these 5 fireballs would land in the volcano in the middle of the Flaming River world. In the morning, they would rise automatically. They were like 5 suns. The power of the universe stage, martial warrior, wasn't something ordinary martial warriors could imagine. A bonfire burned in the wilderness. Wang Tong and his team sat beside the bonfire. Chow Jiao was still tied up and thrown behind them. There were whipped marks all over her body. She seemed to have been badly tormented. She would be sprawled on the ground if it wasn't for the rock behind her. Wang Tong barbecued the cleaned, flaming, crystal red phosphorus worms. A strong fragrance wafted in the air. Anlan and the others wrinkled their noses. They were swallowing their salivas. They were mechas, but strangely, they could eat and drink. They were just like any other life forms. I didn't think that the flaming, crystal red phosphorus worm would be a delicacy. And Lon licked his lips and said, Can y'all eat? Wang Tong asked curiously. Of course. We have life replication technology, so the internal structure of our body is the same as any other living creature. We have different organs in our bodies, and the food we eat can be directly converted to energy, Anlan explained. I don't see you eating normally, Wang Tong said. Why should I eat if it's not tasty? Anlan said in contempt. You're quite picky. Wang Tong was speechless. Is it ready? Anlan asked impatiently. Almost done. Wang Tong barbecued for 2 to 3 more minutes. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worms had turned golden brown with a hint of red. They looked appetizing. Anlan and the others made their moves before Wang Tong could say anything. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the worms were gone. Are you hungry ghosts? Wang Tong was stunned, hurriedly pulling the remaining food back. He had worked hard to barbecue these worms. It would be frustrating if he didn't get to have a taste. Fortunately, they caught many flaming crystal red phosphorus worms over the past few days, so there was enough food. Little White, Old Metal, have a taste of it. Wang Ting finally remembered his two poor spiritual pets after taking a few bites and pulled them out of the space fragment. What's this smell? It's so fragrant. The metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes lit up. Flaming crystal red phosphorus worm, Wang Tung replied. Oh. The metal armor flaming scorpion grabbed a stick with its pincers and placed it in its mouth. A stick was gone just like that. It chewed a few times and exclaimed, "Delicious! Tasty! This little worm is so delicious!" Caw-caw. Little White was swift too. It bit the worm with its beak, tilted its head, and swallowed it whole. Then it cawed happily. "Ha ha! Wang Tung, your spiritual pets are foodies." Alon burst out laughing. "You're the same." Wang Tung glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Alon coughed and said, "We have collected enough flaming river crystals over the past few days, right? We have 54,000 kilograms of it. This is way out of our expectations. It should be enough." Wang Tung nodded. These few days, they had searched large areas that hadn't been dug using the map Di Chi gave them. They were lucky and found many flaming river crystals there. After collecting all of them, they accumulated 54,000 kilograms of it by right. They only needed 25,000 kilograms. Collecting more was better, but they already had enough. Wang Ting didn't plan to search anymore. They had 2 more missions to complete, so they mustn't waste too much time on the first task. Besides, he didn't believe that Chao Hongtu could surpass him. 54,000 kilograms wasn't a small number. They found so many crystals because Wang Tung could sense the fire force within a wide range below the rock layer, using his emerald glaze flame. Chao Hongtu didn't have this skill. Also, they hadn't met Sinclaman after he ran away. Wang Tung suspected that they had given up on the first mission. Chao Jiaojio's gaze finally flickered when she heard the quantity of flaming river crystals they had collected. She started to feel depressed. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had swallowed the flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. A red glow exuded out of their bodies, and their auras rose tremendously. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was an emperor-level star beast. As emperor-level star beasts, it had great benefits for Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Furthermore, they ate multiple pieces, so it was normal that their ability rose. After having their fill, Wang Tung took out the map and spent the night rushing over to where the flaming rivers were. They found some fire black toads along the way, but there were too few of them. It would take a long time for them to accumulate 500 kills. Thus, they decided to head to the flaming river. That was the home of the fire black toads, so there would be many for them to kill. Wang Ting didn't know what the flaming river was. The map only showed the location. When the 5 fireballs rose into the sky, they finally reached their destination. He finally saw the real appearance of the flaming river. "Oh my God! Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site." Thanks everyone, including Wang Tung, widened their eyes in disbelief. The owner of this world is impressive. Amon took a long time to regain his composure. He was awestruck. The flaming river is a river of fire in the sky. "This is unbelievable." Wang Ting took a deep breath and said. Wang Tung and his team were floating a few hundred meters above the ground. In front of them, there was a 10-meter-wide river of fire flowing into the horizon. Neither the start nor the end was visible. It was said that the flaming river started from the edge of this world and flowed back to the other edge. It moved continuously and was a mystical presence. It was hard to believe how this river existed. What astounded Wang Tung was there were countless red attribute bubbles floating above the flaming river. They were more than the ones he saw in the lava swamp. "Pick them up." Wang Tung's gaze shone brightly. He released his spiritual power and pulled the bubbles over. In an instant, the attribute bubbles flew over to him like sparrows returning home. They merged into his body. The scene was magnificent. Unfortunately, no one could witness it. Constellation Force, fire, *15 Constellation Force, fire, *20 Constellation Force, fire, Asterisk 10 Constellation Force, fire. Asterisk 50 Constellation Force, fire. Asterisk 30 Constellation Force, fire. Asterisk 80, there were so many attribute bubbles that the entire collection process took more than a minute. Mind you, Wang Tang's speed of collection was extremely fast. Normally, he only needed a second. However, this time, the process took more than a minute. It was hard to imagine. Boom! All the attribute bubbles contained constellation fire force. The force started flowing around Wang Tang's body. The different streams gathered like a roaring river and swarmed through his limbs like floodwaters. The rumbling sounded continuously. He activated his star fire scripture and operated it once. All the forces surged towards the sea of nihility. Boom! An explosion occurred above the sea of nihility. The fire constellations trembled violently as the large amount of fire force crashed into them. They flew out from the line of constellations and started spinning above the sea of nihility at high speed. At this moment, the constellations froze for a second before shooting towards the center. Boom! A frightening explosion occurred. A vast sea of force swept through the area. The collision of the constellations formed a large crimson whirlpool with numerous fiery red crystals decorating it like stars. They flickered and shone brightly in the sky of darkness. It was a dazzling sight. The whirlpool spun at high speed while condensing toward a certain point. A transformation was taking place. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it took. The crimson whirlpool had disappeared by now, condensing into a fiery red ball. It was many times bigger than the other force constellations. It seemed to be made of fiery red crystals. It looked like a star. Celestial stage. Wang Tang had reached the celestial stage. Before he could feel happy, a strong force of vitality shot out from the constellation and merged into his body. Under the influence of this vitality, Wang Tang's physical body started changing. His planetary stage body evolved into a celestial stage body. His bones, blood, muscles, and even the cells in his body took a leap in quality. The process felt slow, but it actually happened at an unbelievably fast speed, finishing within a few breaths. Wang Tang let out a long sigh. A piercing red light flashed in his eyes. An oppressive aura exuded from his body. This aura disappeared in an instant. Although Wang Tang suppressed it quickly, as a heaven stage martial warrior, Unlan still detected it. You had a breakthrough? He was dumbfounded. Wang Tang decided not to hide. He nodded naturally, as if he had completed a simple task. Celestial stage? Unlan probed further. It was understandable why he lost his cool. Wang Tang's breakthrough happened without any warning. He made it look so simple. Other people worked extremely hard and were exceptionally careful during their breakthrough, but Wang Tang did it as easily as sleeping or eating. Anyone would find it appalling. Yes, I had some enlightenment after I saw this flaming river and naturally advanced, Wang Tang replied casually. Unlan didn't know how to respond to his bragging. After a few seconds, he said, "From now on, you're the best at boasting." Chapter 10:16. The Real Flaming River. Thank you. Wang Tang thanked Unlan sincerely, as if he was honestly complimenting him. You're welcome. Unlan felt helpless. He regained his composure quickly, though. To a heaven stage martial warrior, the celestial stage was nothing much. He was just surprised at the sudden breakthrough. This fellow is really extraordinary. Unlan exclaimed at his heart. Chao Jiao also noticed Wang Tang's breakthrough. There was a hint of astonishment in her eyes, and she was unable to remain calm. This fellow had a breakthrough at such a crucial moment. The breakthrough seemed so simple. It felt outrageous. Chao Jiao already knew about Wang Tang's Emperor-level fire talent from Chao Hong too. But why did it seem so easy? Even someone with Imperial-level talent wouldn't be able to do it so smoothly. This didn't make sense. There was a virtual castle in the life energy stone. Round Ball laid on the balcony of the castle and pouted. Why are they making such a huge scene? It was just a breakthrough to the celestial stage. If Wang Tang revealed all his trump cards, they would probably be scared to death. However, It had to admit that Wang Teng was a little outrageous. One could never take him as an ordinary person. Wang Teng felt the changes in his body. The fire force had calmed down, and the fire star was spinning silently above the sea of nihility. But it was no longer in the same row as the other force constellations. It stayed in a space of its own and appeared a little arrogant. A smile appeared on the edge of Wang Teng's lips. Either way, he finally broke through to the celestial stage. He glanced at the attributes panel. Constellation Fire Force, 28/10,000. Celestial stage, first level, huh? Wang Teng felt puzzled. This wasn't right. The upper limit of the planetary stage, first level, was 10,000. Why was it the same at the celestial stage? This didn't make sense. As he stared at the row of attributes, he got enlightened. So this is how it works, Wang Teng muttered to himself in surprise. When he advanced to the celestial stage, the force he received would be calculated based on the celestial stage standard. This meant that the constellation force he received from planetary stage martial warriors would be purified automatically. The value would become lower. Only the constellation force he received from celestial stage martial warriors would be of the same value. As for the cosmos stage and heaven stage, the value of the constellation force would increase relatively. Wang Teng didn't know how the conversion worked. The system had the right to all the calculations. He blinked and stopped pondering over this issue. He should focus on raising his ability quickly. That way, even if the system decided to leave him one day, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. He shifted his gaze and looked at another attribute. Origin of life, 20400. His origin of life had increased by 10,000 points. This was a huge change. This showed that the advancement to the celestial stage was truly an upgrade of one's life. The different stages were all incomparable to each other. After studying the changes in his attributes, Wang Teng shifted his thoughts back to the real world. This flaming river is a good place. After killing enough fire black toads, I must go along this river and pick up all the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng made a promise to himself. Unlaw noticed that Wang Teng had managed to stabilize his cultivation. So he opened his mouth and asked, "Are we going to start killing fire black toads from here?" "Yes, let's start here." Wang Teng nodded. Just when they were about to start moving, Wang Teng suddenly realized that Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were staring at the flaming river absent-mindedly. Little White, Old Metal, Wang Teng called them with a frown. "Master, something in the flaming river is beckoning me," the metal armor flaming scorpion suddenly said. "Something is beckoning you?" Wang Teng was confused. He turned to Little White and asked, "Do you feel it too?" "Ka." Little White nodded. "You sense it too?" Wang Teng was astounded. "It looks like there's something inside the flaming river," and Lon touched his chin and said. Wang Teng contemplated for some time before asking his spiritual pets, "Can you guys detect the exact location?" "No. I can only sense that it's in the flaming river." The metal armor flaming scorpion shook its head helplessly after trying. "If that's the case, we're looking for a needle in the haystack. You're only at the Emperor level. If you enter the flaming river recklessly, you might die before finding the thing." Wang Teng shook his head. The metal armor flaming scorpion and Little White were aware of it, so they looked at Wang Teng and waited for him to make the decision. "Since we're going into the flaming river to kill fire black toads, we can search for the item along the way. If you detect its exact location, remember to inform me," Wang Teng said after some consideration. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had no objections. "Unlon, you won't have to go down later. I have an idea." "Well," Wang Teng sniggered and turned to speak to Enlon and the other mechas. Enlon nodded continuously, his eyes glowing. "This is a good plan. They'll leave the surface to y'all." Wang Teng nodded and jumped into the flaming river with Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. The three of them were devoured by the flames and vanished without a trace. "Will they be all right jumping in like this?" And Feng asked. "Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, that fellow has a divine flame. Normal flames won't be able to hurt him. As for the fire black toads, he won't have a problem dealing with them," and Lon replied. "That's true," and Feng nodded. "Anyway, boss, I have never seen you being this confident in someone. This person is different, Unlan said. The other three mechas glanced at him in surprise and nodded in deep thought. A normal martial warrior won't be able to achieve a breakthrough so abruptly. That's not the only surprise, Unlan said in a meaningful tone. In the flaming river, Wang Tung felt the fire surrounding him. Scorching heat surged over, attempting to burn all the living creatures that barged into the river. What a frightening temperature. Wang Tung was flabbergasted. If he didn't have the emerald glaze flame suit protecting him, he would definitely be burned to death in this environment. Even after advancing to the celestial stage, he couldn't withstand the heat. He hurriedly looked at Little White and Metal Armor, Flaming Scorpion. He was dumbstruck. You seem fine? Wang Tung asked in bewilderment. Yes, Master, the temperature isn't that high. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion replied. Isn't that high? How's that possible? Wang Tung wondered if the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion was joking. He could sense the temperature around him clearly, but these two star beasts were telling him it wasn't high. Was he having an illusion? Caw! Little White cawed too. It was unaffected by the heat and continued flying in the flaming river. Moreover, it seemed to be enjoying itself. What's going on? Wang Tung frowned. He felt that this wasn't an illusion, nor was there a problem with his senses. There was only one possibility. Let's go. Wang Tung suppressed the thought in his mind and called Little White and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion over. The two spiritual pets glanced at each other and followed after Wang Tung. The river was wide and deep, but nothing could be seen from the surface. One would only see an endless flaming river laid horizontally in the sky. It was obvious that the owner of this flaming river world used space power to build this river. Wang Tung continued diving deeper with his spiritual pets. The flame couldn't hurt them, so he didn't have to worry about them. But the deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Little White and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion remained unaffected. They were extremely carefree, like fish returning to the sea. Interesting. Wang Tung smiled. He was more certain of his guess. Croak! A strange cry interrupted his thoughts. At the same time, a long tongue shot out from the flames below, aiming at Wang Tung. I've been waiting for you. Wang Tung's eyes gleamed. He stretched his hand and pointed his finger. The golden crescent blade darted out and cut the long tongue into two. The golden crescent blade was made of extraordinary material. It could withstand high heat, hence the reason Wang Tung dared to use it. Croak! Another strange noise was heard. This time it was filled with pain, while its tongue was cut. Croak, croak, croak. It was like a wake-up call. Numerous, strange noises resounded in the river. A sea of crimson-yellow balls lit up below them, covering the entire floor. It wasn't a friendly sight for people with trypophobia. F***K. Wang Tung cursed. These weren't balls of light. They were the eyes of the fire black toads. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before he could react, piercing sonic booms rang in the river, attacking Wang Tung from below. Go! Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. The golden crescent blade flew out again and chopped all the long tongues. Clang! At this moment, the golden crescent blade slammed into a tough opponent and gave off a metallic sound. It rebounded. Mid-tier Imperial level fire black toad. Wang Tung's expression turned serious. He shouted at Little White and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion, Go! The two-star beasts immediately flew upwards. Boom! 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 Giant figures had already appeared below. They were infuriated and kept chasing Wang Tung relentlessly. They spurted pillars of fire out of their mouths and hurled them at Wang Tung. Wang Tung didn't know that the fire-black toads had another attacking method. His expression turned grim, and his speed rose exponentially. He shuttled back and forth within the pillars of fire, dodging them as he flew upwards. He didn't keep Little White and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion in his space fragment. These two spiritual pets hadn't participated in any battle after they advanced to the Emperor level. Life or death experiences would help them to mature quickly. Even escaping was a form of real-life battle experience. Wang Tung didn't help them. He would only do so if they were in fatal danger. Very soon, they reached the top of the river. Wang Tung was elated and quickly charged out. At the same time, he shouted, "Unlan, do it now." Chapter 10:17. Are you looking down on me? Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tung rushed out of the flaming river with his spiritual pets and a group of fire-black toads hot on their tails. They were mostly Emperor-level and low-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. There were a few mid-tier Imperial-level ones, which were equivalent to the Cosmos stage. Boom! It was such a large group of fire-black toads that it was overwhelming. It was a spectacular scene. Unlan was ready to take action when he heard Wang Tung's voice. However, even with his willpower, he was still taken aback when he witnessed the sight. So many of them. Unlan's eyes widened, and he cursed in his heart. He then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Attack!" The three mechas charged at them immediately. Croak! 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 Amid the pitiful cries, the fire-black toads were getting killed in batches. To Cosmos stage martial warriors, these toads were equivalent to planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors. It was not a problem for them. Besides, Unlan, a heaven stage martial warrior, was present as well. The 1,000 armaments vessel turned into streaks of light and devastated the fire-black toads. Wang Tung had seen the assembled form of the 1,000 armaments vessel, and now he saw its detached form. It was indeed a lethal weapon. Even the mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads had no chance of survival when facing Unlan. Wang Tung instructed Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion to attack, while he stood by the side and gave them moral support. He didn't forget to collect the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, *80 blank attribute, *300 Constellation Force, Fire, *500 blank attribute, *800 Fire Tongue, *50 Constellation Force, Fire, *700 blank attribute, *1000 Constellation Force, Fire, *1200 Fire Tongue, *75. Huge numbers of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body, increasing his Constellation Fire Force once again. Just like he had guessed, Emperor-level Star Beasts dropped fewer attribute bubbles. Only Imperial-level Star Beasts dropped the normal amounts. However, it wasn't a problem. Things would be fine as long as he hunted enough Star Beasts. With Unlan and the 3 other mechas, he could just pick the attribute bubbles while lying down. It's great to be rich. If you had the money, you could just hire strong people to do the work for you. It was awesome. After a while, the fire-black toads that were led by Wang Tung were all killed. There were roughly 50 of them, and there were 5 mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. Let's continue. Wang Tung got Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion to enter the river once again. This guy really treats me as his laborer. Unlan was caught between laughter and tears. He was helpless. He had to work for the money. It smells so good. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Tung and the others followed the flaming river and continued farming. One by one, the fire-black toads entered his space ring. With their method, they spent less than half a day and exceeded the 500 fire-black toads required for the mission. However, they didn't have 50 of the mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. Mid-tier Imperial-level Star Beasts were equivalent to Cosmos stage martial warriors. A Star Beast of that level was rather rare. 2 days later, Wang Tung had hunted 2,380 fire-black toads, with 53 mid-tier Imperial-level ones. He had satisfied the requirements. Even so, it was incredible. The Emperor-level Star Beasts were like overlords on Earth. However, here, they were hunted down like regular Star Beasts. Wang Tung wouldn't have believed it in the past. But in the universe, this was nothing. Emperor-level and low-tier Imperial-level Star Beasts were common, just like planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors. This was especially so in some special regions, where there were countless Emperor-level Star Beasts. The Flaming River world was one such place. The number of fire-black toads in the river had surprised him, Unlan, and the others. 2 days later, Wang Tung and the others stopped hunting temporarily. They were all bored after killing for 2 days. But the benefits couldn't be ignored. Wang Tung's Constellation Fire Force and blank attributes had skyrocketed. Constellation Fire Force 5,600/30,000. Celestial Stage 3rd level, blank attribute 576,000 as Constellation Fire Force had advanced to the 3rd level. He just broke through it to the celestial stage recently, and now it was already at the 3rd level. No genius could match his speed. Meanwhile, he had 576,000 blank attributes, more than he ever had before. Wang Tung had not decided on how he would use them, saving them for the time being. It wasn't too late for him to think about it after this trial was over. Besides that, he had improved another skill by a large margin. Fire Tongue, 10,000/10,000, perfected. This was a real surprise. He actually perfected it. Wang Tung's application of Fire Tongue had reached a very high level. It was more flexible and swift, and he could control its power and tenacity. His mastery might perhaps even surpass countless fire blacktoads. For a moment, Wang Tung didn't know what to feel. Many images that shouldn't have appeared in his mind surfaced involuntarily. One ashamed. Ashamed. Cough. Stop it. Do you still want to hunt? Unlan interrupted his wild thoughts. Let's hunt for another 2 days. Somehow, I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind this flaming river's existence, Wang Tung replied after pondering. Oh, why do you say that? Don't you find that there are too many fire blacktoads here? It's a bit too much, but it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, they were raised here for so many years, and there are no predators to kill them. It is natural to have so many of them. But I found a problem. Wang Tung frowned as though he was in deep thought. What problem? When I brought my 2 spiritual pets into the river, I realized that they were not affected too much. This river seems to be very friendly to star beasts. Is that so? Now that you've said it, it does seem a bit strange. Unlan rubbed his chin and his eyes shone, as though he was thinking about the same problem. He then asked after a while, Do you have any idea? I have a guess, but I don't know if it's right. We'll have to verify it. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find what I want these few days. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. Let's search for another 2 days. We dug flaming river crystals for 3 days and hunted fire blacktoads for 2 days. It doesn't matter if you spend another 2 days finding it. We still have half of the time left to obtain the legacy. No one has succeeded till now. It won't be that easy. Don't have high hopes for it. You have to accept the outcome. Just make sure you win the 2 missions. Chao Hong too, and the others are probably planning the same as well, Unlan said. You're actually smart, Wang Tung said in surprise. Are you looking down on me? Unlan shot him a glare. No, you know me. I always admire a strong person like you. Wang Tung widened his innocent eyes and said. Scram, Unlan spat in a bad mood. Chapter 1018, Taunting Death in the Flaming River. Wang Tung dived into the river with Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion again. They went straight to the depths. If there was anything strange about this place, it would definitely be hidden in the deepest part. This was an undeniable fact. There was a limit to the flaming river. Although it was created using spatial power, the maximum depth was a few hundred meters. The bottom of the flaming river wasn't filled with rocks or sand or flames. There seemed to be lava running below. It gave off a dark red color and was flowing at a low pace. Scorching heat spread out from it. Wang Tung tried throwing an item into the lava and noticed that the temperature here was much higher than the flames in the flaming river. Anything that touched it would burn immediately. He could also tell that the lava was only half a meter deep. With its limited depth, nothing large could hide inside. Swoosh! A fire element python had been lying prone in the lava for some time. Suddenly, it leaped up and attacked Wang Tung, opening its maw in an attempt to swallow him. The fire blacktoad was not the only star beast living in the flaming river. There were other star beasts too. However, the fire blacktoads were the rulers of the river, while the others were just sidekicks. Master, be careful. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion warned him at the same time. Oomph! Wang Tung snorted. The golden crescent blade slashed through the air. The fire element python froze in midair for a second before its body split into 2, starting from its head. A large amount of fresh blood spurted out, but it evaporated when it touched the flames. A low-tier Imperial-level star beast dares to attack me? Is it tired of living? Wang Tung shook his head speechlessly. Had these star beasts turned stupid after living in this peaceful environment for a long time? At this moment, the python's body started burning from within. What's going on? Wang Tung squinted. When the star beasts were alive, nothing happened to them. Yet, they went up into flames after they died. Before this, they lured all the fire-black toads out of the flaming river and kept their corpses. Thus, they didn't notice this situation. Wang Tung stared intently at the python that self-ignited. It had attracted all his attention. After some time, the giant python disappeared. Only its head was left. Wang Tung heaved a long sigh. Many thoughts went through his mind. He felt that he might know what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow of a python dashed out from the python's head and tried to escape into the distance. A low-tier Imperial-level star beast could let its soul leave its body temporarily. The giant python soul was fortunate enough to escape his attack, so it didn't die. However, since its body was gone, its soul had to escape or it would still die in the end. Naturally, Wang Tung wouldn't let it go. Just when he was about to make his move, he saw something and gasped in surprise. Psst! The shadow started burning from within and disappeared into a wisp of green smoke. It was as if it had never existed. Understand? An idea popped up in his mind. There was a sharp glow in his eyes. To prove his hypothesis, he remained patient and caught a few more star beasts. He killed them, but left their souls unharmed. After these star beasts died, all of them went into flames. It was as if the flaming river swallowed them. They disappeared in an instant. Indeed, Wang Tung blinked. He was quite sure of his guess. He immediately brought Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion out of the flaming river. Did you give up? Unlan asked curiously when he saw Wang Tung coming out. Cover me, Wang Tung said seriously. He didn't explain further and sat down cross-legged above the flaming river. Are you? Unlan was astounded. He had some questions, but Wang Tung had already closed his eyes, so he couldn't ask. A faint and misty ball of white light flew out of Wang Tung's forehead. Spiritual body. Unlan frowned. He released his soul. What's he trying to do? This ball of light was a star formed from one's spiritual body. After flying out from his forehead, Wang Tung controlled it and let it dive into the flaming river. F***K. Unlan cursed uncontrollably, his expression changing. This fellow is crazy. Is he tempting fate? How dare he throw his spiritual body into the flaming river? His brows were scrunched up while the spirit in his body turned restless. He was prepared to save Wang Tung at any time. But even with his spirit cultivation, he would be heavily injured if he allowed his spirit to enter the flaming river. He couldn't stay inside too long either, or he would never be able to come back. Wang Tung didn't know how nervous Unlan was. He had made ample preparations before entering the flaming river. He would never take his life as a joke. At this moment, his spirit was roaming in the flaming river and sinking to the bottom. Piss! The flames inside the river surrounded his spirit. Wang Tung immediately felt a terrifying scorching pain. This pain didn't come from his body, but rather from his spirit. It was 1,000 times worse than a physical injury, enough to make someone die. Gasp! Wang Tung took in a huge breath of air. However, he was just a spiritual body now, so he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, he was a divine spirit master. He could use his spiritual power to resist temporarily. If not, the flames would burn his origin of soul, reducing him to ashes quickly. Time passed slowly. Everything seemed calm. Nothing happened. Wang Tung bore the excruciating pain. His face was pale, and large droplets of sweat were pouring down his forehead. His body started trembling uncontrollably. His spiritual power had been exhausted. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. His spiritual power reserves had never been emptied before. Once all his spiritual power was used up, the flames in the flaming river would be a direct threat to his spiritual body. Wang Tung felt the danger of death. He wanted to use his blank attributes to restore his spiritual power, but he suddenly stopped. Many thoughts went through his mind. You have to spend money to make money. I'm going to give it my all. Wang Tung gritted his teeth. He didn't use any blank attributes and allowed his spiritual body to be entirely exposed to the flames in the river. Boom! The flames surged over and engulfed the spiritual body, burning it furiously. The pain got worse. Wang Teng was in a bad state. He felt as if he would explode at any time. "I'll bear with it. I'll bear with it. Ill. F asterisk asterisk K." Wang Teng screamed in his heart. His expression turned distorted. "He's crazy. He's probing death in the eye." And Lon was astounded when he saw this scene. "I don't mind if you die, but what about my money? You haven't given me any money. No, I can't let you die. F asterisk asterisk K. Why am I doing this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1019. Soul of Thousand Beasts Flame. Wang Teng had hit his limit. His spirit was withstanding an excruciating pain, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Pain. Hella pain. Although he had strong willpower, this pain was outrageous. He suddenly understood how Devil Lord Qi Yin felt when he tortured him with the emerald glazed flame. Was this karma? Wang Teng started to self-reflect. He felt that he might have gone overboard in the past. After reflecting for a second, he decided to use his blank attributes to save himself. He couldn't resist anymore. He would die if this continued. That thing is really patient. It didn't appear even at this time. Wang Teng complained in his heart. Suddenly, his spiritual body trembled. He felt a special flame seeping in through the flames around him. Wang Teng was overjoyed. "It's here." He quickly suppressed his excitement. At the same time, he threw away the thought of using his blank attributes. He continued to put on a weak front, waiting for the special flame to enter his spiritual body. However, this special flame was extremely cautious. It was like a thief. It didn't barge into the room immediately, but took a step in carefully. Then it raised its other leg and went in, peeking around to observe the room. Wang Teng's spiritual body was on the verge of breaking down. He was in a panic when he saw the flame dawdling around. "Quick! Quick! Come in quickly, you idiot!" Wang Teng roared in his heart. He had never felt so frustrated and helpless. He was helpless because of flame. It was infuriating just thinking about it. After some time, the little flame confirmed that there was no danger and fully entered his spiritual body. "Ha ha!" Wang Teng's evil laughter resounded. "Let's see how you run this time." Boom! The emerald glazed flame, the holy flame, and the dark flame hidden in the depths of his spiritual body surged out. The little flame was given a fright. It shivered and wanted to escape. Wang Teng released his 3 divine flames and blocked all paths of escape surrounding the little flame. At the same time, the emerald-glazed flame flowed out from his spiritual body and formed a shield outside. This was Wang Teng's trump card, the reason for his confidence. He had the 3 divine flames in his spiritual body beforehand, so he wasn't afraid of any accidents happening. Even so, he didn't let down his guard. A spiritual body was extremely weak. It was dangerous to expose it directly to the flaming river. Any mistake, and he would die. As the flames were released, Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. The agony on his face subsided. Lan wanted to help, but he stopped when he saw this scene. He was puzzled. He did it. He walked around Wang Teng and confirmed that he was in no life-threatening danger. He felt at ease. Good, his money was safe. Wang Teng was focused on his spiritual body. He eyed the crimson little flame fiercely. "Little fellow, you've made me suffer." Wang Teng gritted his teeth and glared at the little flame. The 3 divine flames burned around him, giving off the powerful presence of divine flames. The crimson flame shivered. It shrunk into a little ball and trembled frighteningly like a little girl. "Surrender or die." Wang Teng released a wisp of consciousness filled with killing intent. He would release his divine flames and devour the little flame if it tried to resist. The crimson small flame trembled even more violently. It was an extreme fear. Then, it transmitted its thoughts to Wang Teng. "I surrender." Wang Teng was stunned. It surrendered so quickly. The taming process was so smooth that it felt unreal. The script wasn't right. As a divine flame, shouldn't you struggle and resist a little? Where's your dignity? Are you really surrendering? Wang Teng asked curiously. The crimson flame turned into a little turtle and nodded fervently. It stared at Wang Tung in a daze. Then, "Open your origin and let me leave my spiritual mark," Wang Tung said. The crimson little flame finally hesitated, but seeing the 3 balls of divine flames around it, it nodded and turned back into a flame. It was now Wang Tung's turn to hesitate. This divine flame accepted his request too quickly. Was it trying to trick him? However, the hesitation only lasted for a second. He had reached the final step. All he needed to do was to leave his spiritual mark, and this divine flame would be his. How could he retreat now? Wang Tung calmed down. He asked his 3 divine flames to prepare themselves in case the little flame retaliated. Reality proved that this crimson little flame was honestly timid. He left his mark successfully without any accidents. "I did it." Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. After getting this divine flame, he confirmed that his guess was right. The soul of 1,000 Beasts flame. This ball of divine flame was the legendary special flame that was formed from the souls and blood of thousands of star beasts. It had also undergone numerous transformations over the years. The soul of 1,000 Beasts flame could absorb the blood and souls of all star beasts. At the same time, it could benefit the star beasts greatly. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion didn't feel any threat from the flaming river because of this soul of 1,000 Beasts flame. When a giant python was burned by the flames, Wang Tung confirmed his guess. These were exactly the traits the soul of 1,000 Beasts flame possessed. The rumors were true. The owner of the flaming river world had hidden a divine flame in it. Wang Tung didn't believe it at first. Thinking back about it, he felt a slap in his face. Who would know that this entire flaming river was formed by the scattered soul of 1,000 Beasts flame? It appeared conspicuously in front of everyone, duping everybody for so long. If Wang Tung didn't bring his 2 fire element spiritual pets, he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. What close call! He almost missed it. Wang Tung felt fortunate. After taming the divine flame, he controlled his spiritual body to return to his physical body. Boom! The spiritual body rushed out from the flaming river and entered Wang Tung's forehead. Unlan and the others gathered around him. Wang Tung opened his eyes. His face was still a little pale, but there was happiness in his eyes. "It looks like you've succeeded," Unlan said. "Thank you." Wang Tung smiled. "I was worried about you during this mission. You must give me more money." Unlan snorted. "No problem." Wang Tung was in a great mood. He laughed happily. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 10:20, Absorption and Riot. "What did you gain?" Unlan asked curiously when he saw how happy Wang Tung was. He still didn't know what Wang Tung did in the flaming river. With a mysterious smile, Wang Tung stretched out his hand, where a ball of crimson flame was hovering. The crimson flame was extremely strange. It constantly changed its form. First, it was a dragon soaring into the clouds, and next, it was a phoenix spreading its wings. There were also various beasts such as turtles, pythons, toads, and birds. "This is a divine flame." Unlan's eyes widened. He doubted his eyes. Another divine flame. This fellow already possessed a divine flame. Now he has another one. What is this luck? I'm jealous. That's right. It's a divine flame. Wang Tung smiled and nodded. He didn't hide it because he couldn't hide what he was going to do next. "You got it from the flaming river?" Unlan took a deep breath and calmed down before asking. The river had existed for a long time. Even though there was word on the streets, no one had discovered traces of the divine flame here. Over time, people started treating it as a rumor. After all, the owner of Flaming River World didn't reveal any news about a divine flame. If a universe stage martial warrior possessed a divine flame, it would be impossible for him to hide it to the extent that no one knew about it, unless he never used the divine flame. But it only took Wang Tung a few days to discover the existence of the divine flame and subdue it. This felt like a dream. Their main objective this time was for the trial mission. Moreover, Flaming River World was at its limits, and time was not on their side. This was unlike previous candidates, who had plenty of time. They would stay for several months, yet they were still left empty-handed. When you compared it like this, that was why Lan found it incredible. Wang Ting nodded and didn't explain much. He was going to let him digest it slowly. He then walked up and tossed out the flame in his hand. Go! The soul of thousand beasts flame floated above the river and emitted a strange wave. What is this for? Lan asked. Watch and you'll know. Wang Tung smiled and motioned him to enjoy the show. Boom! At this moment, the flames in the flaming river churned abruptly, and monstrous waves rushed into the sky. Rumble amid the roars. All the flames converged towards the soul of thousand beasts flame and merged with it. It was a spectacular scene. The entire flaming river was surging like a flood, as if a catastrophe was imminent. Even Wang Tung shuddered when he saw what was happening, and his eyes glistened slightly. If he didn't have divine flames, he wouldn't dare to face such a terrifying flame. Is this divine flame going to absorb the entire river? Lan asked in disbelief, as if he had guessed something. To be more precise, this entire river is part of it. Gasp! This divine flame is terrifying. Lan exclaimed. The three Mecha Cosmo Stage martial warriors exchanged glances and took a few steps back. They didn't dare to approach the raging river. Lan, get ready. Chao Hong Tu and the others would definitely be attracted by such a commotion, Wang Ting cautioned. Lan was stunned and reacted immediately. Okay. The three mechas tensed up and got ready for battle. Hurry up, Wang Tung ordered. The soul of thousand beasts flame possessed a certain bit of intelligence. It increased its speed of absorption when it heard that. Back then, the owner of the Flaming River world formed the Flaming River with the divine flame as its core. Its length spanned the entire world, and it was impossible for it to absorb it all at once. Wang Ting knew that too and frowned slightly. He could only wait helplessly for Chao Hongti's group to arrive. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away from Wang Tung, Chao Hongtu and the others were hunting fire black toads in the Flaming River. Although they didn't think of Wang Tung's plan, they could enter the Flaming River with Sing Clamon's help to hunt the fire black toads. They were quite efficient as well. They had already slain more than 1,000 fire black toads and a total of 41 mid-tier Imperial-level fire black toads. They would soon meet the requirements. Of course, this was the result of Sing Clamon and Chao Hongtu joining hands. If it was just Chao Hongtu alone, he wouldn't have been able to do it. After all, their strengths were suppressed, and they were unable to bring out the might of a heaven stage martial warrior. Just as they were surrounding a mid-tier Imperial-level fire black toad, an unexpected situation arose. The fire black toad fled in horror and broke past their encirclement as if it had sensed something terrifying. The surrounding star beasts were on a rampage as well. Roars soon echoed throughout the river. It was full of chaos. What's going on? Chao Hongtu frowned and had an ominous feeling in his heart. This is a star beast riot. Sing Clamon's expression changed slightly. Bang! 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 Right then, the fleeing star beasts exploded and ignited into flames before disappearing. The group's expressions changed, and they felt a shiver travel down their spines. All the star beasts burst into flames. This was too strange. They didn't even know what was going on. The unknown was always frightening. Let's go. This river is abnormal. We can't stay for long, Sing Clamon said hurriedly. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the flaming river. What is going on? Why are these star beasts exploding? Chao Hongtu had a grim expression. Their mission was not yet complete, and such a thing happened. It was depressing. Father, what now? Chao Wu asked. Let's go. Chao Hongtu gritted his teeth and followed Sing Clamon after a moment of hesitation. No matter what, staying alive was more important. An abnormal situation happened in the river. Before they figured it out, it was best to leave. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what might happen next. Chao Hongtu and Chao Wu rushed out of the river along with the Cosmo Stage martial warriors that they had recruited. After some time, They got out of the flaming river and reached the skies. The entire flaming river was churning and looked extremely horrifying. Meanwhile, Sinkelman was staring at the river as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 1021. Congratulations, you got it right. The flaming river tossed and turned while the star beasts below roared in despair and fear. They seemed to be putting up their final struggle. Chao Hong Tu and his team had left the flaming river and were observing the abnormal situation outside. Sinkelman stood above the flaming river in deep thought. Did you notice anything? Chao Hong Tu flew over and asked, breaking the silence. The members of the Parkers family possessed a special fire physique, so they were more sensitive toward the fire. This was why Chao Hong Tu consulted Sinkelman. The flames are swarming in a certain direction, Sinkelman contemplated before replying. Towards a certain direction, Chao Hong Tu gave a look of disbelief. Why would that happen? Did someone do something to the flaming river? Who? Sinkelman's expression turned ugly. He sneered. Besides you and I, who else can it be? Are you saying Wang Tung? Chao Hong Tu understood immediately. How is that possible? Don't forget that he has a divine flame. I saw it personally, Sinkelman said. A divine flame? Why does he have a divine flame? Chao Hong Tu's expression turned distorted. Flames of anger flickered in his eyes. Envy. He was red with envy. Sinkelman glanced at him and snorted in his heart. He remained quiet. What do we do now? Chao Hong Tu asked. Let's take a look. If he did this, there must be some good stuff in the flaming river. We can snatch it from him. Sinkelman's gaze turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and continued. No matter how strong the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior is, you and I will be able to kill him together. All right. Chao Hong Tu nodded. They quickly rushed in the direction the flames were flowing. Time passed slowly. Wang Tung had absorbed the majority of the flaming river by now. Countless flames surged into the origin of the soul of Thousand Beast Flame and turned into small balls of fire. It was hard to believe that there were so many flames inside. Boom! The remaining flames continued churning ferociously, flowing over from the distance. The entire flaming river was about to dry up. The star beasts inside screamed and howled as they welcomed their deaths. The soul of Thousand Beast Flame bred them, but now it was taking away their lives. No star beast could escape. These star beasts relied on the soul of Thousand Beast Flame for survival. They didn't think that one day they would die in this river. Amon had been watching him for a long time, but he was still flabbergasted. The scene created by the divine flame was terrifying. Even a heaven stage martial warrior like him was frightened. They're here, Wang Tung suddenly said in a low voice. Anlan and the others turned and stared into the distance. A few beams of light were shooting towards them at an astonishing speed. Honestly, they came much later than expected. This meant that the two parties were quite far apart. But what was supposed to come would come. The soul of Thousand Beast Flame needed to absorb all the flames in the flaming river, so it would definitely alert Chao Hong Tu and his team. Nothing could stop this. Well, unless Wang Tung gave up. But if he did that, the soul of Thousand Beast Flame would be incomplete and it would need a long time to restore its power. The loss wasn't worth it. Chao Hong Tu and his team saw Wang Tung too. They stopped and looked at them. As expected, it's you, Chao Hong Tu said. Senior brother Chao, are y'all here to join the fun? Wang Tung asked with a smile. Divine Flame. Sinkelman's gaze landed on the soul of Thousand Beast Flame in front of Wang Tung, noticing it at once. His gaze was filled with excitement and greed. That's another divine flame. There's indeed a divine flame in the flaming river world. Great. Even the heavens are helping me. Two divine flames appeared simultaneously. They're all mine. Sinkelman was overjoyed. He was so excited that his body was trembling. He couldn't describe his emotions. Divine flames were exceptionally important to the Parkers. His family had searched for the divine flame for many years in vain. Yet he encountered it here, and two at that. This was a gift from heaven. If there was only one, he wouldn't be able to keep it. However, if he managed to take two back, he could give one to his elder and keep the other one for himself. No one could snatch it from him. Agreeing to come to the Flaming River world with Chao Hong Tu was the right decision. It was the best decision he had made in his life. Chao Hong Tu also noticed the presence of the soul of Thousand Beast Flame. He was filled with bewilderment, but he didn't say anything in the end. Since Sinclamen was here, the divine flame would never be his. I'm sorry to interrupt. Wang Tung's voice broke his fantasy. Sinclamen turned to look at Wang Tung. These two divine flames are mine. Wang Tung smiled at him. To Sinclamen, the smile was filled with contempt. The expression on his face froze. You tamed the divine flame? Sinclamen asked in disbelief, as if he heard something absurd. Congratulations, you're right. Wang Tung nodded earnestly. Sinclamen suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. Why? Why did this happen? What was so special about this fellow? Why did he get recognized by the divine flame? What? Chao Hong Tu was dumbstruck. You tamed this divine flame? How is that possible? How can a planetary stage martial warrior tame a divine flame? Chao Hong Tu found this absurd and unfair. He almost couldn't control the jealousy burning in his heart. Chao Wu and the other Cosmos stage martial warriors stared at Wang Tung too. They couldn't suppress their bewilderment either. Don't look at me like that. I feel embarrassed. You look as if I slept with your wives. Oh my God. Sinclamen was triggered. He was already furious when he saw Wang Tung possessing two divine flames. The guy then added oil to the fire by humiliating him again. Anger shot right through his head. Wang Tung, this is too much. Chao Hong Tu yelled. I didn't frame you, right? Aren't y'all looking at me as if I snatched your wife? Wang Tung said. Chao Hong Tu wanted to speak, but Sinclamen waved his hand to stop him. He took a deep breath to calm down. Wang Tung, they'll give you one more chance. Give me the two divine flames and follow me back to the Parker's family. You won't have to worry about your life from now on. Think about this carefully. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior won't be able to protect you if Chao Hong Tu and I work together. Also, even if we can't catch you, do you think you can escape from the Parkers after you leave the Flaming River world? Chapter 1022. No man would be able to bear with this. The atmosphere turned tense after Sinclamen threatened Wang Tung. Chao Hong Tu was surprised. He didn't expect Sinclamen to take the soft approach first instead of snatching it from Wang Tung directly. Why did he do that? Chao Hong Tu didn't understand. He hoped that Sinclamen could slaughter Wang Tung with him and nip all possible threats in the bud. But this wasn't the time for him to speak. He was afraid of disrupting Sinclamen's plan. The Parkers were too powerful. He didn't have Wang Tung's courage to fight the Parkers. If he did, he wouldn't have sent his daughter into their family. Jiao Jiao. All right, where's my daughter? Chao Hong Tu finally remembered his poor daughter. Although he had sacrificed her for a political marriage, he still loved her. Lan looked at Wang Tung. He was a little concerned about the Parkers, but he wasn't afraid. Wang Tung's situation was different, though. He wanted to be a baron in the Empire, and the Parkers were one of the 8 dukes. If he offended them, he would have a hard time in the Great Qian Empire, even if he became a baron. Now, he possessed 2 divine flames. The Parkers had all the more reason to target him. Lan knew how important divine flames were to the Parkers family. They would never allow 2 kinds of divine flames to land in the hands of another person. If he didn't give up his divine flames, Wang Tung's life might be at risk. Lan's expression turned grim. This must be a hard decision for Wang Tung. Wang Tung smiled and said, You're saying this because you're worried that you can't tame these 2 divine flames, right? The crowd was stunned. Really? They didn't think about this. Sinclamen's expression froze. He didn't think that Wang Tung would be so quick-witted and see through his plan. He never expected to find any divine flames in the Flaming River world, so he didn't make any preparations. Thus, he had no confidence that he could tame the divine flame. The only choice was to go back and rely on the power of his elders. Everyone knew that Wang Tung was right after seeing his expression. Chao Hong Tu's gaze flickered as he glanced at Sinclamen from the corner of his eyes. He was enlightened. Based on his understanding of Sinclamen, he was probably dying to kill Wang Tung after repeated humiliation. The only reason why he could bear it was the divine flames. Sinclamen was a fake person too. You should know that what I'm saying is right. If you continue being stubborn, you'll regret it in the future. Sinkelman didn't answer him directly. Instead, he changed the topic. Oomph. Wang Teng shook his head with contempt. Even if I give you the chance, you can't do anything. I can put these two divine flames in front of you, and you won't be able to control them. Are you still trying to fight with me when you're so weak? You. Sinkelman turned red in anger. His bald head shone brighter. As a heaven-stage martial warrior, he had never been looked down upon so much. Cut the crap. If you want the divine flames, snatch them from me. Let's see if they'll listen to you, Wang Teng said calmly. Good. Seems like you want to do this the hard way. Since you were so impudent, don't blame me for being merciless. Sinkelman got angry from embarrassment, and Lon respected Wang Teng's toughness. Since both parties had shed all pretenses of cordiality, he decided to open his mouth and speak up. Isn't this the loser from the Parkers family? Didn't you run away the other time? Why are you back again? Sinkelman was helpless and indignant. His face turned black as he glared at Lon. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks he lost last time and had to run away to keep his life. This was a humiliation. When Enlon said this openly in front of him, he wished he could charge over and fight with him with his life on the line. But he didn't have the balls. He got scared. Do you still want to fight? Enlon opened his arms and said calmly. Chao Hong too. Work with me to kill this mecha first. Sinkelman turned and said to Chao Hong too. Wang Teng, where's my daughter? Chao Hong nodded and asked Wang Teng. Oh, you still remember her? I thought you had forgotten about her. Wang Teng chuckled and took Chao Jiaojiao out of his space fragment. Here she is. Chao Jiaojiao was still tied up. She couldn't move and was lifted up by Wang Teng in an awkward pose. The bare skin revealed was full of whip marks. They intertwined on her skin, making her look miserable. When she came out from the space fragment, she didn't know what was happening. So she shouted instantly, Wang Teng, what do you want to do? You're a devil. Why are torturing me like this? My father will never let you go. Silence. Everyone went silent. The atmosphere turned awkward for an instant. Chao Hong too and Chao Wu felt blood rising to their head when they saw Chao Jiaojiao's state. They almost fainted. Sinklaman's expression turned hideous. Chao Jiaojiao was going to marry into his family soon, but she landed in Wang Teng's hand and appeared to have been played. This was the greatest disgrace for their family. If Andres knew that his fiancée got treated like this, he might lock himself up in the toilet and cry. No, he might rush over and kill Wang Teng immediately. Yes, that was right. No man would be able to tolerate this. And Lon looked back and forth between Wang Teng and Chao Jiaojiao with a strange gaze. He seemed to find this situation interesting. Chao Jiaojiao finally noticed something amiss with the atmosphere. She raised her head and saw her father and the others. Her expression froze, embarrassed and furious. These two words described her current emotions perfectly. Cough. This is a misunderstanding, Wang Teng said awkwardly. He could tell from their expressions that their thoughts had run a little wild. Wang Teng, what did you do to my daughter? Wang Teng, what did you do to my sister? Wang Teng, what did you do to Chao Jiaojiao? Chao Hong too, Chao Wu, and Sinkelman opened their mouths at the same time. From their questioning tone, one could tell that they were boiling with anger. If gazes could kill, Wang Teng would be deader than dead. Wang Teng, admit it. Enlon suppressed his laughter and fanned the flames. He didn't mind creating a bigger commotion. His words further confirmed everyone's guess. Chao Hong's his face turned purple-black. Wang Teng glared at Enlon fiercely. This matter affected his innocence, so he hurriedly explained, Listen to me. It's not what you think. Bastard, do you think we're blind? Chao Hongtu felt frustrated, exasperated, furious, and helpless. These emotions were displayed entirely on his black face. His beloved daughter was being trampled by someone, and that person was his enemy. Wang Ting felt that he had no chance of explaining himself. Chapter 1023. Chao Jiaojia wants to cry. Senior brother Chao, I only punished my niece a little. I didn't do anything else. You have to believe my character. Wang Teng felt that he could still save himself, so he explained earnestly. Although you call me a bastard, I still decided to forgive you because you love your daughter. Let's talk properly. Chow Hong-tu felt as if he had punched a ball of cotton. Helplessness swarmed into his heart. Did he just call Jiao Jiao his niece? Niece? How could someone be so shameless? He regretted having any relationship with Wang Tong. Why did he recognize him as his junior brother? He was using it as an excuse now. This was infuriating. Go away. I'm not your senior brother. Lan was shocked by Wang Tong's shamelessness too. This fellow didn't feel embarrassed talking about such things at all. He tortured the other party so badly, yet he could still stand up straight and scold until he had nothing to say. Looking at Chow Hong-tu, he could imagine how frustrated this father was. However, in comparison, the person who got humiliated the most was Chow Jiao Jiao. She was disgraced in front of so many people, and the event went astray in a direction she didn't expect. Her reputation was tarnished. She was a social butterfly that could talk to anyone, but she wasn't a slut. Despite being a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, she was being reprimanded by Wang Tong like a junior. Her mentality almost collapsed. Chow Jiao Jiao wanted to cry. Oh Chow Hong-tu, stop wasting time. Make your move. Sinkleman couldn't bear to listen anymore. Humiliating Chow Jiao Jiao was the same as humiliating the Parkers. He couldn't bear it. Chow Hong-tu turned grim. He stared at Wang Tong intently. Don't be rash. Your daughter is still in my hands. I haven't done anything to her yet, but if you attack, I don't know what it'll do. Wang Tong sniggered. After he finished his sentence, he was stunned. This didn't sound right. It was like something an antagonist would say. Wang Tong, you're despicable. Chow Jiao Jiao said furiously. One needs to be ruthless to protect himself. Wang Tong looked at Chow Hong-tu and continued. Senior brother Chow, consider it carefully. My little niece is a beautiful lady. God forbid anything should happen to her. Sigh. I feel like I'm sounding more and more like an antagonist. Bastard. Chow Hong-tu's eyes turned red. He was in a dilemma. Don't forget the mission, Sinkleman reminded him coldly. Chow Hong-tu frowned. He was struggling in his heart, but the scales started to tilt. His gaze turned firm. Boom, boom. The next second, Chow Hong-tu and Sinkleman attacked and launched simultaneously. Chow Hong-tu held a blade and released the peak of Cosmo Stage power, launching his ultimate attack. Sinkleman executed the peak of Cosmo Stage power too. He wielded his axe, releasing his ocean whale flame continuously. The flame symbol on his forehead flickered and started spreading. It quickly grew over his face and neck and continued creeping down. Blue flame symbols covered his skin, raising his aura to an all-time high. He had activated the special fire physique of the Parker's family. The Parker's fire physique is indeed powerful. Wang Ting squinted when he saw this scene. He reminded Lan, be careful. Lan nodded. He took this battle with seriousness and disappeared. He was heading straight for his opponents. Boom! A violent collision occurred. Force swept through the sky. Lan knew that Wang Tong mustn't be interrupted, so he pulled the battlefield far away from where Wang Tong was. Chow Wu and the other Cosmo Stage martial warriors eyed Wang Tong fiercely, especially Chow Wu. He didn't dare to think about what Chow Jiao Jiao had suffered in his hands. One could imagine how furious he was. And Feng, and Dong, and Jian, they'll leave these two to y'all, Wang Tong said. The three Mecha Cosmo Stage martial warriors nodded. Two of them walked out and started fighting with the other two martial warriors. The remaining Mecha martial warriors stayed beside Wang Tong to protect him. How heartless. Has your father given up on you? Wang Ting looked down at Chow Jiao Jiao and smiled. Chow Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth. There was a dim look in her eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Even if they don't attack, you won't let me go. This is a wise choice. You're measuring my corn with your bushel. If he doesn't attack, he'll let you go. I'm a man with principles. Wang Tong continued stimulating Chow Jiao Jiao. He knew what Chow Hong-tu was like. He wasn't lying. Chow Jiao Jiao's expression changed. Her heart sank. She knew the truth, but she didn't want to admit it. However, if others said it, things would become different. Chow Jiao Jiao was already at the edge of the cliff. Wang Tong's words pushed her off the edge. Umph. Wang Tung snorted. He disregarded Chow, Jiao Jiao, and turned to look at the soul of Thousand Beast Flame. He was almost done absorbing it. His efforts to waste time just now weren't in vain. Boom! The flaming river that had existed for who knew how many years started drying up. Flames were extinguished, and the star beasts inside started dying. Wang Tung could feel the soul of Thousand Beast Flame becoming complete and more powerful. The deaths of the star beasts nourished the soul of Thousand Beast Flame. Mind you, there were countless star beasts living in the flaming river. The nourishment from all of them was of great help to the soul of Thousand Beast Flame. Wang Tung felt a tinge of enlightenment. He might have understood the intention of the creator of this flaming river. Boom! At this moment, a change happened to the battle some distance away. After a violent collision, the mecha martial warrior got knocked back by Chow Wu. A huge crack appeared on his body. Fortunately, the mechas were able to heal themselves, so he didn't get seriously injured. Nonetheless, Chow Wu broke through the encirclement and charged toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. He was surprised. This guy was quite strong. Chow Jiaojiao was elated. Let me fight with him. The mecha beside Wang Tung stood in front of him. Give me 5 more minutes, Wang Tung said with a frown. 5 minutes? And Dong nodded. He dashed out and welcomed Chow Wu. Chow Wu seemed a little impatient when he saw another mecha rushing over. He roared angrily. In an instant, the force in his body churned, and a dazzling glow shot out from his blade. It hurled over from afar, wanting to kill the mecha as soon as possible so that he could save Chow Jiaojiao. Chapter 1024, Scared to Death. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was intense. Whether it was in Lan, Chow Hong Tu, and Sinclamen or Chow Wu and Indong, both fights were heated. And Lan's ability was indeed strong. Despite facing 2 opponents, he showed no signs of falling back. Chow Hong Tu and Sin Clamon's expressions turned ugly. They thought that they would be able to kill this mecha heaven stage martial warrior quickly with their combined effort. Wang Tung was not a threat without his protection. The result, however, went against their expectations. This mecha heaven stage martial warrior was a little too powerful. He could only release peak-level Cosmo stage power, yet they couldn't take him down. The longer they dragged, the more agitated they felt. On the other side, Chow Wu got more and more ferocious as he fought. The mecha battling with him kept retreating. Time passed gradually. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Move! Chow Wu knew that he didn't have much time left. He shouted in rage and swung his blade like a maniac. The blade glows were thrown at the mecha from all sides. Boom! The mecha dodged in a hurry, but he still got hit. He was thrown backward. Chow Wu ignored him and went for Wang Tung. Kill! Chow Wu was immersed in a killing atmosphere. He wasted no time and swung his blade the moment he arrived. Wang Tung stared at him grimly. He was shocked by Chow Wu's toughness, but he wasn't afraid. Although he advanced to the celestial stage only recently, his battle power was exceptional. He didn't do any action, but a beam of light shot out beside him. It was the golden crescent blade. Clang! The golden crescent blade spun in the air and collided with Chow Wu's blade glow. Along with a metallic clang, the blade glow shattered. Chow Wu was caught off guard and thrown back for a few meters due to the impact of the golden crescent blade. He was flabbergasted. Come on! Wang Tung hooked his finger with a calm gaze. He was provoking Chow Wu. Chow Wu's expression froze over. He gathered his force and created numerous blade glows. They intertwined in the air, blocking all paths of retreat around Wang Tung. Let's see how you block this. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. He was appalled. If this was a celestial stage attack, he could defend it using his physical body. However, Chow Wu was a Cosmo stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Wang Tung was, he didn't dare to face this attack head-on. Wang Tung and Dong's expression changed, and he rushed over. The other injured mecha had just finished healing his body. He shot toward Chow Wu and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Wang Tung, let go of my sister, and he'll spare your life. Chow Wu shouted with a hideous expression. Ha ha, you can't protect him. Chow Hong Tu and Sinkleman laughed loudly when they saw this scene. Unlan's expression changed too. He wanted to reinforce Wang Tong, but his opponents wouldn't let him. They launched an all-out offensive. Wang Tong was in a dire situation, but unexpectedly, he didn't retaliate. He stood on the spot and allowed the blade glows to land on him. Chow Wu was dumbstruck. Chow Jiaojiao was still in Wang Tong's hands. He wanted to force him to surrender and not kill him directly. If his attacks hit Wang Tong, Chow Jiaojiao would die too. Yet, Wang Tong didn't follow his script. In the face of death, he showed no fear and didn't have any plans of using Chow Jiaojiao's life to exchange for his own. This bastard had guts. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The sharp blade glows landed, and a terrifying impact swept through the air. The strong wind caused Wang Tong's hair to dance wildly, but he remained unscathed. Chow Wu had turned the direction of the blade glows at the last moment, so they landed on Wang Tong's left side instead. He didn't want to kill Chow Jiaojiao. This is scary. I thought you'd disown your sister and kill her too. Wang Tong patted his chest and appeared frightened. Chow Wu almost vomited blood. Why? Wasn't this fellow afraid of death? His face turned gloomy while a strong sense of helplessness filled up his heart. As a Cosmo-stage martial warrior, he didn't know what to do anymore. Unlan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt speechless. This was exhilarating. Wang Tong was definitely a maniac. How could he gamble with his life? If Chow Wu decided to be ruthless, he would die here. The smile on Chow Hong Tu and Sin Clamon's faces froze. They felt suffocated. This result was beyond their expectations. They felt, what the F **K? You're crazy. Chow Jiaojiao thought that she was saved, but Wang Tong would rather die than let her go. She was so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. I was scared, Wang Tong said indifferently. Do you think I'll believe you? Chow Jiaojiao was enraged. Chow Wu was burning with anger. He felt that Wang Tong was trampling on his intelligence. But I have to thank you. Wang Tong suddenly smiled at Chow Wu. The place suddenly turned silent. 5 minutes wasn't a long time. The soul of 1,000 beasts flame in front of him had finally absorbed all the flames. The flaming river dried up, leaving a deep and empty river course. The river was constructed using space power. Hence, when the flames disappeared, nothing much was left. The river lost its support, so the space around the river course started collapsing inch by inch. Wang Tong flew backward, keeping his distance from the collapsing river. Chow Wu went berserk when he saw this scene. He was howling furiously in his heart, but he didn't dare to stay above the river course either. He flew away quickly. Crack! Like a mirror cracking, the river course sped up its destruction and turned into a terrifying dimensional rift in the blink of an eye. Unlan and the others stopped their battle and flew away. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to get too close to a collapsing space. Unlan came back to find Wang Tong. That was very risky, Unlan complained. Seek wealth in risk. Wang Tong smiled. Chow Hong Tu and the others stared at them with distorted expressions. That bastard managed to succeed. Are we leaving? Unlan glanced at Chow Hong Tu and asked. Of course. I have the flame, so it's time to leave. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. But before he could finish the sentence, he got distracted. The dimensional rift formed from the collapsed river course was still expanding. The space around it was ripping inch by inch. The entire sky seemed to be getting torn apart. Chapter 1025. Your daughter can have a bitter romance with me. The dimensional rift spread rapidly. The space around it crumbled, revealing emptiness behind it. Unlan, Chow Hong Tu, and all the others noticed the abnormality of the dimensional rift. Their expressions changed. Damn it, the flaming river world is about to collapse, Sinkleman exclaimed in shock. He realized what was happening. Call pace in advance. Wang Tong stared at the scenes around him and felt that Sin Clamon's guess was right. If the flaming river world collapses in advance, we won't have a chance to get the legacy, Chow Hong Tu said in a low voice. The legacy. Sin Clamon's expression turned somber. This was the reason why he came here. He didn't manage to snatch the divine flame. If he lost the legacy, he would have to go back empty-handed. It was exasperating. Wang Tung continued staring at the dimensional rift. Suddenly, he squinted. There were attribute bubbles being born. He regained his senses and happily picked them up. Space asterisk 100 space asterisk 120 space fragment asterisk 50 space asterisk 90 space asterisk 150, huh? There's a space fragment attribute. Wang Tung was shocked. Most of the bubbles contained space attributes, but there were a few that had space fragment attributes inside. Wang Tung had a space fragment, but it wasn't big. With the additional space fragment attributes, his space fragment increased in size. Did the space fragment attribute appear because the flaming river world is collapsing? Wang Tung wondered to himself. Large amounts of space attributes were dropped with a few space fragment attributes hidden among them. Wang Tung was overjoyed. He thought that the collapse of the flaming river world wasn't a good thing, but there were so many benefits to gain. It was worth it. Boom! A sudden explosion came from the distance. Everyone was staggered. They turned and looked in the direction of the sound. A terrifying pillar of fire spurted out from the center of the flaming river world. It soared straight into the sky, linking the earth and heaven. Despite being far away, they could still see this magnificent scene. Everyone widened their eyes in awe and amazement. What's going on? Unlan asked the question on everyone's mind. That's where the volcano is. It's where the last legacy is hidden, Wang Tung whispered. Legacy? Unlan frowned. Chao Hongtu and Sinkleman thought of the same thing. They looked at each other. What should we do? This pillar of fire must be caused by the volcano in the center. The legacy is in the volcano. I suspect that there's a relationship between them, Chao Hongtu said. Sinclaman's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, let's go and take a look. What about them? Ignore them. The two divine flames will belong to my family. They can't run away. Sinkleman glanced at Wang Tung coldly and said, Father, sister is still in his hands. Chao Wu interrupted them after some hesitation. Jiao Jiao is still useful to him. He won't kill her for now. Chao Hongtu shook his head and said. After conversing for some time, they rushed towards the pillar of fire. They're going there, Unlan said after seeing them fly away. It looks like they still haven't given up on the legacy. Come, let's go over too. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles and chased after them. I knew it. Unlan shook his head. Then, he waved his hand and led the three mecha martial warriors over. Before they left, they turned and glanced at the collapsing sky. The pillar of fire seemed near, but there was still some distance between them. Based on their speed, they would need half a day to rush over. As the space around the flaming river started collapsing, the time became tighter. There might not be enough time for them. Hence, Wang Tung and Unlan raised their speed to the maximum and charged toward the volcano without stopping. Chao Hongtu and Sinkleman were some distance ahead of them. They didn't fight with one another. Instead, they hurried on their journey. They didn't want to waste time on fighting. Half a day later, Chao Hongtu and Sinkleman, who were in front, stopped. They started observing the pillar of fire from afar. Wang Tung and his team stopped too. The volcano range laid out in front of him, stretching into the distance. There was nothing else. The pillar of fire was shooting out from the volcano right in the center. That volcano was the highest, so Wang Tung and his team saw it instantly. They wouldn't be wrong. What does the eruption of the volcano have to do with the drying of the river? Wang Tung asked curiously. Unlan didn't know the answer. Do you want to go over? No hurry. Let's see what they plan to do, Wang Tung replied. I know that you're up to no good. Hey, watch what you're saying. How do you know what I'm planning to do? If you were not, you'd have gone up already. Unlan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You're framing me. Don't say anything if you don't have evidence. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Unlan chuckled. After some time, Chao Hongtu and Sinkleman got impatient and flew ahead, landing on the volcano in the center. Huh, they've gone over. Let's follow them, Wang Tung said hurriedly. Before Unlan could react, he dashed forward excitedly. Unlan shook his head. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to trick Chao Hongtu and the others? The instant Chao Hongtu and his team landed on the volcano, Wang Tung and his team also arrived. He noticed attribute bubbles floating beside the pillar of fire. Attribute bubbles again. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 300 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 120 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 200. These attribute bubbles were all Constellation Fire Force. There was nothing special, so Wang Ting didn't give them much attention. However, he still picked them up, every single one of them. Sinkelman looked at them grimly. He felt helpless. Wang Ting was following them because he wanted them to lead the way. He knew that he was up to no good. Wang Ting ignored them and started thinking. The legacy was below the volcano, but this volcano had erupted. The pillar of fire shot right into the sky. No one knew how powerful the pillar of fire was. Could they get closer to it? This pillar of fire was spurted out randomly. No one knew if it was dangerous. This was what Wang Ting was frightened of. Sinkelman glanced at them eerily. There was nothing he could do to them, so he ignored them and went to check out the pillar of fire. A few seconds later, he leaped into the pillar of fire. Chao Hongtu remained outside. He didn't enter. Wang Ting released his spiritual power, an emerald-glazed flame. The emerald-glazed flame wrapped around his spiritual power as it moved towards the pillar of fire, sensing the situation inside. He realized that there was no danger inside, and Sinkelman wasn't waiting to ambush him. He had already gone further down. "Let me enter and take a look," Wang Ting said. "Do you need me to follow you?" Unlan asked with a frown. Sinkelman had already entered. Wang Ting wasn't his match. There might be danger if he entered alone. Wang Ting contemplated for some time before shaking his head. "No need. He'll enter alone. The Flaming River world is collapsing soon. He'll take a look and come back quickly if there's no hope." He paused for a moment before continuing. "As for Sinkelman, I have ways to stay alive even if I meet him. He won't be able to catch me easily." Unlan nodded and kept quiet. Wang Ting was a person with his own plan. His ability and experience were all top-notch, and he was extremely sly. There was no need to worry about him. Wang Ting walked towards the pillar. He glanced at Chao Hongtu and smiled. "Senior brother Chao, pray they'll be safe, or your daughter will have to play a bitter romance drama with me." "You." Chao Hongtu's expression turned ugly. "Ha ha." Wang Ting laughed heartily and jumped into the pillar of fire. He left a back view for Chao Hongtu to admire.